Good morning, everybody. Thank you. All right. Welcome to the, what's today? May 21st, 2026 Gainesville City Commission regular meeting. I'm so glad to have you all with us this morning. And we have a very, very long and busy day. So, Madam Clerk, let's get started.
Mr. Mayor, we have our invocation being given today by the Reverend Dale Rotz from Gethsemane Lutheran Church.
Welcome, Reverend Rotz.
Good morning, I'm Mayor Ward and the Gainesville City Commission. It's an honor to be here today to provide this invocation for you. As I also celebrate my birthday today, so thank you for offering me this opportunity to not think about getting older if just for a moment. Let's turn to God in prayer. Heavenly Father, in honor of the former member of my congregation and a frequent face here at the City Commission meetings, Gator Bruce Friendall was a voice of the unhoused in this community. Those individuals that are seen along the city streets and at the intersections and on the medians and some of the most busiest streets in this community. Please grant the officers and commissioners of this council and the clarity of mind needed to confront this issue. And in a time when 1 in 7 households with infants and toddlers experience food insecurity, help us all to feed those in need. Our teacher taught us that caring for the physical needs of others, especially the poor, the hungry, the thirsty, and the marginalized, is a direct way of serving God. Help us all to do better. Today we come before you with gratitude for the resources you have entrusted to this city. We ask you for your wisdom and guidance as the many recommendations and resolutions are reviewed and decisions are made that will impact the citizens of our community. Help this city's commission use the resources provided to honor you and advance your kingdom. Grant clarity of mind, unity of spirit, and discernment in every discussion and decision made today. In your heavenly name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, and happy birthday. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have the adoption of the agenda. We do have a couple updates on the screen.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, I'd like to move adoption of the agenda, and I was wondering if we could move the approval, the proposed charter amendment addressing vacancies in office to earlier in the night to make sure that everyone can be here. We need I believe it's 6 out of 7. If we can move that to I'd leave it to your discretion, but I think right after the proclamations.
Second. So motion second, Commissioner
Thank
Chestnut.
you. I would like to concur with that motion. I will not be here this evening. However, I will be here at the beginning of the meeting at 6 if you take this.
All right. So let's, Madam Clerk, move that to prior to the proclamations.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any public comment on any of the agenda?
There is none, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Seeing no further lights, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have early public comment on agenda items, but we have no one signed up, so we are going to move on to our business discussion items for the morning.
Well, we'll pause you for just a second.
Sure.
Commissioner Book.
A very brief comment, Mr. Mayor. So on our consent agenda, we had several items, but 2 of them relate to the Northeast 8th Avenue project, and via really extensive bid projects and bidding by a whole host of organizations. Scorpio was awarded part of a project there at 8th and Waldo, and I think let me make sure I got it right, NV5 was awarded another piece of the project. And why this is significant, it's extensive bidding, it's competitive, it's a big project, and these are 2 of our organizations that do a lot of work in the area. So I just thought I'd point that out for folks who are saying, how are we moving forward? We are moving forward. Sometimes we don't get to discuss all the items because we have so many. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
And I think on that note, Mr. Mayor, I think most importantly, it shows us using local contractors. I'm always concerned that we use local contractors, and I think the City of Gainesville sets the pace there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
I think it's really exciting. I get a lot of questions about Citizens Field. I was just talking about it last night to some folks, and so I'm glad we're moving forward with it. I do just want to say I know this is not the point of it because this RFP is out and we are awarding it, but I would like us to continue to see, we have 5 million in excess fund balance that's going in there. We have a lot of pressures on our fund, on our general fund in the coming year. And so I know that this is just a fiscal note of the rest of it, but I would still like for us to take a look at that at some point as we're going into our budget cycle to see if that's necessary for the upcoming fiscal year and years after. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Madam Clerk, go ahead. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we have 2026-312 years of service recognition for community builders. With the recommendation, the City Commission recognize those employees with 15 years of service or more for the second quarter of fiscal year 2026.
All right.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Laura Gretz, Human Resources Director. As I say every time I come up here, this is my most favorite reason to come before you, where we honor employees, community builders who have earned distinguished years of service milestones, and we will recognize them now. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gretz. And this is always a fun part of the job that we do quarterly. And I always like to remind folks that it is not years of service to the city of Gainesville. It's years of service to the community and to our neighbors who live here. And it's kind of a big deal. So. All right. First, at 15 years of service to the people of Gainesville, Thomas Douglas. Very good. 25 years of service. 25. Presented to Ernest Graham.
Congratulations. Captain Curtis.
It'll take a minute to find this person. Jamie Kernick, 25 years of service.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is my mom. Thank you, sir.
Another 25 years of service, again, to the people of Gainesville, Donald Musin. And 30 years of service to the people of Gainesville, Leslie Pace.
So Ms. Pace qualifies all of our data that leaves the department and goes to the national and state reporting agencies. She's our expert in that area.
Well, can the chief get up on the front row? Can the chief?
All right, thank you, Ms. Gretz. And to Major Koenig's mom, I heard what you said, and we're proud of her too, so. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-353, naming of Southeast 8th Avenue for the late Bishop James E. McKnight Senior Way, with recommendation the City Commission discuss and take any action deemed necessary.
Very good. All right, I think most of us who've been around for a while remember Bishop McKnight, and I want to recognize Commissioner Chestnut to walk us through this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to make some comments, and at the end, I'd like to place a motion on the floor to name the street for Bishop McKnight, and I invite you all who would like to chime in with comments to do so as well. All right. Bishop James E. McKnight Sr. was a lifelong resident of Gainesville, whose leadership, faith, and community service left a lasting impact both locally and nationally. A graduate of Lincoln High School and Florida A&M University, Bishop McKnight served in the U.S. Army during the Korean War, and upon returning home was ordained as a minister in the Church of God by Faith in 1957. Bishop McKnight faithfully served as senior pastor of his congregation for more than 54 years, while rising to national prominence. Appointed executive secretary of the National Church of God by Faith organization in 1960, he was named presiding bishop in 1984, leading more than 180 churches across the United States and affiliated ministries abroad. Throughout his life, Bishop McKnight remained deeply involved in the Gainesville community. He was instrumental in providing shelter to the residents of the former Kennedy Homes apartment building following the devastating fire in 2003. And he supported our local organizations, serving on the board of the Eastside Clinic and as a member of the Black on Black Crime Task Force for many years. Widely respected for his compassion, leadership, and dedication to service, Bishop McKnight shared more than 67 years of marriage with his wife, Mother Jessie Camps McKnight, and together they raised 4 children, along with a large extended family of grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Bishop McKnight passed away on May 29, 2021, leaving a legacy of faith, service, and community leadership that continues to be felt throughout Gainesville. And so his family has requested that the street, Southeast 8th Avenue, be named in his honor, and that is what I'd like to proceed with doing. There may be comments. Thank you, thank you.
So we have a motion and a second, and so what we would do then is direct the manager's office to put all that together, and they would come back with signs, and then we have a larger celebration at a meeting sometime in the next 2, 3, 4 months here, assuming this passes, which
Assuming it
I
does.
can't imagine it would not. But Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I feel obligated to say something. Commissioner Chestnut gave me the eyeball and said, you better say something. And I knew, it just so happened I was a cop in Southeast Gainesville for many, many years, and there was several faith-based churches in Southeast 8th Avenue, Northeast 8th Avenue, Southeast 15th Street, Lincoln Estates, North Lincoln Heights, and Duval. And they were like, for us in law enforcement, especially in the 90s and the early 2000s, we had real problems in those neighborhoods. And the problems really dealt with a lot of street-level drug dealing. And the church leaders, especially Bishop McKnight and 2 or 3 others that we've probably talked about in the past, really led some partnership with law enforcement at the time. They did community events. They did the same things we're doing right now about stopping the violence. They got out, they did some mentorship. And in particular, Kennedy Homes, I was the lieutenant when it burned. And their whole church came out and they brought clothes and undergarments and food. And then we had to get a whole, almost entire building of people rehoused. And that church was the lead faith-based organization when we did that in Kennedy Homes. So I didn't have the depth of relationship that maybe some others on the dais had, but I can tell you the relationship that we had as a police department with the church, primarily because of Bishop McKnight and his leadership, was tremendous. And so they were so active and so helpful for us in kind of trying to help those neighborhoods. So I really appreciated his legacy. And so to the family that's there, this man did a lot of good work for us in southeast and northeast Gainesville.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. This is one of those lives that a lot of people in Gainesville are very familiar with Bishop McKnight and his work, but we don't recognize often the national and international impact that folks who live here in Gainesville often have. And that is certainly the case for Bishop McKnight. And we see part of a person, but they often have such larger effects across the world. And we were blessed to have him living here in our community for such a long time. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
I currently have no public comment.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, we did not have anyone signed up, but Ms. Fox has indicated she would like to speak.
Come on up, President Fox.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners and our City Manager. I'm Evelyn Fox, and I'm President of the NAACP. What a wonderful gesture this would be to the family and to our community. As Commissioner Book spoke about earlier, when Kennedy Homes burnt down years ago, Church of God by Faith was the hub for us to bring food, and he was right on time. There were no questions about it. So I hope that all of you would agree to rename 8th Avenue for the great late Bishop McKnight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was that last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Very good, thank you. It is a shame that he's not able to see us and participate in everything that the city and the county are doing surrounding Southeast 8th Avenue and Southeast 15th Street, because 3, 4, 5 years from now, it is going to look a lot different than it does today, for the better. And already it looks a lot different than it did 3, 4, 5 years ago. So I'm excited about what we're doing in Southeast Gainesville, and I wish he was able to be here to experience it with us. But, all right, I see no other lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Well, that passed unanimously. Commissioner Eastman, did you have anything you wanted to?
Just, I wasn't, it was a bit of housekeeping really, but there's a couple of Southeast 8th Avenue, some of which run through residential neighborhoods, some of which go, I'm assuming that what you meant was between Southeast 15th and Hawthorne. Was that the leg that his church was located?
Yes.
All right. I'm sure that'll all get cleared up whenever we bring back the ordinance. I just, I didn't want to take away from, honoring the person. I just, just a bit of housekeeping. Yeah.
Well, it's the area in front of the church.
Perfect. All right.
Right. And of course, that stretches from down past Hartwood and the backside of the Cornerstone area. Really a place that's going to be a showpiece for the community very soon. So, all right, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, 2026-341 Gainesville Police Department Quarterly Update, with the recommendation the City Commission receive the quarterly update.
Welcome, Chief Moya.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Mr. Mayor, City Manager, Nelson Moy, Police Chief. So we're going to go over the quarterly. This will be we'll have some conversation because we've had a recent wave of violence that I want to talk to you all about. This covers January 1st through March 31st. It also covers a period of time where we lost 3 lives at the beginning of the year. As you all remember, we talked about this early on January 14th when we had the incident happen at the IMECA lumberyard. And not to recount it in detail, but on that day alone, we lost 3 people. The individual at the store, the infant in an unrelated case, and the subject that was involved, the offender in this case that resulted in that incident at the IMECA. So let's cover the mission. And as you can see, we've added one topic to our priority list. So as it stands, violent crime remains a priority, traffic safety, our houseless outreach efforts, recruiting of police officers is a standing one, but now we're adding to this domestic and dating violence, right? I'll circle back to the cause and effect in just a minute. There we go. This, of course, you've seen this before. This is the NIBRS numbers that we report. This is a snapshot of all that we reported in year 25. A good year for us, a lot of decreases in most areas that resulted in a net decrease of 16%. This is the quarter that we're reporting today. Also historic because now we're in a different quarter. It includes the 3 homicides that we talked about. So January saw some increases in percentages because the numbers, of course, went up. Although we're talking about singular numbers, they still made the percentages change pretty drastically in some places. For example, the homicide number. We experienced a total decrease, nonetheless, overall in that quarter of 10%. But enough of that. So before we get to this, let's talk about the recent incidents that have happened. So as you all know, on May 1st, we had a homicide take place in our Phoenix community. A subject was shot to death. Then on Mother's Day, recently, and Mother's Day, for some reason, historically for us, has been a busy public safety day for us and GFR, such that we upstaff for that, much like we do for other days like Easter. Mother's Day was no different. We had upstaffed, looking for pop-up events, the ones that we have discussed, or other events that may lead to problems. And we didn't see any in those places that we would expect that. We, in fact, saw the opposite. And then I get a call that we had a shooting that had taken place off of, I believe it was the 2700 block of Northwest 6th Street. And that resulted in the shooting death of a 17-year-old boy. So I will tell you that investigation continues, so bear with me if I am unable to give very specific details, but I assure you that we have identified a suspect, that we're in discussion with the state attorney's office. It was certainly not a random act of violence. So far, I don't see any indication that it was a gang-related act of violence, but nonetheless, it resulted in the death of a young kid. More to come as we continue to discuss this with the state attorney's office and what the ultimate resolution will be. But we have someone identified for sure. As I'm at that call, I get notified of another one now in the Pleasant Street neighborhood. This now is a reported stabbing. Go to that scene, and of course we learned of the stabbing death of a subject that we were familiar with. As you know, a couple of days ago we announced the arrest of the culprit in that case. This too was not a random act. As you know, this was a directed act of violence. The culprit and the victim knew each other, and they had a beef about something and resulted in this violence. The culprit there is also a multiple-time convicted felon, and we do have his admissions in this case. So before I go on, any discussion that y'all want to talk about as it relates to this, right? I think, as we have talked about, gun violence is not a thing that we've relented from. We've added staffing where staffing needs to be added. But at times you may still see these things happen. So 2 incidents on one day and another shooting incident the week before. That doubles our homicide numbers from this time last year. So let's discuss. Anybody want to discuss that before we go on?
Commissioner Chestnut, yeah.
Thank you. I think one of the incidents, and I guess you're going to talk about this later, dealt with domestic violence. Or
Yes.
two of them, one, two.
And if you would, Commissioner, just allow me to be a little vague with that, because I want that case to be resolved with success, right? But
Okay, I see.
We do have indication that, yeah, in that case, in one of our cases, the suspect and the victim are very well familiar to each other and very well connected through blood. And so, but we continue to work that case, right? And I would love to get into all the details, but I want to bring the case to a successful resolution. So bear with me. But yes, ma'am. And so even before that, we had highlighted domestic violence as something that we needed to continue to look at now more deeply. I had a discussion with our pastors group, as we do every month, and they had asked a question of us, hey, how's domestic violence looking? And I remember saying, well, it's pretty steady, but let me get some numbers. And so when we started compiling that data in conjunction with what we see every day, which is our status report of what our folks respond to, yeah, I began to get worried. I'll put it like that. So it began to worry me, because what I see is just an ongoing, steady flow of familial violence, also known as domestic violence or dating violence. What's also of concern to me anyway, and to our staff, is now the incidence of repeat acts of domestic violence by the same offender. So it makes me wonder, what can we do? What lanes can we dissect to ensure that we're doing what we can or optimizing all of our efforts so we can ultimately reduce this? There's a part of me that wants to make a connection between this and sexual violence. As I've reported to you over the last couple of years, sexual battery remains one of those metrics that kind of remains steady, right? It may even go up a couple of points here and there. And it's hard for me to grasp. Reporting comes into play. We talked about that. But I'm hoping that if we focus on all of these metrics, especially domestic violence, that it also maybe decrease incidents of sexual violence. So to that end, as we recover our staffing, and we're well on our way because of the efforts of our staff, I'm putting 3 detectives back on our B squad, which is special victims. One of those detectives will be earmarked for domestic violence, something that we once had 2 detectives because it was paid for by a grant. We're now going to put 1 detective back in that role. And what I'm looking for are gaps. Are there any gaps in our servicing? Not only us. Now I'm looking at every lane. I'm looking at our state attorney's office. I'm looking at other service providers, Peaceful Paths, our domestic violence advocates, any others that we can have discussion now and start looking for ways to maybe make improvements, maybe fill some gaps. I'm in no way saying that nobody is doing what they're not supposed to. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to. But I want to highlight this so that we can pay now added attention to it, as we have with other things, gun violence being one of them. And we now see what we can do when we focus as a group of all lanes. So I'm hoping that as we do that, we find ways to improve the domestic violence that happens in this community every day and every night. I assure you, city manager gets to see those reports, and he will attest that they're there multiple times a day. And let me go to those numbers so that y'all can kind of see what I'm talking about. So we went back to 2022, and we're now year to date. So these are current numbers. But as you can see, the top speaks of overall domestic battery cases. These are calls that come in labeled as domestic violence. You're looking at 2,600, almost 2,700 cases in 22, up to last year, 2,300 cases and change. And currently we're sitting at 810. And that's just, I assure you that number has gone up since that metric was taken. Dating violence, you see the same thing. We're talking about in the thousands. Arrests, we're talking about hundreds of arrests for a community our size. 700, 730, 744, currently sitting at well over 250. And it's a difficult thing because now we're talking about identifying and reducing violence in the home. And how do we mitigate those factors that result in violence inside of one's most private place? So it's difficult. It brings into play a lot of things. Certainly brings into play the trust that victims have in the system to report. Number one. Number two, what happens when they do that? What gets triggered? We statutorily have a mandate that we take to heart. But what happens after arrests, right? Primarily, I want to ensure that our victims are serviced first, above anybody else. But there may be opportunities for offenders also to receive services so that they don't repeat violence. Because sadly, oftentimes what we see is that in many cases, these relationships come back together. And that's just a fact. And so if we establish that as a fact, what happens then? How can we then prevent repeat acts and hope that the family thrives after having gone through some violence? So all of these things are at play. Upcoming, we hope that within the next week, it's already as a placeholder for us, we're going to bring to the table all of our stakeholders. So at first, and there may be more, but at first it'll be clearly us, the state attorney's office, the folks that I already spoke about it. We're just going to have discussion about how we think we're doing, our deliverables, and look for, I would call low-hanging fruit, things that we can close gaps in quickly. Let me give you an example of what that is for us. So for us, repeat acts of violence, where an offender goes on the lam, which often happens. Many times when we get on scene, offenders are gone. And we do a valiant effort to try to get them in that moment, but sometimes we're unable to. And because calls must go on, we file what is called a sworn complaint with the state attorney's office, and off we go to the next call. Well, what happens in the meantime between the time that that person is filed upon and the time that he's summoned to court? We don't know. And so what I'm hoping for is that we reduce the number of sworn complaints. And if we do establish probable cause for an offender, that we seek to take him into custody and reduce the number of sworn complaints. That's something that we've spoken to staff already. I see that as low-hanging fruit, not because I want to arrest people, but because we know if we don't intervene with an offender who's already victimized someone in the home, there's a likelihood that they will return to the home and victimize again and offend again. So that is where our efforts come into play as it relates to domestic violence. That is one that you'll see us pursue, is the reduction of sworn complaints through the increase of arrests when someone goes on the lam. And we're talking about typically within 12 to 24 hours that we're able to catch up with an offender once we've identified them and established probable cause. But these are our numbers. To me, they're alarming. We're no different than any other community. It's not like we have it's like this is an epidemic. This is not that. Domestic violence is in every community. But it's such that I believe it's something that we can address. Any discussion or questions about this?
We do have some more. Commissioner Testa, you got Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a kind of question. Since we're, some of us have been up here a couple of years, the trend, COVID, particularly with homicides, very high. We work very hard. It's a nationwide trend as well, and so we're trying to figure out what it all means, right? So that we're pushing on the right levers. I know that like in times of high inflation or increasing inflation, property crimes are acquisitive, where people get stealing, things of value or money, kind of that increase, and that's kind of more accepted, I think, from what I understand of the data. But that homicides were less of a tie. But I just wanted to know, is that because we're probably in an inflationary period, is what I suspect, even temporarily, where gas. So I just wanted to know if there's how do we think about that, about looking at that national trend of economy? Because right now it's not that we're in a job recession, but we're just in an increasing pinch on prices.
It's plausible. I think that takes a deeper dive than I'm certainly qualified for. I do see a reduction, even in the top metric in domestic violence. There was a reduction from 2585 in 24 to 2347 in 25. But what does that mean, right? The change of administration there, but what does that mean in terms of a cause and effect as to why we see even these numbers? So despite the fact that it went down, it's still high for me. And inflation and what that looks like, it may very well be in play. And I think that's why it requires others to chime into this picture as well, just to have dialogue. I think ultimately if it leads to the service that a victim gets and a victim family, because oftentimes it's not just a sole victim, right? It's a victim family. And our partners at, for example, Peaceful Paths, they're very in tune to that and are responsive to that. So the resources are there. I just want to make sure that we circle back to a discussion where this topic is at the forefront, much like gun violence and our other priorities, traffic. I just want this to be an ongoing topic of priority discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. So I had a conversation with folks at Peaceful Paths and invited them to come down and just talk about with me about what we could be doing differently. And I wanted to invite Chief Moya to that meeting as well. And I did, and he said, your timing is great because we've been working on this. We've been putting the data together around it. And I am encouraged by a couple of things. First of all, that we have resources in Gainesville who are very good at working on this. That Peaceful Paths is one of the premier organizations for this kind of work. And I'm encouraged that we've already, through Chief Moy's leadership, started moving in the right direction to really put resources towards domestic violence, against domestic violence. And I'm encouraged by the success that we had by calling out gun violence and saying this is a crisis in our community, as it was in nearly every community. By engaging everyone, by not saying this is just a law enforcement issue, but this is a community issue and we're all going to work on it, we drove down gun violence numbers and they continue to be down. Doesn't mean that all violence is down, but we by putting everything we had to the crisis of gun violence, we had an impact. I believe that we can then take that public health approach and apply it to other issues like domestic violence. This is hard. I mean, you're talking about what goes on in people's homes, and it's not something we can police on the streets and fix it. This involves a lot more than law enforcement. It has to be a collaborative approach that involves prevention way back down the line, and it has to involve law enforcement, victim advocates, educators, healthcare providers, nonprofit organizations, support survivors is what we have to do. We have to do whatever we can to reduce violence. And what I hope anyone watching this will hear is that we're trying to let people know that help is available if you find yourself in this situation, and that abuse will not be ignored. That we as a community support survivors and support victims of domestic violence. We want to get there before the violence happens. Every community wants to do that. I think we have the ability to actually affect it if we bring the same resources that we have brought to gun violence. I don't think we should reduce what we're doing on gun violence. I'm not saying we should take our foot off the gas on that. But we as a community, every level of the community, need to lean in on domestic violence. But it's interesting that a lot of us were thinking in that same direction. And then when I go back and look at homicides over the past 2 years, half or more involve some level of domestic violence. that's a big flag to me that this is a thing we must work on. So thank you for your effort on this, Chief. And we got a couple more lights up here. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Moya. I'm wondering about better intervention programs. First of all, I believe, just like many of my colleagues and the mayor was saying, that a comprehensive approach to this is absolutely necessary. We've seen it work in other places, and we've seen it work here. But I'm thinking specifically when we're talking about individuals around the table and better intervention programs in particular, because they deal directly with the offender. It's a program that judges say, if you have committed this crime, you have to participate in this program. There are benchmarks that offenders have to meet in those programs. And since we're talking about the fact that you're seeing a lot of repeat offenders, obviously that's something that concerns me and probably all of us. I wonder about how we can partner with those better intervention programs to increase their efficacy and their effectiveness. Has that been a thought?
Absolutely. And that's a good point. And yes, and I'm familiar with those programs. And as you know, oftentimes they're court ordered. My goal, or our goal, I should say, would be to use our resources, especially the ones that we're now recreating, right, in domestic violence, to serve as a check and balance for those court orders. Oftentimes there's a probation officer that is involved, so we have to partner with probation as well. But nothing precludes us from being in the lives of those families, including the offenders, to ensure, number one, that we too try to keep them holding to their commitment to the court. And secondly, let's face it, the presence of police in someone's home has an impact. No one wants police in their home. I don't want police in my home. So I would hope that through that relationship, people do what they have to do to make sure that they don't reoffend. If that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. It does, Chief. I think to probably a step beyond that, I'm hoping that as we begin to explore what a public health approach to this, much like the one that we took with gun violence, looks like, that it's not just the police in the home. Because beyond that, there is some serious intensive counseling and work, I believe, in other ways that frankly, I'm not the expert in, but that I believe we would have to explore. And like we said, the resources across the board would have to come to bear to figure out how to deal with this. But one of the things, I just thought about those better intervention programs because I know that they are a court mandated way that offenders have to respond. And if we have offenders having to go through a program, for me, if the program is not working, then we need to know.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's, I guess, part of the call this morning is calling to all of our partners. We're here. We're calling it. I've given you some suggestions on things that we're going to do, much like gun violence. Now we need all the other stakeholders and all the lanes to now also, look at what their function is and try to optimize.
Absolutely. So are you right now, Chief, pulling this comprehensive effort together? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's a group approach.
Okay.
So we're probably going to house it just because we're launching it and let's see where it takes us. That's the goal. The goal is to, and I have no doubt, because I've already talked to a couple of our partners, that they want to do the same, right? So I have no doubt that this is a one-person show here. We just need to get it rolling, just to refresh, optimize, look for gaps, cover them, and keep going.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Chief. I'll conclude my comments for now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I applaud you for the steps that you're taking to address this. My concern is with the people that stay in the home. And I'm not sure exactly how we can approach that, but that is just a serious problem. Did you say that the school system is a part of your team that you're pulling together?
Not yet. They're very much in play. But initially, our first approach, needs to be the ones that touch it acutely firsthand. First responder, who's touching this right off the bat? We are, GFR, because they respond when people are injured. And certainly,
Peaceful paths, peaceful paths.
Exactly, peaceful paths in the state attorney's office.
Yeah, but I would say to you that the school system is approaching it firsthand because they've got the children that are involved there. So,
And Commissioner, we may bring them to the table too. And remember, there are others, DCF,
of course.
right? So we have many other lanes that touch this. But we've got to start somewhere. But yes, ma'am, I hear you.
Okay. Is there a national program that may have addressed this or may have faced the same types of numbers that we're seeing? I just had no idea that our numbers were this high.
Yes, ma'am. There's national models. In fact, I looked at one a couple of weeks ago by a leading association that we're part of in law enforcement. And it's a very similar, almost, I'll use this word, it's almost like a task force model approach. And it involves exactly what we're trying to do, right? So I'm not here coming up with something. I'm going to steal from those who do it well, so I don't have to recreate it. And it speaks of having people in your department that are focused on this. Check, that's what we're doing. It speaks of making sure that the offenders that otherwise get filed upon through the state attorney's office, that we reduce that and we arrest them early on so we can get the process going of prevention and intervention. Check, we're going to do that. And it speaks to bringing to the table everybody else who has to do their part. And that's about to happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Those are all the lights for now. Let's go on with the rest of the. Thank you for this. It's tremendous. I'm very hopeful we'll be able to make real progress here.
Yes, sir. Okay, so, and I'll run these numbers quickly. Let me know, please, if you want me to slow it down. These are numbers that were covered for the quarter, firearms that were seized and recovered. Year to date at 53, that's probably a little higher now. Stolen firearms have reduced from year 24 to 25. We're at 9 and change currently. The folks convicted of felonies have also gone down, which is good news. We sit at 7 and counting. Adjudicated delinquents, same trend. Yeah. Our other now quarterly metrics that we track, as you saw, leading up to the end of the quarter of March 31st, we saw a decrease in stolen firearms, especially the ones from vehicles. That has gone down. Seized firearms, you see that another decrease. And then, of course, the number of shots fired kind of remained steady from 14 to 11, 21% reduction. And then we saw the massive increase. That this accounts for January 14th. That's why you see the 250%, but we're looking at persons that were injured by gunfire that included our police officers from 2 to 7, 2 of which were accidental, homicides 3, suicides 3 during that quarter, which is an increase from the previous quarter.
So, Chief, if
Sure.
I could take it back to the number of persons injured by gunfire, we had the 2 that accidentally got shot in the hands. So
Yes,
those 2, and then 3 police officers. So that accounts for 5 of those. So we're, other than those, which are anomalies, we're kind of in the same territory that we've been.
Yes, sir. I would say, for that exception, it remains steady.
Okay, thank you.
You've seen this before. This is a heat map of where the shots fired have been concentrated on for this quarter. The yearly, this was 25. The concentrated areas where we received shots fired. We covered this already. This is a domestic violence. And I'll actually ask Lieutenant Scott to come up and cover investigations. It is in investigations where the detectives will be housed to address what we talked about. So,
Very good.
Lieutenant Scott.
Thank you, Chief. Welcome, Lieutenant Scott.
Good morning. Sorry, I'm a little bit more casually dressed. I didn't expect to come up today. Lieutenant Lonnie Scott, Jr., I am the Criminal Investigations Division Commander under Captain Summer Hallett. So we'll just cover these right now as the major crimes. A squad, which consists of the robbery, homicides, other violent crimes. 64 cases were assigned, 39 cases closed that month. Typically, when we say closed, it doesn't necessarily mean that those are the cases that are open that same month, but they were closed on that month. 97 cases for our B squad, with 100 cases closed. Property crimes, which consists of the burglaries, grand theft, auto, fraud. 274 cases assigned, 170 cases closed. ICAC, which is internet crimes against children, we have 111 cases assigned, 35 cases have been closed. And as we address, obviously, the crime that we're talking about, the violent crime and the things that are going on in our community, I think we should take note that we did have a 13-year-old who murdered Mr. Wilbur Perez Ortiz in Tiger Bay. This was in 2024. He pled out to 20 years. And unfortunately, this is a tragedy. You see a 13-year-old that has taken somebody else's life, a man that was a father and a son and a partner. But multiple lives have been impacted by just this one incident that we worked in the detective division. We continue to kind of traverse through this field right now with gun violence. The gun violence unit continues to push through with the mission, which is do our best to try to alleviate a lot of the gun violence going on in our community. You'll see a lot of search warrants and things like that working in conjunction with our A squad, which we get a lot of these offenders and these crimes that occur, the shootings and things like that. They also kind of take the lead with our A squad to go make contact with these people, arrest them, and help with the search warrants. There was, I believe, Chief brushed on the, I would say brushed, but he elaborated a little bit more on the domestic violence initiative that we have going on. The detectives will continue to work with our partners in what we're doing to address domestic violence and the sexual batteries and the sex crimes that are going on in our city. This is, I think, in part meeting with our partners, but also educating our community. And encouraging those to report, right? We see these numbers, but we're only as good as the information that we get. So when people report, that will lead to more follow-up. You may see an increase in cases, but that, in essence, are people stepping forward and actually reporting what's going on in the home. I believe that's all that I have today.
Very good. Thank you.
Anything else? Oh, next slide. Sorry, I was a little nervous rushing myself through it. So this is just touching on the gun violence unit once again. If you notice, they held pretty steady in this coming into this quarter. We have had to utilize them in a different manner, which is trying to help out with a lot of these homicides that's been going on and trying to address some of the tips that we get on guns, Glock switches, a lot of things that are going on in our community that we're trying to address. This is just one highlight of a case where they made contact during the traffic stop on the floorboard of the vehicle. There were 605 grams of cannabis packaged, scales. I believe there was a firearm that was retrieved during this, which is a commission of a felony. And then, of course, with these cases, we have been working with our federal partners, DTF, which is our drug task force, but also the ATF and the the federal prosecutors when it comes to the pursuing of the sentencing zone.
Very good. Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't have anything. Commissioner Book.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, LT and Chief. I think the focus on the violent crime and those who victimize others is exactly where it should be. I appreciate you, Chief, making some reassignment on the investigative and back-end side, because you need to put the resources to make sure you close and make sure somebody cannot reoffend, as you said, or be a repeat offender. I was thinking about, as you talk about reaffirming commitments with other partners and bringing them to the table to just say, remind us, what are you doing? What are you willing to do? How can you help us reduce the crimes on the front end, the preventative end, and the awareness? And I think it's important, and reporting is a critical aspect. Just a quick question. My understanding is that Crime Stoppers actually played a role in one of these violent crimes. Or is that something you could
They did.
comment on?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that. We would like to encourage everybody who has information, I actually wrote it up here, cooperation from the community. In order for us to solve these crimes, these homicides, right? We all come after the fact, and then your detectives put hours upon hours. Some of them get maybe 5 hours of sleep, but these cases do haunt them until they can try to come to some solution. Crime Stoppers provides that outlet, that opportunity for our community members to contact the number and provide information anonymously, and then reward if there is an arrest that leads up to that, information that leads up to that arrest, or information in general. So I don't know the gamut as far as the rewards on this, but Chief has been pushing us to utilize those partners and also to prioritize these things. And he's spearheaded with this initiative, not only just the gun violence, but with the domestics. So any of these crimes that are occurring, we get a ton of them. I get a ton of the tips as well. Crime Stoppers, in the case of the recent arrest, the stabbing, yes, it did play a role in it. And we encourage our community, please call. We need your cooperation. We need people who, when they see something, to actually say something. And we haven't been getting much of that, but we need to encourage our community to speak up, because they're our greatest advocates when it comes to solving these crimes.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Book.
And I've worked in a couple of communities now, and I got to tell you, this community, they do come forward.
Can I just mention a few other partners there also? So you talked about the state attorney, and I think that's tremendous, because we're going to want to see aggressive prosecution.
Yes, sir.
And very few options afforded to the violent offenders, so that, in some example, we want to take them out of the community so they can't victimize others. But part of that is also showing a message that those who might consider taking an action that's going to victimize somebody affects the victim, it affects the victim's family, and it affects even the suspect's family, and it destroys them all. So I hope that for those offenders, I know this may sound controversial, but I hope that we're not seeing them in our community. These are a very small percentage of people who don't get the benefit of getting a second and third and fourth chance, where most offenders do. That's what we do. We provide literacy, and we provide education. We provide support services for property crime and suspects that create that. But once you've taken action as egregious as this, there's a place for you, and it's not in our community. It's away from the community, and so I applaud the efforts there. I would just ask that also consider in your comprehensive efforts, you probably already are, is all the threat assessment teams, because those are preemptive. UF has the behavioral intervention team. UF has the behavioral consultation team, I think. SF has a behavioral intervention team. The school board, which I know your school resource officer is sent on, can identify probably problems, especially on the domestic side, long before they may incur violence within the home, merely because a youth has a relationship with a school resource officer and may talk about the challenges they're facing. So I hope you involve those teams. On the domestic violence side, just kind of speaking out loud, we've had a really high percentage of domestic violence historically amongst the houseless community. We see it. Police respond to it. So whatever those partners that deal with transitional housing and halfway housing and emergency housing, we know who they are, both the city and county. The question is, what can they bring to the table to reduce the potential aspect to have police respond? So these are just a few of my thoughts out loud. I'm sure you all are way ahead, but I certainly wanted to hear about the reporting, and I just appreciate making sure that, we've said this before, we put complete pressure on every mechanism to make sure that there is no increase in violent crime, none, because one is too many, and I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Buck.
So for our Ops Bureau, I'll have Captain Durst come up.
Welcome, Captain Durst.
Only have to get through. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, appreciate your time. As the Chief said, my name is Tim Durst. I'm one of the captains in the Operations Bureau for GPD. The other captain is Marquita Brown. So, I think in listening to these quarterlies and being in this position, the Operations Bureau truly are like the first responders. We're kind of the jack of all trades. We're doing the violent crime, we're doing the houseless outreach, we're doing the community outreach. We do some recruiting, probably not as much as personnel, traffic. We kind of handle all of it. So this is really just going to be a snapshot of what we got going on and efforts that we've done towards those mission goals that you've already heard about and that you will hear coming up as far as recruiting and traffic and stuff like that. So a lot of these addresses that you see here are just areas or that we've done proactive efforts. A lot of those do come through community engagement, be it emails, phone calls, crime watch meetings, just getting out and about neighborhood walks. We really kind of get that. So those are really just areas that we are focusing. On this slide alone, the ones that we're really focusing on at this point are campus walk. We've received some nuisance type complaints. We've been working with code enforcement and increasing our efforts there, kind of right there in that area of that downtown effort. So all that downtown effort is still continuing. We're still having increased overtime during the day or increased coverage during the day, as long as as well as at nighttime. And we're having some issues down at the Polo's apartments, so we've put some extra patrols out there. Efforts still continue at 1300 East University Avenue and 200 Southeast 14th Street is a new focus. That little photo there, or photos, are all guns that were seized within this quarter. So those are all stuff that is through the patrol division. Obviously, we want to get these guns off the streets. As we're talking about violent crime, we're talking about homicides. You know, we want to prevent that. We want to take these guns off the streets. We want to get them from the people that may not use them in the right way. So those are all guns that were seized, preventing violent crime with them. And then the next one is just the houseless outreach. So that really is one where, you know, we probably are the forefront of the houseless outreach. Generally working with the city manager's office, working with Philman, working with Public Works, working with codes, you know, trying to identify these houseless encampments, responding to reports of houseless encampments, trying to offer them services, trying to clean up the area. So these are really just all areas that we have used or focused on in this past quarter. Area around Grace Marketplace continues to have houseless outreach. 900 Northeast 31st Avenue was a specific complaint given by that neighborhood. So there were a couple gentlemen moved on from that area. There's a little bit of city-owned property there just north of 31st Avenue. Of course, downtown Rosa Park Transfer Station, I think those efforts have paid off tremendously. We're seeing those results. Same thing with the Sun Center, Civic Media Center. That's all encompassed there downtown. Canopy Apartments, 536 Southeast Depot Avenue. And then the DOT property, I think, is another one that has really paid off and is noticeable. Those are generally all the interchanges along I-75. Archer Road, I think, has really looked good here recently as far as those efforts go, working with DOT, working with us to keep those areas clean as far as Newberry Road and Archer Road. So I think those have been very good. And then 1300 North Main Street there by the post office was a specific complaint that was cleaned up there, and you have a couple photos there. So like I said, really just a snapshot of everything that the Operations Bureau is doing in order to achieve the mission goals of the department.
Okay, very good. Let me pause you for just a moment. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, sir. I wanted to ask a little bit about the Polos because it's a very large apartment community, and that's a little different than some of the places where you've done lots of outreach and preventative work. How is that like? It's really big.
Correct, and I think what happened there. So there were it was almost like a loitering and prowling that was occurring, mm-hmm. And what seems to have occurred is that there were probably a couple of unrelated events and a couple of related events, meaning I think we had two things going on at once, and I think one was specifically targeting a single resident. That resident has moved and those issues have kind of gone away. So, correct, the Polos generally isn't up there, and it wasn't the Polos in general. These were kind of some specific vacant apartments, and then just this one resident that seemed to be affected once we got into the investigation, once we got into the efforts, and once we figured out what was going on.
Right, I mentioned it because it's so big that you can have two completely unrelated. It's the size of an entire neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
So, but at the same time, it's also that so it's more difficult to have community contacts who know a bunch of people, and it's so I worry about some of those big apartment complexes in the Southwest about how, as they transition from student to more working folks, you know, how y'all handle it, because it is different than a tight neighborhood where it's easier for y'all to know, more eyes on the streets, and more people know each other. The big ones can be a little less neighborly, where people know each other. To be able to give tips, you know, to know, you know, what's going on. You can't even see the whole thing. I mean, it's the front part, the back part, the ones that are on this side of the pond that face the other way. So I just, I've had some thoughts about that. When I saw some of those things pop up, I waited till I could hear from you a little more of the specifics.
Yes, sir. No, and I get that, and I think that's kind of what happened on this one too. Like, meaning, you know, had it been a smaller or tighter knit community, maybe these incidents could have been identified quicker, like meaning it was identified. But it did seem to take a little bit longer to focus on that, I think, because of the size and because you don't have that, you know, kind of tight-knit stuff that you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. It's a good reminder that some of our larger, older garden-style apartment complexes that just kind of sprawl are larger, have more people living in them than some of the cities in Alachua County. Yet they are part of the rest of what we do. And it's hard to eyeball the whole thing and for folks to know each other and be able to do that. Because they're not dense. You're not going to pass everybody every day. And it all breaks down kind of building by building, floor by floor, and some of the garden-style apartments that are really spread out. Not all of them are, but some of them, like the Polos, are huge. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Durst.
Thank you. And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't, you know, out of all the partners that were mentioned, we missed one, but GFR, when it comes to a houseless outreach, leads the way. So they're awesome. And to the Polos, you had two different incidents. You had some gun-related issues because we had a pocket of juveniles that were stealing guns from unlocked vehicles. It took patrol. It was actually a patrol investigation that wrapped this up and led to the arrest. So great work by them, and a prowler in one specific department that we were able to address. Okay, community engagement. Major Koenig.
Welcome, Major Carney.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the honor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. Today we're going to talk about community engagement, and this is every way we touch the community on purpose in terms of our attention to events, crime watch meetings, and different things that we went to. And so in the quarter and 3 months, we attended 16 crime watch meetings. It was very busy, lots of conversation. And out of those crime watch meetings comes referrals. Sometimes it's referrals for problem houses, drug issues, traffic issues, and then we address them by engaging some of the other units to be able to go out and attack those issues individually. Because the expectation from the community is when we come to the meeting the next month, we have an answer, right? And so Azalea Trails talks about their traffic issue in and around Lincoln Middle and around Williams. And so we will take that information, send it to the traffic unit, and do a traffic detail. And so this is our bread and butter of how we talk to the community and hear what's going on. Some of the pictures that you see, we participated, if you look on the top left, in a car seat fitting, that's what we call it, but making sure that parents and different individuals know how to put car seats into cars and that they're attached correctly. A good portion of car seats when we pull over cars are not actually secured appropriately with seat belts. It can harm children, so that's one event that we did. We also, the center picture is Phoenix, and a couple of the others are dealing with going out to talk to children's groups, whether it's at elementary schools, churches. We'll go anywhere and everywhere that we're asked to talk to kids and engage kids. It could be anything from, safety. Sometimes they just want to crawl in the patrol car and see what it's really like. The center picture is also some of our GPAL group, which is run by Delton Johnson and Byron Lewis for us at the department. And this summer, we are offering 7 weeks of free summer camp through the GPAL program at the MLK Center. It'll start June 8th and it goes through July 31st.
We put out applications at the Summer Blitz program, which was run by Community Engagement in the City Manager's Office with John Alexander and his group. And we are pleased that we were full and had a waiting list. 28 children will be attending, and the GPAL group is extending to all quadrants of the city. We have them, kids from all different areas, so it'll be a good diverse group. They'll be able to use the pool, do weightlifting, have lots of entertainment and activity that's going on. They're also doing a few field trips in and around our community to learn about Santa Fe College, UF, and some other locations that the kids want to do for fun. So I think there might be some bowling and other things on the books for that. The GPAL program is growing, though, and our intent through our partnership with Parks and Recreations is to be able to use Parks and Recreations facilities. Roxy Gonzalez has been an excellent partner, and for the first time, we're housing it at a Parks and Recs facility. But moving forward, we will be doing more programming through Parks and Recs to collaborate, to get more attendees, and to have a wider impact on the youth in our community. So it's one of our major pushes.
Let me pause you for a moment.
Yes.
Mr. Koenig, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you receive or have you applied for funding from the Children's Trust for that program?
So I'm not sure about Children's Trust. We do get an annual grant from the National GPAL program, which we get every year to help fund that program. And I don't know, Chief, maybe Chief has some more.
Thank
So,
you.
that's a great question. And hopefully this is the venue to say, but that is a goal, is to try to tap into that resource. We wanted to experiment from our own budget to see what this would look like for the summer. So we kind of bled out other line items to put together $30,000 that we made available to GPAL for the summer to see what it looks like, assess it, and try to hold that level of service. And with that, of course, funding will become an issue. Yeah, the Children's Trust is awesome, so we would love their cooperation.
Well, it's excellent. And to have 28 on a waiting list, congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you so much. We started advertising on Fun for Gators. That seemed to be a tick for us, right? To get more people, more children, and we're hoping to grow that program. It's absolutely fantastic. And so the two leaders, both Delton and Byron, are fantastic and love kids, so that's extremely helpful. I'm going to transition away from community engagement and talk to you about our co-responder unit. Just a brief update is this is where we have 4 police officers partnered with 4 mental health clinicians who answer calls for service. And so this is for the January 1st to March 31st of this year. You can see we answered 579 calls for service. They completed 28 Baker Act or Marchman Acts. They did 35 voluntary transports. They did 9 jail diversions. So that would be where someone committed a criminal offense, maybe during a mental health issue, and instead of taking that person to jail, what we did is we diverted them into a mental health program or some kind of counseling, or it could have been one of the Baker Acts, right? Get them the services that they need. We have 13 Baker Act diversions and 6 emergency room diversions also. So we don't want to take up a bed with a mental health, a Baker Act or something. We'd much rather have them go to Vista or Meridian and get the appropriate services. So we really do focus on that. We now are at full staffing. So we just onboarded a new clinician at the end of December. So we have 4 teams and 4 clinicians, and we work in partnership with the clinicians at the sheriff's office, also with clinicians who are at the University of Florida. My sergeant who is in charge of the co-responder unit, Shelley Postal, is also pretty soon going to take on the responsibility of our behavioral threat and assessment management team, very similar to the teams that Commissioner Book spoke about at the University of Florida and also at Santa Fe College. So we do have a threat assessment team and we do evaluate those. I know we've reported on several of their successes last year, but we are moving forward and the team's doing absolutely excellent at this time. And so Sergeant Valdez will now present on the traffic crash data.
Welcome, Sergeant Valdez.
She moved on me. So.
Apologies. Good morning, Mayor, Commission. Sergeant Valdez with the Traffic Unit. For our quarterly coming up, you'll notice that we had 3 for the months January through March. Unfortunately, we did just have one a couple weeks ago. That was a pedestrian. So our total right now for the year up to date is 4. I would like to bring a little bit of light to the fact that, like, one of them, we had multiple victims in one incident. So we're only kind of talking about 3 actual traffic crashes, but 4 fatalities. When we kind of look from first quarter 2025 to 2026, we are still doing basically kind of on par. As for the bike and pedestrian fatal crashes happening, like I said, we just had one that'll go into the next quarter of it being April, but I mean, I would say we're doing very, very well. I also wanted to kind of bring up to your point, this year we've had several what we call hit and run crashes. Most notably was the one that we just had in the news last week, where in February, the 15-year-old juvenile was hit at 400 Southeast Williston Road in the crosswalk, crossing on a green light, but was struck by a vehicle that failed to stop and render aid and kind of just took off. We ended up finding the vehicle shortly, a short distance away from the crash. It was actually in Azalea Trails area, and we had some very observant neighbors call in, finding that it was suspicious. The vehicle was parked at an abandoned house, like pulled up into the yard. So thank you so much to those citizens. They're in the report, but it's still kind of open. So in finding the vehicle, we also found out that that same vehicle was reported stolen 2.5 hours after the crash. So kind of to us, that becomes kind of a clue that possibly somebody related to what's going on knows exactly what that vehicle was used for. We had a suspect in mind. We were trying to locate him. He kind of moved around on us, but last week I'm happy to say he came in to kind of give a voluntary interview and ended up actually confessing to the crime. So he was arrested for leaving the scene of a crash with serious bodily injury. He also did not have a license, so it was suspended at the time. So we took a charge for that, and we also hit him with filing a false police report. But that's just one of them that we figured out right now off the top of my head. I would say we've solved 3 out of 4 of them, but it seems to be a growing trend of people not stopping after they are in a crash, whether it's kind of scared or their driver's license status or the insurance status on the vehicle. Our unit is having to work even harder for some of these where people are getting seriously hurt. Looking at our traffic stops from 2024, 2025 to right now, we are on par with an increase, as you can see. For the first quarter, we're sitting right about 2,500 traffic stops with about 1,800 citations and 1,300 warnings. With that, I would like to also mention we are in the Click It Ticket campaign right now to the end of the month with 0 tolerance for seatbelts, so please be buckling up. It's a national campaign that our agency participates in and we report numbers to. Also, it is May. It is our Motorcycle Awareness Safety Month. So if you want to come out and see, like we have our Ride Smart class actually happening on Saturday, where our GPD motorcycle instructors come out free for anybody who has a motorcycle and a helmet and an endorsement. And we kind of put you through cone courses on what we see most often with motorcycle crashes. It's like avoidance, quick braking, but it is a really good class that we put on. As far as our education down at the bottom, you can see Corporal Neal and Officer Sakalarius. They did several vehicle days that happens to be Talbot Elementary, but they also did First Presbyterian Church as well. We also participated in a DUI alcohol awareness event on St. Patty's Day. And Major Kernick touched on the car seat checks. Our agency is a partner in the Safe Kids North Central Florida Coalition here. With that, we host car seat checks once a month. The car seat check is actually today. It's 3400 Williston Road at that UF Health complex. They're free. If you're unsure on how to put in your car seat, or you just want to kind of check and make sure, that's what we're here for. It's not only us, but UF Health and other surrounding entities. I'm happy to say that our agency actually has 3 car seat technicians that are able to install car seats and kind of do the work themselves. And the last photo, February, Orange County Choppers, in honor of law enforcement and our traffic campaign for the Move Over campaign, right? Move the one lane over no matter what's going on, whether it's law enforcement or not. They created a motorcycle down in Orlando that has all the decals and everything of basically the campaign, and our motor officers took the ride down to do the ride out, and they're going to be on the Discovery Channel when they unveil the motorcycle ride. I think that's it. Chief?
Thank you, Sarge. Now I'll bring Sergeant Castor to go over personnel.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. On our slide for this quarter, for the first quarter, we've had 98 applications for the first quarter, and then so far this year, or in that quarter, we've hired 7 officers. What I'd like to also add, I'd be remiss if I didn't compliment our staff that's been working tremendously hard to get our numbers, being that recruiting officers is one of our GPD missions. They've been working hard to go into other academies, go into recruitment events. As of yesterday, we went to Orlando. We're trying to figure out what other agencies are doing to get the recruitment up from Orlando to Tallahassee. So I'd like to also report some current numbers as of today that we've had. Currently, in this, we have 27 vacancies. Also, not only police officers, but also working with our civilian staff, recruiting our civilian staff employees. We have 27 vacancies for sworn, 14 vacancies for civilians. Currently in our background investigation process, we have 23 actively being investigated to be hired. As far as civilian, we have 7. We've given 15 conditional job offers. Which means these are non-certified officers that we're looking to put in the academy. Currently, they're going to the hiring process, which includes their background investigation, the thorough background investigation, to their psychological exam, employee health, and also polygraph, and also going to the chief to actually have a sit down with the chief and his command staff captains to talk about the job. So we have 15 of those that we're looking to put in the next academy class, which starts June 24th. As far as conditional job offers for civilians, we have 7 currently that we're processing to start as soon as, we have a crime analyst start next week, and then a couple of staff specialists that's going to start in the beginning of June. Like I said, our next academy is June 24th. After that, we'll have an October academy. The goal, my team's goal is to fill these vacancies and be completely staffed so the chief can come and unfreeze the remaining positions that we have. Currently in FTO, we had 13 in the field training program. 7 went solo, so they're actually on the road by themselves in their car. We have 6 more that's completing their field training program that should be going solo in the next couple weeks. They're finishing that off. In the academy currently at Santa Fe, we have 5 in the academy. Those are going to be graduating August 4th, and then we'll put them through the mini academy and then to FTO. On June 1st, we will be swearing in 5 additional officers. What that means is after they're sworn in, then they'll hit the road and do a 14-week field training program. Our next testing date is June 9th. We'll be looking for people to come through our process, our pre-hiring process, which is a component of 3 parts, which is the obstacle course, the written exam, and then the oral board. We can't do it ourselves. We're going to ask the community, whoever's watching, to help us with our recruiting efforts. We're going to do the best that we can. Of course, that we have room for improvement, but we're asking for the best of the best. If you know anybody that's passionate, that has heart, to come and apply with us, because help us help you, and put good officers on the road that can protect our community with the efforts that we're trying to do here in the city of Gainesville. So That's all I have. If you have any questions.
I don't see any.
Good.
Okay, almost done. And briefly, we'll just go over, this was our award ceremony that took place during the quarter. These were significant awards that were issued to various staff. Along the top row, you'll see Detective Rosano, Chastity Wood, Supervisor of the Year, Civilian Chad Griffin. At the bottom, we had 2 officers share the Officer of the Year award for 25. That's Officer Terrell Delancey and Officer William Schaefer. Supervisor of the Year, Sergeant Sweeting. Medal of Valor, we had a few recipients. Officer Prunty for an incident that occurred actually in 24. At the bottom left, you see Miss Betty Cook and Miss Marjorie Belcher. It was pretty cool for us to have them there for the inaugural Rosa B. Williams Award that they were there for to receive that. So that was a pretty cool moment for us. And then the Medal of Valor for the 3 officers involved in the January 14th incident. I know this was a lengthy presentation. I know we talked about a lot, so I appreciate everybody's attention. And if there are any other questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Colleagues, any other questions or comments for this DPDF update? No? If not, thanks so much, Chief.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
Madam Clerk?
That concludes the morning agenda.
All right, we will be in recess until 1 o'clock. Welcome to our afternoon session of the Gainesville City Commission. We're going to go ahead and get started. We definitely have a quorum. The mayor will be here shortly this afternoon, but I'm going to go ahead and preside for now. It's just a few reminders before we get started. Early public comment is for comment on one of our agenda items as printed and distributed that the public would like to comment on. General public comment is for other comments outside of the normal agenda that we have before us, and so the clerk staff will take the cards for anyone who'd like to comment. I just always like to clarify that. And now, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have our Gainesville History Moment presented by Manye Vivian Filer.
Good afternoon, members of the City Commission and staff and everybody that's sitting here and those who are listening. I'm really pleased to be here as usual. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on Gainesville history. Today I'm just going to go a little bit farther than Gainesville history because now we're celebrating emancipation. I was so proud to be with you yesterday as we actually celebrated the day that Florida heard the Emancipation Proclamation read in Tallahassee, Florida. But what else happened around that time? Well, other things happened in Gainesville. What was going on in Gainesville? I know that the crop at that time was cotton. I know that the Kannabaha plantation, which was, I'd like for you to let that settle in. Kannabaha plantation was growing cotton at that time. I know that cotton eventually was attacked by the bugs, and then the city was after them to plant corn, and corn became one of the major products. But at that time, there were a lot of African Americans, enslaved people in Gainesville, and therefore pretty much outnumbered white settlers, white people that were here. I'm going to jump around a little bit because I do want us to add the history to emancipation. So we know now that because we were being freed, we being my people, we were again leaving a plantation and going into what? So going into farming, sharecropping, and going into being jailed and going into other places that were not as rewarding as a lot of African Americans thought that they were going to be. Gainesville is not out of the loop with that, and they managed to keep enslaved people just a little bit longer than others did because the Union Army was defeated here initially before General McCook got into Tallahassee, Florida. That said, we did get there, and Gainesville then became progressive in a lot of other ways. I also wanted to skip around and go into talking about something that we're going to do at the Cotton Club Museum this weekend as we celebrate emancipation. The rain, I hate to say that because we need rain so badly, but there is a 50% chance of rain. I won't ignore that. We'll walk in the rain and we have tents. We will go on with the service. But it is important to know that we're celebrating that day. And we are celebrating one of the things that we'll be doing, along with marching from Depot Park. In the afternoon, we are showing the first showing in Gainesville of the documentary of Florida's Chitlin Circuit. The Cotton Club Museum is a member of that Chitlin Circuit, so we're included in that documentary. And it talks about the Chitlin Circuit and its beginning. And I just wanted to know, wanted you to know a little bit more about what it means, what the Chitlin Circuit means. So the Chitlin Circuit is one of the most vital, transformative chapters in American music history, operating primarily from the 1930s through the 1960s. During the era of racial segregation, this network of Black-owned or safe haven nightclubs, dance halls, theaters, and juke joints provided Black entertainers a secure place to perform, sleep, and eat when Jim Crow laws locked them out of mainstream. When we talk to the young people, we have to explain what Jim Crow laws are because they didn't live through them and nobody told them about them. And I think they should know, because I think you only grow from what you really need to know into what you should know and what you need to create. So I like to teach. I like to teach that it was a very uncertain time, and the law wasn't actually written down in paper, it was just understood. It was understood that Black mothers and fathers taught their children how to meet white folk, how to talk, how to not look up, and how to do those things. That was detrimental. It still is today. I have my whole paradigm on how high blood pressure is tied into that, but that's another history. The name itself then is challenging. Those of us who are African American know where it came from. It's a little play on that word, the Chitlin Circuit. Because the warm weather agriculture around this community, it became a very fertile area to grow a lot of the things they needed to grow, but also it became a very fertile area for bands to come into. And to enhance that, we all know from the history of the Cotton Club Museum that Ms. Dunbar had the Dunbar Hotel. And that is what cemented us as a member of the Chitlin Circuit, because whatever city became a member of the circuit had to provide housing for the bands as they travel, realizing it's Jim Crow, they can't sleep in a white hotel. Miss Dunbar had the Dunbar Hotel, which is now, I understand, is a very exclusive and beautiful restaurant. If you haven't been there, you need to go there. But she offered bedding, she offered counsel. So did Miss Sarah McKnight. She owned several businesses, but she also took them home. They have the story out about B.B. King's car breaking down and having to stay at Miss Sarah's house until he could send to get it. So we're a bed of history, and we should be proud of that. We should be proud that we're on the Chitlin Circuit, and we should be proud that Mrs. Sarah McKnight cemented us there. And so when I talk about that, I talk about that in the vein of let's all know this history and know that it's not uncommon when for some few of us to say it in others. Now I'm going to close with one other thing. We know that this is a holiday weekend. Monday we will be celebrating Memorial Day. But I want to tell you a little bit more about Memorial Day. After the free enslaved black soldiers were freed on May 1st, 1865, they created the earliest day, Decoration Day, when they wanted to dig up their soldiers, their kinfolk, who were buried in a mass grave, and buried them individually in their own grave site and place a marker at their head site. So later on, in 1868, General Logan declared the day to be Decoration Day, and we know on down the line it morphed into Memorial Day. That is my history moment, and I sure do appreciate being offered the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Monday. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We are on to our early public comment. Our first speaker is Jim Conish, who is speaking to 2026-346, the bond resolution capital improvement revenue bond series 2026.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Jim Conish. The city of Gainesville has the government activity portion, which the city commission oversees. And then there's enterprise activities, which would be the airport and the GRU. And when you look at total assets, on your side that you control, you have $674 million in assets at the end of 24. This is the most recent I could find. Now, when you look at long-term debt, you only have $272 million. So your net position is equal to the GRU net position, but what is not equal is GRU debt is $1.8 billion, and city commission debt is $272 million. And that's because GRU was not used as a piggy bank. It was a piñata. And since 2005, your cronies not only stripped out all the revenue, they dissipated all the equity and left us a rotten, stinking, unsustainable mess. Of your purported $1.8 billion in assets, you are claiming that the purchase of the biomass plant
with costs for $800 million, increased your asset value by $800 million, and that is a lie. Your asset value is not what you're claiming, and it's a spectacular lie. And it's never been properly addressed. So this is what I'm going to suggest to you. Once you figure out you'll never have control over GRU again, I think you have to really think about getting some kind of grand bargain in place, where maybe the city gives back some of the hundreds of millions it dissipated from GRU by bonding it out, and by really looking at how GRU can get in a position to pay the city commission anything. And since you cannot afford modern plants, and since the plants that you're deferring retirement on will eventually fail, and since you have no firm availability, you have to understand that unless the utility, the electric utility, is transferred, where you can get ad valorem taxes and franchise fees, you're heading to getting nothing out of the utility for a very long period of time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Conish. Mr. Manager, can you get Mr. Conish our 2025 audited statement? Yeah, it's available, correct?
Yeah,
Do we have that in that position?
Sure.
Yeah, we've seen it. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, our second early public commenter is Khalid Blount, who is speaking to two items. 2025-186, which is the towing item discussion, and 2026-322, Stormwater Special Assessment Ordinance.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. On the towing item, I just want to urge you all to be very wary and don't give your trust too easily. I've had a personal experience with the major towing company locally when they made an error, an actual error in taking my vehicle, and in front of a meeting down in the basement with city commissioners present on the topic of towing, promised to meet with me and discuss the discrepancy, and turn around and flatly refuse to even return a call or come out of their office to their front desk when I showed up for what was supposed to be an appointment. So that's just really untrustworthy. And a lot of people have a predatory feeling about the towing and about how they are handled when they show up to redeem a vehicle. So you have to be wary of who you're dealing with. And my other comment is about GRU and the stormwater. And at first I thought, oh good, the city gets back its own direct handling of billing for a particular service. But I didn't know in the past I thought that GRU was actually maintaining that infrastructure, that they were taking care of the stormwater. Okay, so that's a different picture. Well, I still like the idea of you getting some piece of your services billing out of their handling. I know it's going to be an effort to set up a different system and to maintain it. But if you can't get GRU back in one fell legal swoop, maybe you can get it back piece by piece.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
That was our last speaker for early public comment. Moving on to general public comment, we do have a number of speakers signed up. First, we have Janice Gary, followed by Jamie Swick, and then Jackie Bellwood.
Good afternoon, commissioners and staff. My name is Janice Gary, and I'm here with two friends to talk about something fun. We're going to talk about Bee City. In Gainesville, we have a culture and love of nature, and we have an understanding that plants and the insects that feed on them are the foundation of all life on planet Earth. Bee City, as you know, is a partnership between Gainesville and the Florida Wildflower Foundation with a mission of educating about the importance of pollinators, native plants, and planting things. Our recent plantings have included Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, Peaceful Paths, Dunbar Restaurant, McCrory Community Gardens, and Jamie will be talking more about that. Our request today is that city department heads incorporate Bee City gardens and native plants into their landscape designs, whether it be new plantings or whether it be redesigns on existing plantings. Bee City is a partner of the city, and we would like to be involved. We have Public Works houses Urban Forest, where Dave Conser and Sam Schatz have been wonderful partners with us. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, including Wild Spaces Public Places, do work that is exactly in keeping with what Bee City intends to do. We've had 2 missed opportunities recently. When the City Hall Plaza redesign was first discussed, there was talk about Bee City being a partner with that, planting natives and having Bee City signage. That hasn't happened, but I understand that those plantings are not permanent, or they have some opportunity for tweaking. And I would like to ask that Bee City be involved in that. Also on the streetery, Gina Hill and myself went to the initial public meeting about the streetery, where we spoke with the developer and city staff about incorporating Bee City. And somehow it just got lost in the shuffle. It never happened, but I think that there's opportunity for addressing Bee City as a partner at this time. Finally, I would like for the public to know that if you have a site that you think would make a good Bee City garden, you can go to Google or search Bee City Gainesville. It'll go to the Florida Wildflower Foundation site, go to Visit a Garden, and fill out the form. We can plant gardens in public, private, and commercial places, and Bee City funds that. Thank you so much for your time and attention and your support of Bee City. This is what we can do in Gainesville.
Thank you, Ms. Gary.
Next is Jamie Swick, followed by Jackie Bellwood, and then Jim Conish.
Welcome, Ms. Swick.
Hello. I'm a little nervous and will not be quite as eloquent as Janice. But everything I do is for to reduce gun violence in Gainesville. And so I'm super excited about participating with them on the McRory Community Garden, because that has just beautified that space in an amazing and very powerful way. But to nerd out on you guys just a little bit, I brought some articles that I'm going to leave over here. This one talks about how pollinators support the nutrition and income of vulnerable communities. So this is a professionally done research document that talks about how the results demonstrate the management of local pollination services can improve nutrition and household income. So I just want you guys to understand and to put in the back of your mind that these pollination gardens and leaning in on this component, this amazing resource for our city, can actually help have a really positive impact on some of our most vulnerable citizens. Another way that they can impact is through not just their presence in feeding the bees, but also in what we grow. So purslane is just a little plant that grows up through most of your sidewalk cracks. But it is an amazingly powerful source of omega-3. So this is an article that I'm going to leave for you that talks about how omega-3 can reduce aggressive behavior by 28% across all demographics, all ages. So that is just profound, that it has that physiological effect on our bodies. And it goes on in this article to talk about some of the other nervous system disorders that it can also help support, which include depression, epilepsy, and also cardiovascular diseases. And these are this is one of the plants that is indigenous to our community that would be part of what these amazing organization brings to the table. So these pollinator gardens have another effect as well, which is that the scent and the odor of them actually increases or has an effect on our mental facets as well. So when those terpenes are released into the air, things like lavender, linalool is the terpene there, and it has a calming benefit. So getting the popularity of this resource into our community is something that could really, really have just such a powerful effect on our citizens, and not to mention that it's beautiful and that it will reduce our dependency on GRU for the water that it will need to support non-indigenous plants. So that's one of the things we're excited about at McRory, is that we don't have to water them. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Spick.
Jackie Bellwood, followed by Jim Conish, and then Khalid Blount.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello. My name's Jackie Bellwood. Well, good afternoon. I'm nervous too, very. My name's Jackie Bellwood, and I am a volunteer with B City Gainesville, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Today, I'd like to let you know about a potential project that is in the very early stages of discussion at B City, and we think it would be a good fit for the city. This is a pollinator trail modeled after similar undertakings in Asheville, North Carolina, and a popular destination in southeastern Ohio called the Hocking Hills. These are pictures that you can see from the Asheville Butterfly Trail. These trails each consist of a series of pollinator stations with human-scale butterfly art, as you can see, that highlights a specific native butterfly species. Each station is intended for photo ops, again, as you can see, and contains information on its particular species, including its preferred habitat, host plants, life cycle, migration, and more. Information on the importance of pollinators for food and non-food related horticulture is also included. And here is an example of what the signs looks like near one of these stations, just talking about the importance of pollinators. Both the Asheville and Hocking Hills trails have dedicated websites that include a downloadable map showing the locations of the sites, information on each species. Basically, it mimics what you can see on the sign there, and also a passport that helps people keep track of which stations they have visited. We envision a pollinator trail, but note pollinator and not butterflies, as a collaboration between the City of Gainesville, Alachua County, B City Gainesville, and the University of Florida, as well as local citizens. As part of a pollinator trail, we envision clusters of pollinator stations that would encourage walking and exploration in both the city and the county. This would also complement the butterfly rainforest that is at the University of Florida, which, according to TripAdvisor, is the #1 visitor destination or attraction in Gainesville. It would also impart ecological information to residents and visitors alike. We've already had exploratory discussions about a pollinator trail with Alachua County Commissioner Anna Prizia, Alachua County Tourism Development Director Jessica Hurov, and Dr. Jarrett Daniel from the Florida Museum of Natural History, among others. Dr. Daniels is the lead faculty for our sister program at UF, B City UF, and he's already talked to his colleagues who've expressed an interest in putting butterfly stations on the UF campus. We want to put this on your radar, as we will soon begin to connect interested parties for further discussion. And for more information, there are some websites, just B City, Asheville, or Hocking Hills, to get more information on these butterfly trails. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bellwood.
We have Jim Conish, followed by Khalid Blount, and then Melanie Barr.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, at my house, if I don't consume anything, I take off from $122.15. Now, I want to explain this to you. Electric, it's metered. Customer charges $17. You pre-pyramided the gross receipts tax. You put the utility tax at the legal maximum onto the server's charge and the gross receipts tax. And outside in the county, it's even worse. When I explained this to Keith Perry, he termed it a Bernie Madoff methodology. Next, we have garbage. It's bundled in with the electric meter. I have a large cart, $51 and change, bundled in with the electric meter, effectively raising the customer charge from 18 to almost 70. Next, we have stormwater. A lot of people don't know what stormwater is. Stormwater is rainwater that runs off a property into the right-of-way where the city has to deal with it. It's often confused with wastewater, which I'm going to get to. It is polluted. The runoff is polluted. not in the same way as a toilet, but it's not drinking water. The water you pay coming in, which is metered, is pure. Next, we have gas. It's metered. Then we have wastewater. Wastewater and stormwater are similar. Not only are they polluted, they're estimated. We have no meter for wastewater. So at your favorite watering hole, the brewery, because they don't know what they're doing and you don't tell them, they pay sewer water fees on their beer water. Sir, that is all over the bill. It's like that. People are systematically overcharged because they don't understand the bill. And when I've confronted GRU management about this, they just say, everybody does it. So I hope you're proud of yourselves. So this scheme is not really good for someone on a low income, which is why 3,500 disconnects will occur in August when the bills peak out. And we'll have no idea how many people are sitting in buildings with no electricity. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Connors.
Khalid Blount, followed by Melanie Barr.
I think I put in so early, but I'll talk to you.
Oh, no, I had you.
We don't insist, but you are welcome to your 3 minutes.
Melanie Barr.
Welcome, Ms. Barr.
Hello. So I'm here, no surprise, to talk about the Thermobolton. And the reason I'm here is because they're now discussing what to put in the park. And this was an extremely significant building, the only one in the state, probably the only one in the nation, built by the city for the soldiers. It's a Florida heritage site. The markers were taken down long ago by Wild Spaces Public Places. This is what it used to look like, if you can remember. And this is one of the reasons it was considered a Florida heritage site, because of the soldiers. Also, Thelma Bolton, she never married or had children. So this was her legacy, this building. And even in the 2000s, years after she died, people talked about what a great building it was and how it had a reputation throughout the state and the nation as one of the best places to dance. Those dancers have still not found a good place to stay. People put it in their will that they met their spouse at the Thelma Bolton. And you know, wills, not in their will, in the obituary, and obituaries cost money. So you were flooded with letters and emails, and the city commission chambers were full of people saying, save it, and you did vote to save it. You voted to save it, December 7th, 2023. It was awarded a certificate of recognition by the State of Florida Women's Club for an intergovernmental participation between the Gainesville Women's Club and the city. And some people, Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Book, had their photograph taken with some members of the Women's Club, which went in the statewide newsletter congratulating us on saving it. It was recognized as a preservation success story, I know this is hard to read, by the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation in July of 2024. Well, nothing was done in almost 2 years to save the building. Nothing, because I live near it and I could see that. In September, the director of Wild Spaces Public Places came to you and said, oh, it's in such bad shape, you need to tear it down. So you tore it down. You had it torn down in 2 weeks. The county was offended and said, oh, you should have asked us or talked to us, and why didn't you give a 90-day delay like you give everyone else? So that significant building was gone. But what made me more upset was to see the shuffleboard court was demolished. Why? That wasn't giving anyone a problem. That wouldn't have cost millions. And it's dirt. And the beautiful Art Deco fireplace that was built by the Garden Club in 1943, this was demolished. This should have gone to the Preservation Board. This should have been, the Garden Club should have asked, why is this gone? There is no reason to tear this down. I'd like to get to the bottom of this. This could have been used in the proposed park. And because these are gone, I do recommend that you build replicas, because there is nothing left from World War II that reminds people of this building now. And these should have been saved, the Art Deco fireplace and the shuffleboard court. And I will also mention Don Felder, in the Eagles for 27 years who wrote Hotel California. He just put on his Facebook page, he walked around the site saying, why is the building gone? He has thousands of followers and 583 comments on that post.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
The last speaker, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Madam Clerk, next item.
All right.
Oh, and real quick, we do know that it's very cold in this room for members of the public. We are aware, and we hope there's a fix.
We are on to 2026-316 Gainesville Fire Rescue Quarterly Update with a recommendation the City Commission hear a presentation from Gainesville Fire Rescue.
Welcome, Chief Hillhouse.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Commissioners. Sean Hillhouse, Fire Chief for the City of Gainesville. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to come and point out some of the good work that your fire department has managed to accomplish in Q2, which is going to be January, February, and March. So as always, just a reminder of our mission to protect and serve through community involvement, education, prevention, and rapid intervention by professionals committed to excellence, and that'll be the lens that we review what the department has been doing. We'll start off with prevention, and what we look at is the total square feet inspected by our inspectors, the investigation hours by our investigators, the total number of plans review, and our total risk reduction bureau activities. So for Q2, we inspected 17 million square feet, conducted a total of 126 investigative hours, 50 plans review hours for a total of 2,793 risk reduction bureau activities to keep people safe. For operations, I just have a couple of pictures up here. What you actually see are pictures from two fires. I think everybody is familiar with two of them, the 121 fire and the Main Street wildfire that's up there. And when we talk about operations, the metrics that we look at are call volume, and depending on the call volume, what you may see is a recommendation from the department to either adjust how we dispatch units, which units we send to what type of calls, whether or not we add peak units, and we do that on a regular basis for things like special events that are going around, or we add 24-hour off-the-shelf units that are going on based off of the volume of calls. We look at turnout time, which we view as an honor challenge because it's really the one thing that we have complete control over. We don't get to pick, how many calls we have. We don't get to pick when those calls are or where those calls are at. But we do get to be under complete control of how fast we respond whenever we are notified of that. And then we look at travel time. And then based off of travel time, recommendations that you may see are whether or not we need to add stations to be able to decrease overall response time, or whether or not we use a system status placement, meaning that we know that we're going to have calls in a particular area and we pre-position apparatus for that. And another good example that we do on a regular basis, if we know we have a special event like a football game or just hypothetically a Morgan Wallen concert, we put units in that area because we know it's going to generate a call load. So these are the metrics that we'll be using today. So for Q2, we had a total of 7,368 calls, and it's roughly distributed across both districts. And I have the fire districts kind of split up so you can see in your individual territories where those calls originate. So for District 1, we had 4,063 calls, and District 2 had 3,305 calls. When we look at the category, we were still predominantly EMS driven with 4,745 EMS calls, 2,226 fire calls, and fire calls have been increasing over the past couple of years, 262 rescue calls, and 135 special hazard calls that are handled by our specialty response teams. Our turnout times for Q2 for both District 1 and District 2 were both 45 seconds. The national benchmark is 60 seconds, and we are generally well below that. This is the first time that I've ever seen both districts be at the exact same time. So they tied this time for a department average of 45 seconds. And our travel times, our national standard is a 4-minute travel time, so a 60-second turnout for EMS call times, and then in a metro area, a 4-minute response time. So our response times for District 1 were 5 minutes and 3 seconds, District 2, 5 minutes and 26 seconds, for a department average of 5 minutes and 13 seconds. And we know kind of why we're experiencing that. One is the number of people that we have, the increase in congestion, but we have been monitoring it closely to see exactly how those times have been going up and whether or not we need to trigger something in the future. In April, at the very beginning of April, we were privileged to swear in 5 new firefighters. And then we currently have 5 firefighters away from our minimum staffing and 6 total. So, and we expect the next hiring class to come on September of 28.
Just to back up one slide, I wanted to make sure I understood that. So the bell rings at a fire station, and 5 minutes later, you are at wherever it is you're going?
Yes, sir.
That is very impressive.
And then just an update on our stations. So we recently completed the construction at our temporary Station 9, or our current Station 9. I was actually so excited about it, I put it on here twice. So we completed the overhang for that, which actually gave us coverage for the 2 units that are stationed at that station, so that whenever they bunker out, they're not bunkering out in the weather, lightning storms, or anything like that. So that was big. And then we are waiting to break ground on both the new Station 9 and new Station 3, which we are anticipating in June. So looking forward to that. As we move on to community involvement, and again, I just have a picture of the wildfires and one of our community first events, which is a food drive that we assist with out at Pine Ridge. So for emergency management, our planning and preparedness, we are currently reviewing our city emergency action plan, and we developed 2 incident action plans for large-scale events in this particular quarter. It's going to be a lot more for the next quarter that are coming up for all the events that we had going on. We had 8 coordinated interagency meetings and 12 regional and state meetings that we participated in for emergency preparation, and then coordinated 5 training exercise, one of which is still upcoming in June during this quarter. We did not activate the Emergency Operations Center at all during quarter 2, so that would be great. We do have an activation that's going to be in quarter 3. And we did have 41 activations of the extreme weather program, so that's where we activated housing for like extreme cold or extreme heat. We had 41 activations during this quarter and supported 8 special events. And we are currently at a level 4 activation for our EOC, which is normal operations, which means that we are simply monitoring everything that is going on. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Stone for Community Health.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Brandy Stone, Director of Community Health Initiatives. We are starting our portion of the presentation with a little bit of a different slide. This quarter, we did our first division visioning session. I like to call it divisioning for fun. And we were able to bring representatives from all teams within the division together to identify our division values and a mission statement for which to continue to move forward. And so I'm thrilled to be able to share that with you all today. So the mission for the Community Health Division at GFR is to meet people where they are through innovative collaboration, expanding access and support so our neighbors can thrive in a safe and healthy community. And our values are compassion, community, empowerment, and adaptability. And I'm sure the information I will continue to share with you this afternoon will exemplify these things. To start off with community health happenings, our initiatives and projects, as you all know, every year we have an opportunity to submit a plan to the state as to how we will use the opioid abatement settlement funding that the city continues to receive on an annual basis. We are currently working on the plan for SF 27, which will begin July 1. This continues to be informed by our work with community partners, the lessons we learned through our community resource paramedicine and our medication-assisted treatment programs, and will continue to grow and expand the efforts that we've already been working on the last couple years through the implementation of those funds. We also continue to leverage the Community Development Block Grant funds that we partner with our Housing and Community Development Department on. This quarter, we trained 8 additional community members in mental health first aid, provided 5 free car seats and an appropriate fitting to community members, and had 160 attendees at our Healthy Afternoons with Fire Rescue events, which are free, family-friendly, open to the community events where we have health resources, activities, snacks, things like that. We also continue to implement our Fresh Fades and Healthy Hearts program, which is our blood pressure barbershop initiative. We now have 7 barbers on board at 4 different barbershops, and I'm excited to share that we're exploring partnership with some community entities to extend that program beyond its formal conclusion with the grant at the end of July into next year, and also grow it to cover other health topics. So in the very near future, I hope to have an exciting update about what that will look like as we continue. We're also nearing the end of our emergency financial empowerment grant that we have through the Cities for Financial Empowerment Fund. We're moving into implementation, or we're currently in implementation, and that grant is a partnership between Gainesville Fire Rescue as well as the Office of Government Affairs and Community Relations. GFR is taking the lead on public outreach and adult workshops, while Government Affairs is taking the lead on youth workshops. We've been doing community pop-ups with the information that we learned from the community in our needs assessment and our summit last summer, sharing hurricane preparedness and financial preparedness information at sites like our local libraries and the North Florida Community Center. We also have had our first adult workshop in partnership with Circles Gainesville, which is a mission of Trinity United Methodist Church. They had about 25 individuals attend and participate in that financial empowerment workshop, and they've had an option to participate in one-on-one budget and credit counseling, which has been taken up by a lot of folks, and that's offered free of charge due to the nature of this grant. So we're excited to continue to provide that service through the rest of this fiscal year, and GACR is planning a youth summit for July, which will welcome a lot of the partners we worked with last year and youth to come participate in emergency preparedness and financial preparedness simulations. We participated in the Alachua County Fire Rescue Mobile Integrated Health Camden Coalition training about care coordination between entities and community health workers. We attended, participated, and helped to plan the Family Homelessness Summit that was hosted by the Task Force for Ending Homelessness in March, and continue to be active participants in the Safety Net Collaborative, which is a group of local health and social service providers that convene monthly to discuss trends, needs, funding opportunities, and ways to coordinate care and collaborate more in our community. Next, I'll be sharing about the Community Resource Paramedicine Program, or CRP. This quarter, we had 112 new referrals, which is a 20% increase from last quarter. We also had 369 patient contacts or attempts, 132 hours of direct patient care, 21 patient graduations. A graduation in by our definition means that someone has been identified as able to meet their goals independently, or are able to kind of navigate the health and social circumstances of their life independently. The door remains open to them. They are always welcome to come back into our program. But we do celebrate when folks feel like they are ready to take on some of those things independently. We had 27 and participated in 27 community engagement events and 14 professional development trainings. We were fortunate to partner with UF Health to come in and do an in-depth wound care training with us. We also participated in the Task Force for Ending Homelessness Public Safety Homelessness Outreach training that was held at the Health Department, and then continue to grow our EMS skills through ACLS and PALS, which is Advanced Care Life Support. Also, some updates from our Community Resource Paramedicine program. We brought on a new Responder 1, which is an EMT level position. We have 2 additional staff that we certified as car seat technicians that can provide that service free of charge to the community. Our team, 3 of our staff, our coordinator, a paramedic, and an EMT, attended the NAMI HP Summit, National Association for Mobile Integrated Health Providers, and presented 3 sessions, which is really great. At the first session, it was about data for programs like ours. They had 43 attendees. For the second, it was supportive separation, and that was 25 attendees. And the third was capacity, consent, and agency, and had 40 attendees. One really exciting opportunity with that last session is we actually had a GPD co-responder officer with us, and they were able to talk about care coordination across both the legal side and the healthcare side, and how consent plays into that level of care coordination. So it was a really great opportunity for both GFR and GPD to be present in that care coordination conversation. Our team has started to facilitate high complexity case reviews. As I've mentioned, the needs of our patients continue to get more complex as the social service and healthcare industry is kind of shifting. And so our team is now coming together once a month to discuss high complexity cases, brainstorm, and work as a group through those. Our team participated in Florida Fire Service Day at the Capitol and facilitated 3 sessions at the Family Homelessness Summit in March. They have been working with 23 encampment referrals through My GNV, interfacing with our unhoused neighbors to connect them to resources. And we are excited to share that we officially come on board with the Florida Department of Health Model Communities project. We're one of about 8 cities or counties throughout the state of Florida that have been selected to participate in this program. And it really is about a statewide data sharing initiative to create standard metrics, shared language, shared protocols for community paramedicine programs throughout the state. So we're grateful to be a part of that, and our partnership with them officially kicked off March 1st of this year and will last through June of next year. Moving to our medication-assisted treatment program, we had 12 new enrollees in the program, 7 new patients, and 27 doses administered to new patients, 5 returning patients, 18 doses administered to those folks, with 61.7 hours of community engagement. This quarter, we started teaching free CPR classes to the community, so we're able to offer that to small nonprofits and community members who would like to learn CPR and actually complete the full certifications. Our medication-assisted treatment program started that this quarter. We've also been at a lot of events, tabling, sharing information, and getting folks connected to our services. We've started a downtown Narcan distribution cabinet campaign. We're fortunate to get free Narcan cabinets through the state that we can stock and track, and we are offering those to downtown businesses as a resource to them to better serve the folks that might be in crisis in their businesses. So we're working on that throughout the next year or so and are looking forward to providing that to those downtown resources. Our team presented at the 4th Annual Florida Harm Reduction Conference about the work of our medication-assisted treatment program. It was incredibly well received. We also have started Overdose 911 call follow-up. So anytime our operational crews receive a 911 call, that information is automatically sent to our medication-assisted treatment team for us to go out after the fact, follow up with folks, check in, and see if they're in need of any resources of support. And we've been doing that for about the last month with some good success. We also are working on a stimulant use pilot program, both anecdotally and through data we collect. With our patients, we have noticed stimulant usage has increased in our community and continues to be a challenge. So we're working with some partners to really kind of be on the cutting edge of a potential stimulant treatment program. We're excited to be doing that and look forward to sharing more as we continue to develop what that might look like. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the program. Just a quick question about the Narcan. Have we placed it anywhere yet in the downtown area?
Not yet. We do have some folks interested. In addition to actually placing the boxes, Commissioner, we're also looking at providing their staff trainings. So we're going to, offer that as an opportunity to train them and place them.
Yeah, all at no cost to them.
Absolutely.
And the downtown ambassadors, they already have the Narcan training?
We have had their outreach coordinator involved in our trainings, yes.
Yeah, that would be a good group to leverage.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yes,
Thank you.
and we do our community safety days too, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and that's open to the public as well.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just before we moved on to the next segment, I did want to highlight that we did send, it should be in your inbox, a memo detailing the previous year from January to December overdose trends. So if you have a chance, please take a look and we can answer any questions you might have about that.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Stone, have we looked internally? I know we've been talking about the external partners that we're hoping to bring into this effort, but have we looked internally, and are there plans to place any of those boxes at city spaces?
Yes, thank you for the question, Commissioner. We've worked with Parks and Rec. We've actually trained all of their staff on Narcan administration and have provided Narcan to them for the various parks facilities that we have throughout the city. And we have been exploring partnerships with some other departments that are forward-facing to do that as well.
I'm sorry, Siri was interrupting.
Yes, Yes.
So we have some parks that are lined up, and none of the boxes have been placed there yet. These are things that are going to happen in the future, or are there some?
So we've actually worked directly with parks to identify the best places to put them for their staff. It hasn't been wall mount boxes, but they've leveraged their existing resources and their internal protocols to find what works best for staff to be able to use it in an efficient manner.
Okay, thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Walker.
Some trends I wanted to highlight as well from our medication-assisted treatment program. We are now in year 2, and so we did an analysis year 1 and also looked at the data from year 2. I wanted to highlight we've had an enrollment increase in our program, so we went from 49% in year 1 enrollment to 63% in year 2, which means more folks that come to us were able to admit into the program, which is really exciting. We also note stimulant co-use remains significant, which ties into the pilot program that I mentioned and us looking into expanding on that. We also have increased our treatment efficiency. In year 1, the amount of time that folks were with us was about 14 to 26 days, and in year 2, we've moved to 6 to 11 days. And that demonstrates the impact of our partnerships and getting folks tied into long-term treatment in a quicker manner. And that's really, I think, something that's come about under the Florida Core initiative that is funding our program currently. And with that, I will turn it to Manager Coleman to share updates about Impact GNV.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome, Manager Coleman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Brittany Coleman, Gun Violence Intervention Program Manager, here to talk about our gun violence prevention efforts updates. Starting with our community engagement, we celebrated the culmination of a multi-year project with Dr. Micah Johnson. It was in early April, but we finished the planning within this reporting period. And so we celebrated with the movie premiere of his work on site at Celebration Point, followed immediately after by a workshop for youth-serving organizations to facilitate conversations and workshops around the themes of the movie. So there were about 150 people that joined us at Celebration Point for the movie premiere, including Commissioner Book, and about a little over 20 folks stayed after for the workshop. It was a long day. There was a lot of information, so we're super grateful for the partners that stayed. We got great feedback from both the workshop and the movie premiere, and we've also heard from multiple partners that have utilized the workbook and work with their organizations. We're also in communication with Alachua County Department of the Jail so that we can get workbooks and facilitator guides to the jail to work with young people that are currently incarcerated, as well as getting them out to a few other community partners. So we're very excited about that. During this reporting period, we had 2 community care call-outs, which you'll remember are responses directly after a shooting incident. And so we had one in the Phoenix neighborhood. We kind of did this one in 2 parts. Myself and members of Gainesville Police Department's Community Engagement Unit went out, handed out flyers, talked to some of the residents, and invited them the next day to the Phoenix Community Center, where we offered resources with our partners from the county, Victim Services, the Crisis Center, as well as some of our teams from GFR. And we also had a community care call out on the east side in response to the officer-involved shooting incident, where myself and Coordinator Young walked the business corridor starting from Waldo to about Hawthorne, where that split is there on University, talking to the businesses, offering them resources, as well as the Gainesville Police Department and some of their staff. And we followed that with a kind of a community large event at the CRK Center, where we invited, again, our partners from the county, community support services, our teams at GFR, and of course GPD, and had a response there to that community. Moving to our CDBG funding, we are looking to launch 2 initiatives this summer. And hopefully in the fall. This has also been a long time in the works, but one of the programs are Healing Through the Arts Initiative, where we are working with community-based partners to utilize the arts and music to have conversations and workshops with our young people who are currently in programs around ACEs, which is Adverse Childhood Experiences, trauma, behaviors, things like that. As well as our Healing Heart Support Group, which is going to be a support group that utilizes the arts to work with adults and families that have been impacted by violence. And this group is open to anyone, any adult. And then our CTAC initiatives, we're continuing to work through our Technology Hub program. We currently have 4 organizations that have technology carts. One will, our 5th organization will get their cart within the next week. And we are looking to open another request for proposals, hopefully after the new fiscal year, to utilize the remaining 2 carts. And we continue to, of course, be engaged in our gun violence strategic plan, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a later slide. For our violence interruption, you can see some pictures here of our community engagement, some of our work at the Clarence R. Kelly Center. Our team continues to utilize the center 2 days a week, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, after hours, typically around 6 o'clock, when the young people are at home and looking for engaging opportunities and activities in their neighborhood. And we continue to see a really great response from both the neighbors and their parents. And we see about 15 to 20 kids, sometimes much more, every session. So we're continuing to be very successful there. But you can see our referrals, 126. Underneath are the categories where most of our referrals come from. Of course, we still work very closely with the BOLD program to refer individuals directly to that program. 420 parental contacts, just over 1,000 field contacts, 117 home visits, 12 conflicts mediated, 124 neighborhood canvases, and again, our community outreach efforts. Our violence interrupters are engaged with our community care callouts, STEM on the east side, and the CRK community event was in conjunction with the community care callout that I mentioned previously. And you can see, again, pictures there, mostly at the Clarence R. Kelly Center, engaging with our community. This slide just highlights the areas of focus. While they are in multiple neighborhoods and communities, you can see where a lot of our time and efforts are focused, which correlates with the data that we receive from our local public safety organizations. The gray is the Duval area, of course, 32641, as well as 32609 and 32607, which is, of course, in the county. And these are just some of the neighborhoods within those zip codes that we frequent. And then lastly, we do continue to be engaged, of course, with our alliance. We meet monthly at the Santa Fe Blount Center downtown, and meetings that we attended this quarter were heavy on the strategic planning and continuing to prioritize that in our efforts. So our January meeting really looked at the 10 strategic objectives that we presented to you and how our community wants to move forward in terms of prioritizing those. In February, we presented the outcomes of those discussions back to our community. And as well as having a who's missing conversation. And so in March, we wanted to look at who do we still need to invite to the table. And we use that information also with information that you all shared with us about who you want us to continue to engage with to get to more collaborative efforts within our work. And so Director Stone and I have made that a priority. And over the last several alliance meetings, we have welcomed partners from UF Health, several reentry organizations. We've also had a higher increase of just community members attend those meetings, both in person and online. Our community crisis centers also sent their director to add to the conversation in terms of suicide prevention. And starting in July, which is when our next meeting will be, we'll have representation from the Domestic Violence Task Force as well, so that we can continue to coordinate those efforts. Community Safety Day, Director Stone mentioned we had one in March, 14 trained, and our next one will be in June, and registration is currently open for that opportunity. And then lastly, we will present on this a little bit more in our next update, but I did want to highlight June as Gun Violence Awareness Month here in the city. And so we have about 8 different community events in partnership with several organizations, and we want to invite everybody in the community to come. They are free, of course, open to the public, and we will begin next Saturday with a memorial, followed by our proclamation, our yearly proclamation, and then the rest of the events you can see here. So we'll be doing a huge push on social media and, of course, the city's outlets, and we encourage everyone to come out and be a part of these activities. And I will turn it back over to Director Stone.
Very good. Thank you. Hang on just a minute before we leave there. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Brittany, for your presentation. I have just a couple of questions, and I wanted to start with the youth group. Yes. Is there a report that you can give us? I don't see who normally, I think, facilitates that in the room right now, but is there a report or an update that you can give us on the young folk?
Yes, ma'am. And I believe Parks and Rec will include an update for the Youth Steering Committee in their report as well to the commission. I don't know if you have numbers, but they do continue to meet monthly. We have a representative from the Youth Steering Committee, GNV, which is what they've renamed it, every month at the Alliance meeting. And so that liaison reports to us their efforts and then goes back to the Youth Steering Committee to report what we are doing as a community and how they can be involved and engaged with it. We also created a planning committee several months ago for Gun Violence Awareness Month, and we had one of our Youth Steering Committee members a part of that planning meeting, and we met every 2 weeks. So they helped us kind of think through and design some of the events that you'll see throughout the month, most notably our open mic youth night, which will be on the 17th. And I can say that they are also doing their community events, which is where they go into different communities and engage young people, and it's planned completely by the Youth Steering Committee members. They facilitate those conversations and the activities within those community events, and I'm excited for you to hear the updates and the themes that they've learned from that work, which will be in Park's presentation.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for that. You mentioned briefly the strategic plan.
Yes, ma'am.
When will that come back to us? When are you kind of projecting that we'll have the opportunity to see the revised version?
That is a great question. I think we can work with the city manager and figure out a great date for that. We are in planning with the county and also Santa Fe for July. We're looking to create an opportunity to expand the work of the Alliance into specific subgroups or working groups, if you will. So some of the feedback that we've gotten is, of course, a youth services group, folks who can help us stay connected with measurables and opportunities to grow that work. We're looking at a domestic violence group, suicide prevention, group, as well as a mental health and wellness kind of subcommittee to keep us connected to the work that's going on in those different areas that we can report through the Alliance and back to you all. So we're looking to do that in July, and I think we'll be in communication about a good date to come back to you all with that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I think my last question kind of deals with staffing. In your mind, where are we in terms of staffing needs? How are we? And I know you shared with us when we had the conversation initially about the strategic plan, ultimately what your goals were and what you'd like to see. But given where we are, given some of the challenges that we're facing and some of the goals that you have, where are we and what approach are we taking? Are we seeing any types of short staffing, and if so, how are you addressing that?
Well, I could definitely talk about current staffing and our efforts to fill some vacant positions that we have. In terms of future casting, I will defer to the city manager. We do have 2 vacancies right now in our violence interrupter position. We just closed the application process for the second position. For the first position, we have a candidate in background status, so we're hopeful that they could be successful and we can offer them the opportunity. And then we are hopeful to begin interviews within the next 2 weeks to fill that second position.
Okay. And these are part-time positions?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and so we are also looking, of course, we know with the summer that we tend to see an uptick in violent activity and incidents, and so we are looking at available funding to be able to increase the hours over the summer. So we are happy to be able to provide that, but of course that is temporary, so.
Okay. Thank you. I think that'll conclude my questions for now.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, and I will conclude with our public education efforts, which is our fire and life safety educator, currently funded through community development block grant funds. This quarter, she served 834 individuals with fire and life safety education, hosted 4 public education opportunities, 13 fire station tours, 2 fire extinguisher trainings, installed 58 free smoke alarms in owner-occupied homes throughout the community, attended 4 community outreach events, and worked with 6 of our partners. And I do want to highlight that photo on the bottom of the bottom right-hand corner. That is Aubrey, our fire and life safety educator. She won a car seat check service award from Safe Kids North Central Florida for the vast number of car seats that she is involved in checking and installing for our community. So really proud of her work and keeping our kids safe in the community. And with that, I conclude, and we'll turn it back to Chief Hillhouse for any remaining questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to go back and make sure that I answered the commissioner's question correctly. When somebody calls 911, you start with a 90-second call processing, which is completed by the Combined Communications Center. I don't generally report on their portion of the overall call. They are an accredited agency. They have to meet their 90-second bitch mark, or it affects their accreditation status, and we do participate in their accreditation status. So you have that 90 seconds, the 60-second turnout time, and then a 4-minute response or the national standards. So we generally have a 5-minute and 13-second response, a 45-second call out, and the 90-second call processing. So total time from the time that you call 911, you get a GFR responder in 7.5 minutes. And then since this is EMS week also, I wanted to point out, so we give you a lot of data whenever we come up here, and I wanted to point out a couple of ways that we have used that to be able to pivot early. Number one, since it is EMS week, I'm going to share some CARES data. I talked about this a little bit the last time that I was up here, where I just outlined some of our return of spontaneous circulation numbers. And what I have highlighted really talks about the chain of survival when we talk about cardiac arrest. This is just one call type. And if you look at who initiated CPR, you'll see that the only metric that we are lower than the average, and in a lot of cases we are well above the average. But one of the only places that we're below is bystander CPR. And you heard Director Stone talk about free CPR classes that we are now putting on for the community to kind of be able to talk about that. And for the sake of time, I'll just talk about the very bottom, the Udstein survival percentage. And what this does is normalize different EMS systems and different protocols between agencies so that you're comparing apples to apples. And for survival rate, if you see the city of Gainesville is at 45.5%, which is significantly higher than the rest of the state or national averages that are going on. So just wanted to brag a little bit on that and point out that's one of the ways that we've used our data. Another good example of of that is how we look at overdoses and the fact that we saw a shift from opioid usage and an increase in stimulants, and then was able to go, okay, let's get ahead of that immediately. So we pivoted very early to be responsive to that, and in the way that we looked at our community care callouts, partnering with GPD, so we can standardize those responses and make them more timely. So we do take all of this data that we present to you, we look at it, and then we adjust the system for the city of Gainesville so we can optimize it. And with that, thank you, and I'll answer any questions if anybody has any.
I'll start off with Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, actually, Chief beat me to the punch. I was going to put him on the spot to talk about the CARES information. Just in case you didn't see it, it is also in your inboxes if you want to peruse that data as well.
Very good. Thank you. Chief, I continue to be incredibly impressed by everything we do at GFR and all the folks who work with you. And, all the information is always incredibly inspiring, and I appreciate everything y'all do. So I'll see any other lights going once. Do we have any public comment on this?
Yes. I'm sorry, not on this one.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
All right. Thank you all. I appreciate you filling us in on this. It's important to us to hear from you and learn what's going on throughout the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-186, amendments to the towing or immobilization of mobilizing vehicles on private property, ordinance chapter 14.5, article 3, trespass, towing, and immobilization. With the recommendation, the City Commission hear a presentation from staff and determine any modifications to towing and immobilization within the City of Gainesville, discuss potential changes to the ordinance, and refer ordinance changes to the City Attorney to bring back for consideration of first and second reading.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before you get started, Major, let me just say a couple things about this topic. It is certainly something that is always of interest in Gainesville, but it is something that the Gainesville City Commission hasn't really done anything with other than hear reports for more than a decade. We have heard multiple reports. We haven't made any changes in a long time. I want to preface this by saying that this is one of those things where we are presented with the opportunity to make some changes, but it is complex because they're not A-B changes. It's not the staff saying, you can do this, you can do that, pick one. It's, here's the current situation, here's what people are experiencing with that situation. How do we want to then direct staff? I will say, as I try to do with anything that is likely to be complex and difficult, you're not wrong. Whatever conclusion you come to, you're not wrong. There's going to be 4 people who come to a vote that, or more hopefully, that come to a vote that directs staff to do a thing. I like to level set that before we get started. And also to point out that, to my mind, we're really trying to approach 4 different constituencies here. The companies who are responsible for doing towing in our community, the folks who own parking spaces, the folks who are legally allowed to park in those spaces, and the people who misuse those parking spaces. All of them have an interest in what we're about to work through here, and we do owe it to each of them to be heard from. So we'll start off obviously with staff. I'm sure that folks in the community have lots of opinions on it. But when it's done, we don't have to do anything, but I feel like there are some moves to be made in this, and then we'll follow that with another item that gives us the opportunity to establish a fee schedule that has not been changed in a very long time. So all that, take it away, Major Koenig.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having me back again, and to come back to you with this very important discussion about towing and immobilization. And so I don't see the presentation up yet, but I can tell you we have done some meetings in between the last meeting and this meeting with property owners, where we actually met with 25 to 30 different property owners via a Zoom call to talk about the changes in the ordinance, to get their opinions.
and to listen to their concerns in terms of towing. We also met with several of the tow companies to listen to their side also, just to make sure we were getting all points and all parts of basically of what's going to happen and how that's going to happen. So very important to hear everybody.
Let me pause you while
No,
we
that's
figure out
okay.
what's going on.
So we do not have a presentation in the backup. Nothing was included.
If you give me one moment, I can remedy that quite quickly.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, very good. Yep. Right, it's in the backup. It just it exists.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what's coming up in the eScribe. So if you're looking at something in the backup and it has DNP before it, it's a do not publish. That's from a previous item, and it is outdated information. So the only things that are there are the agenda item and a tow immobilization ordinance draft.
Okay. Major, if you will get us the current version to.
Do it right this
broadcast.
second.
Yes,
I'm
thank
so
you.
sorry for that.
That's okay.
It's karaoke time at the Gainesville City Commission. While we have your attention here, keep in mind that there's lots going on in Gainesville this weekend, including Juneteenth celebration, Journey to Juneteenth celebration, and Florida Emancipation Day celebration at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center on Saturday. That'll go on from 9 till probably about 3, maybe later. Please take the opportunity to get over there and participate in that. There's always lots going on in Gainesville. Monday, we have Memorial Day celebration at Evergreen Cemetery. The city of Gainesville's Evergreen Cemetery. I'm not sure what time that is. I want to say 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. So meet us down there, if you will.
I think there was one other, Mr. Mayor, if you're interested in putting flags on the graves of our military veterans who have passed, that's Saturday. I know Commissioner Willids has been out there several times and done that. It's at 9 a.m. and that's at our Evergreen Cemetery, and it's a really meaningful event that all kind of community members, all ages, come and do.
Very good.
We have received the presentation. Just give broadcast a moment.
Okay.
Would you like me to have it printed for you all to have it in front of you?
All right. Just
Okay.
getting up there is fine. Yeah.
Okay.
I swear it does exist.
I believe you.
If you have to do a little dance. And this one is not as long as our very first one, so just highlighting the 2 areas that you asked us to come back to the commission with.
Very good. We have a lot in the agenda today, and sometimes everything doesn't work as well as we'd like the tech to. Hey, look at that.
There you go. Okay, should I start over? Jamie Kernick, Major at the Gainesville Police Department. I'm honored to talk to you today about towing and immobilization. The first thing that we wanted to put down was some of the fees in the resolution that is coming. It is in the next item, but these are the fees that mirror the Alachua County's ordinance. So looking at $160 for the base tow rate, storage fee of $30, the admin fee of $75, and the immobilization fee being set at $65. That will be in the next agenda item. But per the commission's request at our last meeting was to come back with 2 different options, another set of options. Doesn't mean it's all encompassing. So if there is other information or things that you want us to consider, they are there. The first one is total elimination of immobilization, roam immobilization, and roam towing. And that would take the direct authorization of getting a vehicle towed from the property, putting that responsibility directly on the property owner and not on a tow company in terms of that. So in terms of the ordinance, what that would do is eliminate portions that had anything to do with Rome, and we would have to prohibit it. Some of the cons that we definitely came up the first time were for the larger properties, this could be cumbersome because they are quite big. The ordinance revisions, as I mentioned, will be for an elimination of that. And we did, as I mentioned, meet with the property owners about this and ask them, opinions and kind of, what their thoughts were as we kind of navigated through this. But it would be basically to remove Rome from the ordinance itself and just make all towing call-in and all immobilization call-in. So if you wanted a car immobilized on your property or you wanted it towed from your property, you would have to call the tow company and request it. That is the first option. The second option is what we call the Tallahassee model, which is a limited roam towing option from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. in large multifamily residential neighborhoods. Roam towing would be limited during that time. It can be done with decals that are affixed to the windows. It can be done with electronic monitoring devices such as license plate readers. So if you register your license plate, and that actually came from the tow companies, I thought that was great, not having a decal. It enables proactive enforcement in those multifamily communities that are very large. And it's overnight only enforcement. And so it's balancing efficiency and reducing a daytime impact. And most businesses, most complexes are open during daytime hours. That would afford them the opportunity to do call-in towing. The cons, it does reduce direct involvement by the property owners in individual towing decisions and places the greater responsibility back on the tow company. So it's kind of a half and half model, and we talked about that. The ordinance revisions include drafting that language, which would be 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. We did make several of those changes in the ordinance revision that you guys have. And so the one thing I will say, and somebody asked us, there's two colors on the ordinance revisions if you pull up the backup. One of the revisions is the first set of revisions that we recommended, which were tweaking some of the language to make the ordinance easier for us and easier for the property owners and easier for the people who are in violation and the tow companies to understand and to kind of figure out some of the loopholes and the regulation parts. And then there's some blue language in there, and that's additional language that we added in the second part, and that's why there's two colors in that document. But whatever the commission's decision is, the ordinance will change along with the guidance with legal in order for us to be able to enact whatever the direction is. And so, again, we met with the property owners. We had very significant conversations with them. And overall, I can tell you, they preferred this option versus no roam towing and said, this would be much better. But they also said they like roam towing the way it is. So you have multiple and competing businesses. I think commercial properties brought to our attention some issues that they have also in some of those meetings. But we wanted to be all ears and listen. And so that is very important for us to do as an agency that regulates this and pay attention to what the businesses are asking for, what the citizens are asking for, and what the needs of our department are as we navigate through this. So those were the two options that we were asked by the commission to bring back to you and to present. And the language would be drastically different for elimination of roam in the ordinance. And of course, very different if we did the limited Tallahassee model. And some of the limited Tallahassee model and some of the suggestions that were brought back to us were, could we do multifamily and commercial, overnight during overnight times? And so there were many options that were brought up. And that is it in terms of the presentation.
So what about immobilization?
In which way, sir?
So Does the do options 2 and kind of 2A include immobilization, or do they eliminate immobilization altogether?
No, sir, it would be roam, towing, and immobilization. It would be both.
Okay,
We could do both. We could eliminate immobilization also altogether. It is whatever the direction is.
Mr. Mayor, the last discussion you all had, the direction was for roam immobilization to end roam immobilization, allow only call-in immobilization. And then the discussion really focused on what to do about roam towing, whether it's eliminate roam towing as well, or have a modified roam towing proposal as you've heard today.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Okay, thank you. We do have questions, starting up with Commissioner Willits.
Just a short one. The for call-in, it said express authorization by the property owner. Is it my understanding that some apartment complexes allow tenants, residents to be the person who calls in and says, yes, someone is parked in particularly my spot, my assigned spot, or in front of my garage or something like that?
The short answer would be yes.
Okay.
The definition and the ordinance define who the property owner is or who can act on their behalf. So in essence, if you are paying for that spot that is being assigned to you from the property owner, you would be authorized to tow based off of the agreement from the apartment complex.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, since I'm not reading the physical ordinance right now and definitions, and as opposed to just what's on there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Willits. Commissioner Eastman?
Sure. Well, yeah. Just to be clear, so the if you have a roam towing in place, they could choose to boot or roam tow on those properties, or am I understand? Or they could either roam boot or roam tow on those properties, correct? Under the Tallahassee model that you're citing, or is it only towing?
Correct. It would be roam towing or roam booting.
Okay.
Within those hours of 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay, great.
Under the rules of having decals or LPRs, so that there's no ambiguity as to the violation.
Right. And then Tallahassee, does it speak to immobilization at all? I mean, I know that we're talking about roam towing as the as what we're adopting in terms of that 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. But how do they deal with immobilization?
It does not.
Okay. So it's basically they're mute to immobilizations.
Correct.
It's basically unregulated at the moment, Tallahassee. Okay. I see a number of other blue sections in here. I'm glad you mentioned that. I didn't know that until coming over here. And that's what the multiple colors were. Can you explain some of the other changes? I know you guys met with some property owners and tried to, respond to more of those things like signage posting. I see is in blue here. A lot of this is just including immobilization as part of the definitions. I'd say that's probably 90% of it. But are there any other substantive changes since the last time?
We didn't make any other substantive changes in terms of the rules, the things that we were proposing. We added immobilization and tried to use one ordinance. Now realize there was a towing ordinance and an immobilization ordinance, and we just put them together to keep all the regulations the same pretty much. And remember, immobilization doesn't have Florida state statutes to guide it. And so that was, part of that. So we wanted to make it easy and simplistic. Anything can be added, anything can be changed. This is just a draft. And so that was the part as we kind of go through.
No, the only thing I would add is to be more specific to the question. The blue is specifically where we went in and added immobilization to the towing ordinance to address, that way it's one combined ordinance, and to also address the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. So I don't see any other lights, but I have some thoughts before we move forward. I have talked with lots of people in the community for many years about this, and over the past year, there have been very specific concerns that have gotten greater and greater and greater about immobilization. I've also talked to a number of property managers and towing company workers and owners who put their input into it as well. And my preference would be no roam immobilization. You leave call-in immobilization, but no roam immobilization. and I would be willing to accept overnight roam towing. My mind is changeable on how we do roam towing. My mind is not changeable about roam immobilization. I've just heard too many horror stories from people affected. And I have listened very carefully to all of the 4 constituencies that I described earlier. That is where I am. So for me, this is really a conversation about when or if we allow roam towing, because I'm not going to vote for something that continues to allow roam immobilization. But
Mr. Mayor,
I'm gonna-
immobilization means booting.
Booting, yes,
Thank you,
yes.
just for the
Sure,
public.
yeah, right. So the thing where the device gets put on your tire,
Windshield.
yes.
We wanted to be very clear about saying immobilization, Commissioner Chestnut, because there are new technologies that are being utilized that even block the windshield of a car. And those are also an immobilization device, and it doesn't go near the tire. So it's any device that would prohibit you from driving your vehicle away. And so, yep. We just wanted to make sure we covered both, because technology is changing. And so there may be other ways too in the future.
Gotcha.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was in the same boat about roam immobilization. I don't really think I support roam immobilization any which way, because the whole point is to get the car off of private property. Roam immobilization, the property owner doesn't know that it's occurring at that moment. I lean back towards that. That's really what I prefer. Whether I can be convinced that we should still allow overnight roam towing, yeah. But I do want to make sure, and if staff can chime in, that part of what we've experienced, at least in the past, counting up the months, 7, 8 months, is because we mobilization fee maximum, we did technically let lapse the idea of a maximum. So some of that is on commission and overall city structure that we thought we were going to be getting to this earlier. Now there's more members of the public I want them to know. We previously had a maximum for a mobilization fee, but because we thought we were going to take care of this far earlier, but it's been a sticky, thorny situation, we are currently in a situation where mobilization can charge anything under law. I guess there hasn't been a state standard to say, no, that is truly a private seizure of property or something weird. So I just want to acknowledge that part of this is we dropped the ball a little bit as an entire city operation because we thought we were going to get to it earlier. I think we did it with full intention and we were earnest and we wanted to deal with this, but it got, I don't know if it was because it was budget season, whatever. I'm not going to lay any blame in the past, but to tell the community that portion of it, at least, if you've been charged $100, $150 already or $200 for an immobilization, that would not have been allowed before October 1st of last year, that higher amount, but we are in a weird situation. But I do want to say it now. I perhaps think that, no, I'm not going to say perhaps. I feel like, and some members of the community feel like our towing and mobilization companies have taken advantage of this lapse in having a city established maximum. I want to make sure I say that now before we go further in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. I wanted to say earlier, too, that I hope that whatever motion ends up on the table includes a review, an annual review of our towing and immobilization policies. The reason this is hard is because we haven't done it in 15 years. We ought to be doing this annually, and it becomes a lot less difficult if we do that. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to thank GPD for coming forward. There were a lot of what originally came to us was a number of very strong consumer protections in there. Things like better photographs so that when folks are calling in for complaints, they will know exactly that there was that there was a real issue that occurred. Better staffing, better response time. Some of the kind of bread and butter consumer protection complaints that you hear I was glad to see. I'm glad to see in there, and obviously whatever we bring forward, I think it's really important that we have that. I was looking, but I do think that this is a bigger change. Well, that we are essentially changing models, and it seems like multiple cities have multiple ways. It seems like roam towing is sort of the default for some, but then you have some counties, like Broward County, which does not do any roam towing or roam immobilization, and that is one of the densest counties in the state of Florida, by some metrics the densest county in the state of Florida. So it's not unheard of, but we have to then, that's an entirely different structure on how we do things, right? I have struggled with this. I've spoken to, I asked last time for us to speak to the property owners, who always seem to get kind of left out of this, even though they are the ones that are the service. The towing is a service that is provided for property owners, right? They are the ones who have signed a contract, have their area towed, and want to ensure that they have protection for their property. But then every time this comes up, it seems like we're talking to the towing companies, then we're talking to folks that are upset about towing, and not from the property owners. And the property owners have certainly reached out more. And I was more surprised once I heard from property owners. I assumed I would hear the same thing that Commissioner Willits you spoke to, where you said people want to get cars off their property, which would make sense to me. You want to control your property, particularly the closer you get to the University of Florida, the more you are. There's lots of people going there, very few parking spots around, lots of kids who are willing to park anywhere in order to get to class, that you would want those cars out of there. And what I was surprised to hear from folks is that these are customers, that these are people that they see towing as being too aggressive and a little too that they'll have angry customers, they have angry tenants, it is just a more invasive process. And when I've spoken with people about just booting in general, I mean, it's significantly cheaper than a tow is. It doesn't have the impact of hurting your car when it gets towed, which some of these cars just are too large, or you might have, certain brakes on. It's just less invasive. There's nothing worse than coming outside and you were inside somewhere, and next thing you know, your car is gone. You don't know if it's been stolen. You don't know what happened to it. Your mind is racing. You look around, you see a sign that says this is a towing area. You call the number on there. They then have to look it up. It is towing is very invasive, and I do think that the move from as we saw from the last chart, from towing to booting, I think it is been a net positive, even with the negatives and some of the consumer protections that would go in there, or with some of the oversteps that have happened in that time period. And so I get concerned about. You guys have said you want to get rid of immobilizations right now, and you're willing and open to roam towing. I kind of like the idea of I think towing could be more of a call-in type structure, but I think that the booting and the immobilizations are it is a better consumer outcome when people come out and they just have to make a phone call with a 1 hour, when there are well-enforced turnaround times for when people are supposed to get there. There's a tighter cap on what people can pay. I am less concerned about that. I'm open to, because I've read a bunch of these different ordinances all over the state. I can see there's multiple ways that you could go after this, and there's lots of ways that property owners can figure out how to defend their property. But I'll say that there is, genuine concern from folks that don't like seeing their residents or the customers that they have getting towed, but they are. But they also want to make sure that their private property is maintained in some way. And so I think it's, as you said, Mr. Mayor, there's multiple sets of folks that are a part of all of this. And I still struggle with all of it, but I feel less aggressive toward the booting and the immobilization, and more that the towing is a uniquely, I think, invasive and harmful way to go. And that's after speaking with a lot of the business owners and folks that have gotten towed around town. So that's where I'm coming from with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think, Commissioner Eastman, what we were really talking about in the updating of the ordinance is the practical ramifications that y'all have done. I support them. And I suspect that'll be the least discussion that we have to have. So the response times you're talking about, the fact that we shouldn't be taking pictures of people's ID and credit cards and stuff, those are just bringing us up in kind of current age and things we don't need to do from a vendor to a consumer issue. And I think those are all really good. I think the fact that somebody does have to respond within 1 hour is terrific. I was looking at some of the other things. You can't affix something. If, for example, we had immobilization, you can't affix that if the owner is on site. If the vehicle driver is on site, you just can't do that and then create this contentious type of relationship where I got the boot on, or I got the tow, I got the car pulled up, before the person was walking up to their car. That's just not the way we should do business. So I like all of those. I like the fact that we have additional payment systems. And Mr. Mayor, what you said, something that would be certainly important would be, because we're going to come up with something that's going to, at a minimum, is going to have some new components. An assessment and evaluation, that ordinance is going to be essential to see what's the collateral impacts of what we do, whether negative or positive. And there'll probably be a mixture of some. I'm very interested. I know there's going to be a number of people commenting on this from an immobilization and booting component. There are very real concrete impacts when you do anything that warns people that they shouldn't do that behavior again. It's a deterrent. If you see a boot on car 1 and I'm looking at a sign that says, don't be here and I'm subject to X penalty, oh, it's an impact. And I understand that it may not move the vehicle from a particular spot of geography at a given time, but it will certainly have impact, just like a parking ticket has impact. And it may be very different. I do think that we should have numerous mechanisms for both property owners and for the people who may even be violators to get. And I think probably where that accountability lies is on the property owner to determine what they most favor that is most effective and less government intrusiveness on that particular violation. I do think the standardization of fees, which will come up, is absolutely something that we're going to do that's good, regardless of what we come up with, because we can't have vendor 1 doing something different from vendor 2, and the violator in a particular case doesn't even know what they're about to be charged or what fees. That's just not going to work for us. So the last thing I will favor at the end is, to the extent that the city, Mr. Manager, is able to do some training and standardization for the property owners and the vendors who may do this, we need to have that. Because I'm in favor of strict enforcement for a vendor that doesn't follow the rules, period. I know that we talked, Major, in the past. We haven't had many violations. We've had virtually none, but a lot of them have been in concert with speaking to the vendor and what they did. This is one where strict enforcement probably benefits both sides. There's no margin for error. If a tow or immobilization, whatever we come up with, has strict enforcement of them also violating, it's the same standards for the parking violator as it is for the vendor who may tow. And that will be a good message to keep real standardization and some of these cliches about treating people poorly, having very contentious relationship with them in there. So those are just some of my thoughts. Very interested in hearing what I think we probably have a real mixture, and we've had tremendous feedback on this from all, you said there's like 4 kind of different main communities that have weighed in. And interested. One question is, so how is the hybrid model in Tallahassee? What do we know about that? How's it working from Tallahassee? Give us some context.
From just my conversations with the lieutenant who manages that particular section, they recently, within the last 2 years, made some modifications to their ordinance because the original timeframes were 12 to 6 a.m. They heard from the property owners and felt like moving that time frame back to 7 p.m. was more beneficial to the property owners, so that it would start from the moment that most of the properties closed, so that they didn't have staff available to call it in. But there's been no issues that I'm aware of for that model, and it does work for Tallahassee.
So they made some changes based on what they saw, but they feel that it's working well for their community. I'm trying to kind of boil it down. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. So I'm also interested in whether or not an immobilization happens being up to the owner of the property, which means I'm not in favor of roam immobilizations, because if they want to call it in, okay, but roam immobilization, I have, again, it all goes back to I've heard too many horror stories at this point. And I don't know how to legislate customer service. I don't know any way to be more clear about it than that. So it's time for us to hear from the public. I'm going to be very lenient on how long, you need to speak. Get the information out you need to get out, but, don't abuse it, if you will. It's supposed to be 3 minutes. Try not to beat it up too much, but use the time that you need to convey what you need to convey. If you don't need 3 minutes, don't use 3 minutes. But I'm going to try to be as lenient as possible with sharing information. We have all heard, I think, from lots of people extensively on the issue. So keep that in mind as well. And for anyone who wants to speak on this and hasn't filled out a form yet, the forms are right over here. You can give this gentleman right here, and we'll get you in the list for speaking on this. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Currently, we have 10 people signed up. We'll start with Kevin Whitesides, followed by John Michael Fernandez, and then John Fleming.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I do believe most of y'all have probably received most of my stuff that I have, the analysis and stuff. I'm just going to read a simple version here and just get on my way. Reuben mobilization is just not another enforcement tool. It is one of the only ways to do our job in certain aspects of properties in town. Y'all have created parking garages that do not accommodate tow trucks at all. If you do away with the immobilization problem, they have no enforcement for their parking lot. I cannot get a tow truck in there to do the towing, period. They don't carry our weight. They will not carry our size. Our turning radius does not allow us to go into these places and come back out safely. Other option is other modern vehicles cannot be safely towed without the owner's key. Newer vehicles, especially EVs, hybrids, and luxury models, have electronic parking brakes, lock wheel modes, tow prevention software built in, and neutral release requiring the owner's key only, which makes it impossible for us to tow these vehicles. If you take away immobilization, you take away every private property owner's right to protect their property. As I do believe Mr. Eastman said, immobilization is a visible deterrent. Towing from a parking spot does not deter the next person that is pulling into this parking lot from parking illegally. I personally can tell you now, I have towed out of one parking spot multiple cars in one day. There's no deterrent keeping these people out of the parking if they do not see it. They pull in, they see the boot, they see the big yellow slip on the window. They know then it is serious. Do not park here unless I have permission. It is a visible deterrent. Once you do away with room towing, you're going to put us back 16 years. Oh, sorry, wrong immobilization. You're going to put us back 16 years. This commission fought 16 years ago to change this, to incorporate immobilization because of the violence and the corrupt stuff that was going on with towing. We have now turned the page to where we are utilizing what the commission wanted to do. Boot cars, don't tow them, less invasive, more customer friendly. If you do this, you're going to push us back to the times when people break into the towing company, drive their cars through our gates, have drive-by shootings at towing companies. And yes, all of this has happened in the past. Take away the immobilization, you will increase the towing, you will increase the violence. Keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Michael Fernandez. John Fleming is after John Michael, and then Billy Rohan.
Welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. John Michael Fernandez with the North Central Florida Apartment Association, representing multifamily housing providers throughout the region. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. When residents sign a lease, that is a binding contract, and a parking spot is often a core part of that agreement. And some residents pay for designated parking spaces, and they rely on those spaces being available when they return home. When unauthorized vehicles occupy those spaces, housing providers are simply inconvenienced, and they are in breach of the very promise made to those paying residents. Roam towing and immobilization are the primary tools that allow on-site management teams to uphold those contractual commitments without requiring 24-hour staffing or burdening residents with lengthy complaint processes. Eliminating these tools do not just affect on-site management, it directly harms the residents. Those regulations are meant to protect. We also urge the Commission to consider critical safety dimension. When non-residents occupy parking spaces and residents cannot park in their designated spots, they are forced to find alternative parking, and they are forced to find alternative parking if there are no other spaces available for them. This scenario can result in residents needing to park blocks away from their home, creating safety issues. For elderly residents, residents with disabilities, parents carrying young children, or anyone vulnerable, that walk represents a real serious safety risk. Roam towing and booting are not just about parking management, they are about ensuring residents can safely access their homes. A ban on these tools shifts that risk directly onto the people who live in these communities. We also want to address an operational reality that is sometimes overlooked with this issue. Not all parking facilities are the same. Many multifamily communities in Gainesville have structured parking garages with tight lanes and low clearances with limited turning radius, physically preventing a tow truck from maneuvering to remove a vehicle. In these settings, booting is not a preference, it is the only viable enforcement option. We appreciate the Commission's efforts to create reasonable caps and consumer protections on this issue. We are not opposed to sensible regulation, but we respectfully urge the Commission to maintain the current roam towing and booting regulations as they stand, or at a minimum exempt multifamily residential communities from any potential ban on roam towing or immobilization. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Fleming, followed by Billy Rohan, and then Jeff Combo.
Welcome, Mr. Fleming.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. John Fleming, Tremont Properties. I'm going to send an email to Mr. Persons, and I'm just actually going to read it because it kind of goes over everything, and I'll try to read fast. There are many inherent issues with the proposed removal of roam towing and immobilization. Just to name a few, immobilization has been found to be a much less aggressive way to handle illegal parking, reducing damage to vehicles from the towing, increasing safety in areas by reducing tow-vehicle interactions, allowing vehicle owners the safety and comfort of their vehicles, less aggressive interactions between the vehicle owner and the tow company or the property owner, and it is the preferred method of residents and tenants. I want to repeat that. It is the preferred method of residents and tenants who actually are the ones being violated. And I can go into that later as to why. With properties in the urban core, downtown innovation district near UF, without roam towing and immobilization, each property owner, tenant, or shop owner would need to patrol their own parking lots instead of concentrating on running and growing their business. What does a property owner do when you have hundreds of properties in an area and are legally committed to provide parking to their tenants? If passed, they would need to have an employee or service provider roam their properties searching for violators, which would undoubtedly increase the amount of vehicle towed and immobilized. Not allowing roam towing and immobilization at night or weekends on properties other than residential, this is the Tallahassee model, which I would never advocate, just because it's Tallahassee. So, will result, we could call it something else, will result in parking lots being chained, shut after work hours, a practice that is counteractive to the warm, welcoming city image we're trying to foster. We have 50 plus parking lots in the Innovation District area downtown that are non-residential that will be inundated with students. If we have to call in tows, since we're unlikely to be able to afford a patrol all night long over the weekends, which is approximately 128 man hours or 2.5 employees just to deal with violators in our various parking lots. As you're probably aware, a growing trend for pop-up parking lot parties at night, which causes damage to the property and a high potential for lawsuits against the property owner when someone is hurt. Roam towing can also help deter and break up such violations. These are just some of the issues. There are plenty more. I do understand that the Gainesville Police Department and the City of Gainesville are trying to provide excellent customer service by responding to tow and immobilization complaints in a timely manner. It's been my experience that most of the towing and immobilization, which I have a lot of experience on, as you can imagine, are the result of vehicle owners ignoring clear signage, vehicle owners trying to slip in and out of a parking lot, knowing they're not allowed to park there, the vehicle owner ignoring clear directions, or user error. So they've inputted, if it's a parking app, they've inputted the wrong license plate number or something like that. However, I do believe there's times in which a tow company or parking apps are at fault, though it is a low percentage. Apparently, Gainesville Police Department cities has experienced some resistance from both the tow companies and the parking apps in getting or providing information in a convenient manner. So I think I came up with a solution that will hopefully resolve all of this. So this is what I would propose. All properties can apply and receive a permit with proper application, signage, and inspection by GPD for call-in towing immobilizations, what you're talking about, following state statute and Gainesville tow ordinance. Those properties that desire to have roam towing or roam immobilization must apply, same rules, must apply and also provide a liaison, name, contact information, to the Gainesville Police Department. The liaison will be responsible for providing Gainesville Police Department with any required information to help resolve the complaints, either that the violation was valid, or there was a violation, or there was an issue. The reason that works is because GP didn't have a contract with the tow company. I do. If I call the tow company and say, hey, I need this information, and they don't give it to me, I know I got a problem, and now I just find me a different tow company. Much like the tow companies, GPD would write citations to the property owner that who does not provide such information in a timely manner. After X number of citations, the property owner loses the right to roam, tow, immobilize for a set period of time. If the true desire of the City Commission and the Gainesville Police Department is to resolve complaints and provide better customer service, my proposal does just that. If the desire is to punish tow companies for providing a necessary service, that's another matter. Just remember, the ones who truly are being punished by such extreme positions are the property owners and the tenants, who are really the victims of illegal parking. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Very good, thank you.
So we have Billy Rohan, followed by Jeff Combo, and then Corey Brunson.
Welcome, Mr. Rohan.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Mayor Ward and Commissioners. I'm here, and thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of the victims of roam towing, myself being one included. Over many years here in Gainesville, Florida, I have personally experienced the devastating effects of roam towing. Having my car held hostage for money is no fun. It feels very predatory and unnecessary, and can only imagine how it must feel for a tourist or for people from out of town to come here and have that happen to them. Not saying that all towing should be banned or is bad, just roam towing in particular. Our city is better than having people's nights and trips to Gainesville ruined by a roam towing violation. I would like to thank especially Commissioner Casey Willis for publishing on his Instagram earlier this year this week to come and show support to help end and ban roam towing, as so many people have had trouble with this here in our town. I mean, it's one of those things where when you come to Gainesville, it's a wonderful place, and then all of a sudden your car gets towed, you don't know what to do. It doesn't happen in so many towns around the country. You go to Atlanta, Georgia, they have boots that they put on the cars and different things that they do. But like I said, this was amazing to hear from Commissioner Willis. Even when we were kids in Gainesville, we were first able to drive at Gainesville High School, we would joke with each other, whoever ended roam towing would eventually become the mayor of the city. And ironically, Casey Willis is mayor pro tem. So I get behind the end of roam towing for sure. And I would like to thank all of you today and hope that this is a serious thing. I mean, I truly am a victim. I've had it raised up, and then a person I didn't know come up and say, hey, give me $100 and I'll set your car down. I mean, you can't do that anywhere. That's just wrong. And so I just wanted to thank you on behalf of all the victims of roam towing here in Gainesville, Florida. And I'm sorry, I stopped drinking coffee, so I'm not as lively as normal. But thank you for everything that you guys do, and I appreciate it. In Rome Towing, and thank you, Commissioner Willis, for being brave enough to stand up to this.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan.
Jeff Combo, followed by Corey Brunson, and then Kay Stouffer.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Combs. I apologize if my handwriting was bad on my last name there. First off, I've been working downtown as a contractor since 2009 doing trivia shows at different venues, including like casinos, previous casinos, Dirty Nellies, Lucy's, and currently at the backyard of Boca Fiesta. I'm not here to advertise, but I have been a contractor who has to come downtown as many as 4 times a week to run my shows. Every time I park in wherever I can find that is either free or I can pay that I know that I'm going to be all right, or in the venue's parking lot. At least 3 times I've parked in the venue's parking lots of places where I'm working, where I'm contracted, and have been booted or towed. Every single time I was in the right. Every single time I had to pay to get my car back or get the boot removed from it. Every single time I had to go to the ownership of those venues and go, hi, I got towed while I was working here. And they had to, on my behalf, in order to get my money back. As my grandfather would say, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is enemy action. This is predatory. There's no other way to describe it. One gentleman spoke about how the low percentages of maybe it's the incorrect written down license plate numbers such as that. In my belief, it is that most people would be just willing to pay and get it done rather than try to fight those things. It's much easier for that. It's not as easy for me since I have to work downtown and do it that way. As a result, I'm absolutely in favor of getting rid of roam towing, period, the end. I understand that it is a issue for especially a college town with folks who are new to driving, for lack of a better term. However, I do believe it is also on the venue to have it absolutely clear and to make sure with those places who are towing to do it properly. Currently, it is a Wild West, not on behalf of us, but for roam towing to be able to come in and do whatever they want, it seems like, to vehicles that are parked in places that they actually should be at. Having had to deal with this now for 17 years, and I understand it did change 16 years ago, I haven't seen much of a difference in terms of the predatory nature of roam towing. And I would like to see it gone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey Brunson, followed by Kay Stouffer, and then Dr. Bobby Murmurs.
Welcome, Mr. Brunson.
Thank you.
Okay, you need a minute? You good?
Sorry?
You need a minute?
I'm good. My name is Corey Brunson. I appreciate your time, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to read from some notes. As a cyclist, I commute through a constant, low-grade, but sometimes acute anxiety in fear for my life as I'm forced to ride without protection alongside increasingly distracted and exhausted motorists, even through what should be a walkable urban core. I believe we should be charging drivers at least a market rate for car storage in our public lots, let alone private cars, private ones, before expecting renters and taxpayers like me to subsidize free or artificially cheap parking. So to be clear, I do not support ordinances that make parking easier or less costly in general. However, roam towing and booting or otherwise immobilization is not a solution to these problems. It's not meant to be. Nor is it a fair or equitable way to maintain a serviceable parking supply. It's not fair because it relies on drivers facing, for whatever reasons, confusing signals about when and where they can park for delimited times without punishment, even when they do not convenience anyone. Enforcement of laws, including traffic laws, is notoriously subject to discretion, and this discretion almost invariably works to the favor of the better situated or better connected, and to the disfavor of those who work to live or to study. It's often in this way that an inequitable practice becomes disproportionately burdensome to those who rely most heavily on their cars for odd and expected errands. I urge you to move forward with banning these practices, at least outside the limited scope of residential neighborhoods after hours. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kay Stouffer, followed by Dr. Bobby Murmur, and then Austin Key.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I am one of the new co-chairs of the Alachua County Labor Coalition Board. I want to start, thank you for having us. But reminding folks that when we talk about property owners here, we are talking about business owners for the most part, not owner occupants. So just in the language as we remember that. I am a former resident of the Arlington Square Apartments right next to the Sunsetter here. And I appreciate your efforts to talk about reviewing this annually because it does sound like there's a lot of issues to sort of be resolved here. But as a resident, I was often, disrupted by just the trucks coming in and out of the lots, both at Arlington Square itself and then the Sun Center because I lived on that side. So they're noisy and they're disruptive in that narrow parking lot. Sometimes we would be blocked actually from getting in and out just because of tow trucks. So obviously roam towing in particular makes this far worse. I also will note that trucks roaming around are adding to both carbon pollution, road wear, and general noise pollution and traffic in town. I am really concerned about the proposal in the Tallahassee model for license plate readers, especially if they were in the hands of a private tow company. And I just want to reiterate then the cost burden of towing in general and booting in general for our lowest resource neighbors. I don't have, actual current figures, but if you look at a $15 an hour wage, that's 4.3 hours of work for a booting, 10.7 hours of work for a tow. So just hope that we really consider how to address the problems we're really trying to address. And I don't think that roam, immobilization, or towing is the answer. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Dr. Bobby Murmur, followed by Austin Key, and then Moksha.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Bobby Murmur, Coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. Back here again, as you know, we are opposed, are in favor, of banning both roam towing and roam immobilization or booting. I know that there's some interest in the Tallahassee model allowing predatory towing at multifamily properties between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. I want to urge some caution here. I think a better solution is what Mayor Ward had proposed, reviewing this every year. So we sort of reset, just flat out ban outright, and then revisit it in a year. Because if you narrow it to these multifamily properties after hours, you run the risk of allowing the companies that might be the bad actors to make up the losses that they're seeing from taking away roam immobilization, roam towing during the day and on commercial properties. They might just go buck wild at night. So keep in mind that is a pretty, I would say, obvious unintended consequence here. I also want to address this threat that we heard that there would be this rampant violence if we ban it. There are, at least I meant to bring the list with me today, I forgot, apologies, but there are at least 15 states that have either an outright ban or a de facto ban where you are allowed to patrol parking lots, but before you can immobilize or tow a car, you have to go and get a signature, right? Which helps prevent the incorrect tows like Mr. Combe has experienced. So it's not the end of the world. We know that this isn't needed. It's not necessary. We're not talking about ending towing and immobilization completely. It's just ending the ability for trucks to troll around parking lots looking for a quick buck at the expense of car owners. And this could be the difference for working people and low-income people between paying rent on time or not. Allowing roam towing and roam mobilization, in essence, is taking food out of people's mouths. So please just ban it outright, both practices, revisit it in a year. I'm pretty confident you're going to see the sky's not going to fall. Thanks.
Thank you.
Austin Key, followed by Moksha, and then the last speaker, Evelyn Fox.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Austin Key, and I'm a resident of the city of Gainesville. I'm just here to provide a personal anecdote of what happened when I got booted out in downtown. So I'd gone to meet up with some friends at Boca Fiesta in the backyard just for a meal, and I ended up parking right next to Palomino, and there was a lot, and at the time, the business, which was behind the lot, had been vacant for, I'd say, 6 months to maybe a year. And it did, in fact, have a sign. My thought was the property is vacant. It wouldn't be harming anyone, given that there were open spots and other people had been parked there. So I parked my vehicle, and I went in and came out maybe like 30 minutes to an hour later, and found a boot on my vehicle. Now, I admit, it was pretty clear from signage the vehicle was a Rome tow spot. But my thought process was, since the business itself was vacant, that no one would be enforcing this, especially since it was after hours for this business. And so it took about 3 hours for somebody to come out, take the boot off. It cost me from $80 to $120, and my credit card did not have the regular credit card number on it or the CV on the back, but because of their policy of taking photos of the credit card, there were additional issues with payment, and this process really should not have taken this long, right? Like, the point of booting is it is supposed to deter people from parking in a place, and Rome towing, to begin with, is to free up the parking spots. And so if my car is sitting there for 3 hours and the boot comes off and I drive off, there's a potential that somebody will come back and just park in the same spot again. Additionally, the issue here would be if somebody were to park in the spot, go out drinking, come back and find a boot, they're probably not going to be getting in the car anyway, but the boot now means this vehicle is going to be sitting overnight. It could be sitting over the weekend until this person figures out how to get back, call the tow company, get the boot off the vehicle. And so it doesn't really solve the issue of why someone would want towing or vehicles removed from parking spots for the sake of businesses, especially in Gainesville where there are limited parking spots. So, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moksha, followed by Evelyn Fox.
Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for letting us speak to this. I am very charged about this, and I want to thank you for finally speaking about this. Major Kernick knows me well, and so does Monica Jordan. As somebody that had a van that drove 4,007 miles across the country from the West Coast, the best coast, to take care of my father who was dying of lung cancer, I had a van for 25 years. That van was never towed until I came to Gainesville. Welcome to Gainesville. My van was actually towed from where I lived in a multifamily rental. And it was towed by the wonderful Kevin over here. And what happened was my beloved van was towed twice in this community. And I came home to find out the property manager said, we didn't tow it. Superior said, oh, they authorized it. And then they made something up saying that my tires were flat. I had brand new tires from Sam's Club. So Kevin, my tires were not flat. And 7 of us had our vehicles towed that day. Only 2 of us got them back. Within 24 hours, you are supposed to allow the person to get their vehicle back with $100. There was also no signs at the entrance nor on the curbs. Monica Jordan knew this. She was supposed to come out and see that. She didn't look at my photos or videos. I was never allowed to get my vehicle the first day, the second day, the third day, fourth day, or the 5th day. GPD finally came and helped me because I continued to blow up their phones and go in person. And thank God for one officer that I know is awesome, Matthias Matar, who came out with Sergeant Brown when Kevin tried to trespass me and he kept refusing my money order. His payment method says check, cash, money order, or credit card. Every day I had to get a new money order for Kevin. I had to get an attorney involved. He yelled and screamed at my attorney. He yelled and screamed at my friend. When I finally did get my vehicle back from the wonderful inferior towing, the people that came out and helped, because I'm a AAA member and I support Elite Towing only and Gainesville Towing, because they don't predator tow. They only tow if you call them. And that driver was a former employee of Kevin's. And he said, you better drive your car home quickly or tow it home, because if you park it over here at Winn-Dixie, because he wouldn't even let me put it over there. He put it in the Winn-Dixie, and then he said, the AAA guy said, basically you have to get your car right home because they'll tow it again. And so it was this whole thing, and then my vehicle was all gone through. Several items were missing. My running boards were completely dented. I still have pictures and videos of all of this that Matthias Matar saw. Also, Major Kernick saw this. And, you know, I think we also need a revamp of the GPD, Sergeant Gerard and Monica Jordan tow liaison. The only people that I feel within GPD actually gave me the time of day and really cared about my situation was Major Kernick and Matthias Matar. And then to top it off, I had my vehicle towed again the next year, and I never got my stuff back or anything. End predator towing, end booting, and end Superior. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Evelyn Fox.
Welcome.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and Manager. I'm Evelyn Fox, President of the Alachua County branch of the NAACP. Well, I was a victim of wrong towing, and I was devastated. I went to a football game, and when I came back, I cranked up my car and tried to move it, and it wouldn't. And I called my friend that was with me. I said, my car won't move. And I got out, and the man was sitting in his tow truck and said, we have a boot on it. I said, a boot? There was no signage telling us that we could not park there, or it was invisible to me. And they didn't want cash. We had to do a credit card for $83.50. And I kind of gave them a kind of hard time. He said, ma'am, I'm not going to argue with you. Either let me have a credit card or you could come to our lot and pick it up. Well, not only me and my friend, and I don't think she would mind if I tell you, it was Commissioner Chestnut. There were about 15 cars parked in that lot the evening that we got back from the football game. And there were students and people from out of town. I felt horrible that that happened to me, let alone young people who really didn't have the money to pay $83. And the driver was very arrogant and ugly to most of us. So I don't think the wrong towing is a good thing. And I don't know about the lot, our 5 over there where we used to catch the Gator 8 to the football game. That's a vacant lot over there. And I have parked in it before and never noticed the sign, or I would park on the side of the street. We definitely need to get rid of that. If there's 15 cars that was parked that night that I got booted, that's a lot of money that these tow companies are making off of people like me who is on a fixed income. And I don't think it's fair for people to come to our city, and we have the reputation of tow truck drivers just riding around and putting a boot on somebody's car. So I urge you, and then the other experience, I was at a nail shop one day. There was a young lady from Orlando who mom was at Shan's in serious condition, and she came in the nail shop. She went out after her nail was done, her car was gone. She had no money, so I told her I would take her to where her car, she went back and read the sign for where it was on Main Street. And I took this strange young girl to the place, and she barely had enough money to pay for it. And she said, well, I don't know if I'm gonna have enough money to get back home. I said, well, I can spare $20, and I gave it to her. And things like that should not happen in our wonderful city. So I urge you to get rid of the wrong towing and the booting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have one more speaker, Crystal Minor.
Very good. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time. I am also here with John Michael to represent NCFA, but I really just kind of had additional commentary as I was listening to the wonderful voices in this room. It seems like a lot of us are voicing concerns from actual experience that we've had, because there are people that are paying to be residents in our community that suffer from not having access to roam towing and booting. Because we have over 3,000 apartment homes just in the downtown and midtown area where we are almost 1 per 1, meaning you have one spot to fill for each person. And they come home and they have nowhere to go. So I can absolutely understand the voices of hearing the tow trucks and hearing things like that. But I think it sounds like if we have a predatory nature from the tow companies, then we need to address that. And that becomes a concern, and that becomes organization that we need to have on that side. If it's a signage issue and you are a property owner, that is part of your responsibility to do your best by residents. But what we're speaking of oftentimes in this room is people that are the exception to the rules in which we're trying to oblige by. The one person that comes from a tourist versus the people that come home on a daily basis and suffer from this. So I kind of just wanted to at least shed a little bit of light from that. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to share my experience with roam towing. I think it was 2016, could have been 17. I was roam towing from Oak Brook Walk in the summer. When I say it was a 90% empty lot, I'm not joking. There was no visitor parking spots. I was there to visit a friend who lived there, who did not have a car of their own. They were a foreign student, no car. Oak Brook Walk has a large, particularly over the summer, a large preponderance of foreign exchange students who are here for either just the summer, short programs, those kind of things. It's kind of rent by the room situation. And so I was not allowed to park there, I guess. It's roam towing. I was not depriving anybody of a spot. Like I said, it's a 90%. So like, it's because roam towing existed, that's why I was towed. Not because I was denying someone a spot. The owners, the property owner or manager or even a resident said, hey, that car's not supposed to be here. It was not during a football game. It wasn't during a Friday night. It wasn't, it's not close to, though arguably close to campus, that corner of campus is just not where there's a large demand. It's really on that's the hospital side. So I had this experience of, it made absolutely no sense for my car to be towed. It did not, all it did was make the tow company money. That is all it did. And so some of this falls on deaf ears with me because, as you know, I know it is anecdotal, but this anecdotal evidence just, and an anecdote becomes anecdata when you have this much of it from the community, to the mayor's point, having heard it. And I really appreciate, I 100% appreciate the argument about enforcing the contract with residents, with tenants, about they're allowed to park, though not often like an assigned spot. It's just you have the ability to park somewhere, and it is understood that it is part of what you're getting in return for rent, particularly if you literally pay as a parking separate fee. I really appreciate that, but I'm going to compare this to the former renters' rights ordinance we had. That renters' rights ordinance was taken away from us, but the city doesn't have the ability to roam enforce basic decency to tenants. Now this sounds like a weird connection, but we don't get to. It has to get so bad that it somehow comes to a court system. The city can't even step on in behalf. And we weren't even roam enforcing. It was going to be once every, 4 years, 5 years, I forget what it was, for inspections. But we can't do that. We can't help at all our tenants. But then this idea that the only way to do decent customer service to a tenant is through a roam towing situation where someone can hire a lookout, look. And the thing is, if roam towing equally roamed every single spot they are contracted to, I would not have proposed this. They don't equally roam. And for apartment dwellers and owners to then say, well, obviously this is a customer service situation, every single property owner. I invite North Central Florida Apartment Association to actually communicate that to their members and to tell them you are doing a disservice to your renters and tenants when you don't go above the minimum sign ordinance. Because, towing the signs, it's in ordinance. Go above it. Truly communicate. Provide visitor parking spots. Nothing in our code demands visitor parking spots. Correct, Mr. Manager? I'm sorry, I don't know who from from sustainable development. But you're a city planner. We don't require visitor parking spots in multifamily.
That's correct.
So and we're talking about, I'm going to tie this to a lot of things. We talk about an epidemic of loneliness, and we talk about people needing to be able, to like live the good life in Gainesville, and you literally can't go visit a friend. And I'm all for people biking and, not using a car, but you can't go visit a friend. And it's not because the entire lot is full and there's literally no space to park. It's because Oak Brook Walk, 0 visitor parking spots. So I'm sorry, that was 10 years ago. It's probably a different owner, and my friend doesn't live there anymore. But so I had a similar experience, and absolutely, you pay it. You're a little self-ashamed. It's only later when you find out it happens to everybody else that you're like, I don't know that I should have just personally been ashamed. It may have been a predatory situation. It may be something that is kind of unfair and does not achieve our goals. So that is what's led me to propose this. And at first I was really liking the idea of the Tallahassee compromise. But then again, a 1-year reset and then go back and look. Because we may have several things we need to look at and change. That's where I lean to right now. Other places manage this, so I think surely we can manage this. And I agree that apartments need better customer service to their residents and tenants, 100%. Because, I'll agree to that 100%. And I also, the next part that we are going to be talking about is the fee. And I completely think that $80 is for an immobilization is perhaps not enough. When Tallahassee upped theirs recently, it's because they hadn't touched theirs for 10 years or something. We haven't touched ours. I think that $100 for towing it needs to cost more. I know that's harsh for people to hear, time and money. I think the $80 is probably also too low. I think it probably needs to be $100 as well for immobilization. But I don't want any of the roam to exist, for a year. I like that idea. So that is I'm going to go ahead and make a motion now to see if we're going to go with this. And I move that the City Commission direct staff to bring us back option 1 in ordinance format.
Is there a second?
Repeat option 1.
Option 1 is complete elimination of roam immobilization and roam towing. Would still allow for call-in. The ordinance is, and it has all those other small regulatory customer service issues.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And Madam Clerk, if you'll work on getting that up on the screen. Are you finished?
I think so. Well, I want to just finish with the dollar amount for the fee. It probably always should have been something that was raised over time that followed the normal fee schedule because things just get more expensive. Though I also know that dispatch surely has gotten cheaper and more efficient in the day of cell phones because you can dispatch to POS, in essence POS units or phones. And so I also don't know, did it actually get more expensive? But I know the physical cars they've changed, the trucks have gotten more expensive, and I'm sure the liability insurance has gotten more expensive as the vehicles have gotten more expensive. So I'm sure there's lots of things that have gotten more expensive. I appreciate that. And I think that's, to me, the compromise is you have to call it in, and it costs more money, as opposed to quick, easy roam towing. The last thing I will say is, I think a lot of people expect that in systems there's a tiny bit of grace, whether it's you're just literally dropping something off at your friend's apartment, you're picking something up because you bought it on Facebook Marketplace, you're not, that's not where you're supposed to park. You go in, you park there, you return mail to a neighbor in a complex. I've done this before. I've parked in a neighbor's complex, returned mail to them that went to me, don't know why. Wasn't allowed to park there, wasn't in a visitor spot. I think people like a little bit of grace, but with roam towing, there's no grace, and it's predatory. They're not towing every single one of their. I was told 200,000 parking spots are under roam towing. Is that right? Did y'all hear that? Tens of thousands of parking spaces in Gainesville are under a roam tow agreement. They are not equally roamed. And so that's why it becomes, you have a honeypot where the money is. Lot 10 being the example that Ms. Fox gave. Thank you for letting me expound a little bit. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I would like, because we've talked a lot about roam towing and then call-in towing, and I mean, so everyone's telling their story of being towed. I'll say I've been towed once. I would have assumed that I was roam towed, except I happen to know the business owner who said we don't roam tow here. We called this one in. You wouldn't know that unless you happen to know the person who did it. I think there's a lot more call-in towing than people realize, and I would be curious about to hear from Monica. So, like, if we're moving to an entirely different system, what system are we moving to here? Like, what does authorization look like? Who can call it in? What person along properties? How does a property owner call in a tow? And then we've kind of gone over the consumer protections. There's a whole lot of them, but I'm curious from property owners that are here that are concerned about it. If you're a tenant, who can call this in under the system that you're proposing here?
So that would be at the discretion of the commission. As it states right now, the property owner and anyone who they designate, so their designee, whether that be a property manager or a leasee, would be able to call that in. The only restriction to that is that the person who they designate cannot be someone who works for the towing company. So if you guys would like that to include those who own or lease the actual parking spaces, that is something that we could amend that language in the definitions for who can act on behalf of the property management. I think it's pretty open right now, so it already includes that, but we can make that definitely more defined. Now, as it relates to calling in, like our Tallahassee model, as well as some of the other locations like Orlando we've looked at, when they do call in, they would call in a tow company to provide that service, whether it be an immobilization or a tow. There is a signature sheet that they would have to sign, meaning the person who's calling it in would sign it, as well as a representative from the tow or the immobilization company with information about the vehicle, so that should there be a concern later from the person who's being towed or from the person who's being immobilized, if they file a complaint with us, because we are required to have that portal for them to file an official complaint, we would then reach out to the property owner and or the immobilization or towing company to request a copy of that. From that point moving forward, as long as that information is available, then it becomes a civil matter between the person who is immobilized and the property owner, because that's their statutory right to have that vehicle removed.
Okay, and so basically it's, so there's a call-in, but what I see the process, the verification from your perspective is the signed authorization. That's what shows. So the
Correct.
property owner has authorized it. Where, like, it could possibly be that someone noticed the car there, came in and said, hey, you have a car illegally parked here, can I tow it? And that signature
Correct.
is the connection there between that property owner.
Yes.
And that happens at the time, or could they come the next day potentially and sign one of those?
It must
or?
be at the time of the actual tow or immobilization.
Okay, all right. So I mean, there will still be tows. There will still be immobilizations in the city. There will be lots of. Broward County, I'm positive, has lots of towing and lots of booting. But there will be. I mean, there will just be a little more connection between there. I'll say that for some of the smaller, smaller businesses, things like that, I know that I've heard concerns from some of them about, what does this mean for their area? And I'm very sympathetic. I'll see. I guess we'll see what happens, when we go back and review this within a year. But I appreciate you going over some of that. The as to just to go into the weeds a little bit more with you, there is within this new ordinance, there's a whole lot of provisions, but one of which I think is kind of unrelated to the other ones, is that it puts restrictions on formerly incarcerated people and the jobs that they are able to have. There's already restrictions on formerly incarcerated people and their ability to work for these companies. I personally don't like voting for any new and updated restrictions on formerly incarcerated people and the job opportunities that they have. Maybe if there's great data that shows correlations, maybe if you can prove it to me over time that this is something that is very, that has a definite impact of cause and effect, but I haven't seen that with this one, and so I would like to see that pulled from the ordinance that they bring back to us. This is the same one that Community Spring and Released Reentry sent us a letter about that they thought was an inappropriate addition to that. I would like to see that stripped from whatever ordinance is brought back for the motioner and the second.
I would definitely be willing to strip that out at this point to go forward, and then, yeah. to strip it out. Is it the
Commissioner
second?
Justin, are you with that?
Okay. All right, that's all.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
I'm in support of the motion. I very much understand that if you are paying for a parking spot, that you should be able to do what you want to with that parking spot. Somebody else shouldn't come and take it from you. But I think you should be able to do what you want with that parking spot. If my neighbor's gonna be gone for the next 2 weeks and he tells me it's okay if my cousin parks there, I think that should be all right. And not necessarily having to jump through whatever hoops have to go through to be able to get that permission. If the guy that owns that spot or is leasing that spot wants to borrow a car from somebody else, or the dozen other reasons that you could have something besides the car that they registered for that to go into that spot, I think that should be their right. And I think it can be very difficult to get everything put there to keep that car from being towed unless it is the car that was registered to that building. Let's say I'm at a friend's house and we decide to take his car over to my house and go inside for a little while. Is that car going to get towed? Like I have a friend of mine's daughter just got her car towed from in front of her mom's house where she was supposed to be because the license tag was expired. They decided it wasn't supposed to be there so they could tow the car. Like there's lots of those things that it's not causing a problem to the owner of the space or to anything else, that it's still profitable to tow, and I think we're incentivizing the wrong thing. So I'm very much in favor of getting rid of that, the roam towing in general, and if people need to enforce their property rights, they enforce their property rights. It's the same thing in my house. If I come home and there's somebody parked in my spot, I can have them towed, but I wouldn't want somebody just driving around my neighborhood deciding to yoink any car that they didn't think was supposed to be there. The same thing we talked about, somebody mentioned elderly residents that need those parking spaces they've paid for. I could not imagine my grandma trying to explain to me how it is to register my car to where it would be okay to park in front of her house when I came over there. I think if there's something that is a problem, like any other problem, you would then report that to the right authorities and have that problem fixed. So I think getting rid of roam towing and across the board would be my preference. If it turns out that there is some disaster, we're gonna look, or when I say roam towing, I mean roam enforcement. Then, if it does really cause problems, though it seems to be fairly successful in other places, we can take another look at it in a year. But even like looking at the Tallahassee model, when I think of the time that I would least want to send someone across town to try and get their car out of impound, I think of some young college student at 2 a.m. outside of a sketchy parking lot trying to get their car out and everything handled. I think that's the worst time for the customer service side of things to try to be dealing with that. And I think very few people roll home at 2 o'clock in the morning looking for their spot, or 3 o'clock in the morning looking for their spot when they're finding these things. So it's an odd time for the enforcement team. And again, if it is a problem and somebody is in your spot, call them towed. I don't think that's a problem, or booted or whatever else. But I think the roam aspect of it is the part that is causing problems, and I think we can do without it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So agree or disagree with the particular motion, at least we're not avoiding updating an ordinance which was badly in need of updating. And the specific reason for that is because we don't even have current technology considered. We need practical ramifications, I said that before, on the way that we interact and gain information from the people, whether they're violators or vendors. So that's the good part. I do feel like when we update, updating to the extreme that we completely eliminate an example of something that's used all the time, which in this case is immobilization, is probably not a good move. I do agree that assessment evaluation in 1 year, Commissioner Willits, you may want to add that, or we can just simply make another motion, but essentially you force us to do that in approximately 1 year would be good. One thing I would completely oppose is what police have asked to do is add one potential aspect of a criminal violator in ordinance. And it's basically, if you commit a sexual offense, a felony sexual offense, you victimize somebody sexually, sorry, this is not one of the professions for you. And these are typically a towing contact or a booting contact with a violator is one-on-one, typically late hours. And the people who are best suited for that sometimes are not going to be those who have committed felony sexual offenses. This is just reality, where I do think in most cases we do. I think we even had this conversation earlier. You give second and third and fourth chances to people because that's what we want. We want education, we want job skills, we want literacy. We want them back out there and reintegrated in society. This is not that particular contact. So someone who's a felony sexual offender should not in any way, shape, or form be one-on-one with typically somebody that's going to be at night in a conflict type of position. I think we should keep it. It was a minor ask by the police department, and including to some other things. If you drive drunk, if you have a violent felony within 10 years of application, no, you're not towing cars. So I felt that we should probably keep that. It was asked for by the police department. I think that's pretty important. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. I have just a couple thoughts on a couple things. First, I want to remind everyone that this motion and all we could do today with this is direct staff to bring back an ordinance. Then there will be, if we do that, there would be 2 readings of the ordinance, which means at the first reading, we could make direction to make substantive changes to that ordinance. And then there's another reading after that. Both of those are public hearings. There's plenty of opportunity to work through this. Today, the most we can do is direct staff on this issue. Second, I hear all the, I hear both sides of item 2 in the motion. I don't want to restrict second, third, fourth, fifth chances, but this is a unique circumstance that is a one-on-one a one-on-one experience, often in places where there's not anybody else around, in the dark, often with young people, and I don't feel good about banning someone from those jobs, but I would feel worse allowing it if something happened. And unfortunately, there's more propensity than not in that circumstance. So I can't support the second part, but I can support the first part. I'm also still willing to hear other things, but again, to my mind, what we were dealing with, we would not be dealing with if there were a way to say, be kinder about the process. I thought we would have gotten there last year after this discussion. We're not there. So I think we have to do something different. And I wish that were not the case, but I think it is the case. So a couple more folks. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm somewhat, the second part, I'm a little on the fence, but I feel like if we don't, the reason why I want it on this motion is because it kind of lets the community know. Otherwise, it's tucked into the big list, as Commissioner Book mentioned. There's a whole bunch of these consumer protections that will not be part of the larger, is not part of the larger conversation unless we make it. This makes this part of the larger conversation to hear from the community about, like, is this that area where, because I totally agree, but I also know that the formerly incarcerated are frequently relegated to the least pleasant jobs, and I'm sure Kevin and their staff at Superior and others, hopefully they enjoy their jobs, but it can be unpleasant because you're dealing with people who are having their worst day, as we sometimes say. They're having their worst day because the car is booted or removed, or they realize they're going to have to shell out money, and the things going through their head. So I believe it is probably an unpleasant job. Formerly incarcerated and end up in our most unpleasant jobs. Usually a lot of them don't have this contact with, like, the general public, sometimes at night, a dark parking lot. But so that's why I'm a little on the fence, because I understand the danger at the same time. If we cut off every job, particularly unpleasant jobs, from our formerly incarcerated, we just get right back to this place where we're at, that the formerly incarcerated, for these very specific lists on violent and sexual offenses, Well, where can they? Evidently, we won't let them work in the dark at night.
So
We're certainly
they still can be hired by the tow companies to do other towing opportunities, but it would not be for trespass tow. Our rotation tow list does not
Right.
allow these individuals to tow cars for our rotation list. It's in our tow rotation contract that we have for the city, and it mirrors what FHP has.
Okay. So but Rome towing, or not, excuse me, not Rome.
Trespass towing.
Trespass call-in, trespass towing, they wouldn't be allowed to do.
No, but they could do other towing.
What other towing is there besides city, a car that is
AAA,
broken?
you know, if somebody
Right.
called the tow company directly, they could still participate and do that.
And those. Well, I will also say that partially, if we don't have roam towing, it makes me feel a little better about second part, because it also means they're not literally roaming. They've been called to go to one place. The property owner has told them, so someone on site knows, or probably on site knows that someone from the tow company. But at the same time, if there's not 4 votes on that, you know, I'll move forward with the rest of it. So I think, yeah,
Okay.
I think that's all. But thank you for mentioning this. We will have 2 more readings of this, and if there are some little things in between, but this is at least the motion where we're headed now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willets. Commissioner Engel.
I just gotta echo what Commissioner Willis just said too. I broke down before, in the middle of absolute nowhere, just tiny swamp between here and Palatka with like not a street light in sight. I would be more concerned about a tow truck driver with nefarious ideas showing up in those situations than I would somebody who has been specifically called to a place in Gainesville that somebody's had to walk out and sign a piece of paper that says we're asking you to be here. There's a paper trail and everything else against that. So by eliminating the roam towing, I am less concerned about that. That said, I can't remember exactly what the differences are between the prohibitions we currently have and what those prohibitions would be. I know we've talked about it a little bit, but it's something as the ordinance goes through and, you know, adjustments need to be made, I don't mind having a conversation. But I would be much more worried about somebody in the middle of nowhere getting picked up by a tow truck than I would be somebody in town in a lot getting picked up by a tow truck or having a boot removed. I think those are places that tend to be more populated and tend to, you know, especially if you've got somebody who's called in and you know who that's going there as a tow truck driver. So I've got less concerns about that under a new system. That's where I am.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Chestnut.
I would say on item 2, we all believe in second chances. But I would leave it to staff when they return to just completely spell that out. Spell that out for us and bringing it back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Okay. All right. Do you want to follow up on exactly that, or? Okay, go ahead.
So, just so I understood the motion. Were we talking about removing all the language, or were we talking about removing the new additions? Because the way it reads, it kind of sounds like removing language and all limitations, as opposed to the suggestion that GPD had brought forward.
Commissioner Willets, it's your
The
motion.
new language, and if GPD or Monica Jordan can clarify what the new language that is about that.
But leaving the old restrictions in place.
Yes.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Yes.
So as it reads currently, the sexual battery is what's already there. The only thing we amended, which would be to include those that are on the registry as predators and or offenders. So that's the distinction. But the actual sexual battery piece, all that information is currently already on our ordinance as it reads now.
So I don't think we want to remove that.
No.
Yeah.
Well, so this is, if sorry if I may, Mr. Mayor. Community Spring and some others have talked to us about sent emails about this, and this is that sticky situation, and we've had conversations larger in the public about the registry. Lots of different things get people on registry. Sexual batteries sounds like it's a bit of in an ordinance. It's not what people think or use in everyday parlance. So I think it's a little hard to understand. We're getting deep into law, which that's not typically what we do here. And that's why I'm still that part. I'm kind of open about. But I want to get towards what Community Spring was talking about, is that we can't cut off every opportunity for employment in what is typically perhaps an unpleasant job. That's where formerly incarcerated often end up, unless it's unless you stole $10 million from the state of Florida, then you end up in all kinds of jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, just to be clear, the current ordinance is I think fairly strict as to people that can or cannot work for within these towing companies. It's any capital offense, any first-degree felony, sexual battery, or any violent felony involving the use of a firearm as defined by state law. Any felony from 10 years, so any felony going forward for a 10-year period. But the other ones, you were banned for life. Anything driving under the influence within 5 years. So there's a number of things that we stop from there. I just the pointing to something that we don't have any control over, which is this database that is determined by the state of Florida related to sexual offenses. We're not the ones who are determining that. That's a state database. It is very, very broad, as Community Springs pointed out. Florida has a very loose definition of looser than other states as to what puts you on that database. I just don't feel comfortable with it unless, like I said, I'm comfortable, I don't have a broad, it should be a free-for-all for formerly incarcerated people to be hired somewhere. But if we're going to do it, I want to see data. I want to see at least, things that have occurred that have caused this to happen. And from my understanding, this is just, we've seen it somewhere else, so now we're applying it here. I would rather keep what we have in here, which seems to be working okay at the moment. This is a very minor part, I should point out, of we're talking about shifting an entire system of towing from one system to another. But I just am uncomfortable, just as across the board. We should not be making it harder for formerly incarcerated people to find jobs and get back on their feet unless we have very, very good reason to do that. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to keep my comments relatively short. I haven't said very much up until now because I hear everybody's point. In this conversation. Have had conversations with everybody on each side of this matter, and I want to say this. I think at the core of this, for me, everybody is asking for something. They're asking to be safe. You hear apartment managers and owners asking for the right to protect their residents, asking for the right to be able to have individuals come back home safely, whether it's late at night, whether it's during the hours of the day, and be able to park where they're supposed to park. I get that. I agree with that. I hear the other side that really, without going too far down the rabbit hole, I got up and went to the restroom and came back and we were way down the tracks. But I will say that I'm interested to see what staff is going to come back with. There are a couple of more readings on this. Unpopularly, I don't have a problem with roam towing. I don't. Now, here's what I will say. I think that everything that I've heard from the individuals who have had a problem with roam towing has had to do with interactions. I happen to have had positive interactions, and that might sound really strange, but that is my reality. But I do have an issue that other people have not, and that's what's not lost on me. That for me is really where I think a lot of conversation can be had. We may not be able to regulate that, but I'm really curious to hear from our business owners who are working in that space, how you would be willing to improve that. Because you hear the conversation. You see the struggle up here. You know that we're going to be revisiting this in about a year. I also would hope that that's not the kind of interaction or reputation that you want. So I hope that as this moves forward, as this ordinance moves forward, however it's going to shake out, that there is a very conscientious effort to improve the culture of what that is. Because right now, it's tenuous. We can't legislate that. We can't make that decision. But I certainly will say what my personal experiences have been, majority, I would love to hear more people saying that. Let's work towards that. Had an interesting conversation on yesterday. Heard some interesting numbers from some apartment managers about the impacts of folks not being able to get into their spots when they need to. Hearing the impacts about what it means to be a little closer to the University of Florida and how that causes trauma, for lack of a better word. And you know, the one thing that kind of jumped out at me was a conversation that we had probably about, I don't know, maybe a little over a year ago. Some of you may be a lot more familiar with the time frame than I can remember right now. But we had a conversation around a developer that wanted to build several hundreds of units very close to UF, and they were offering about 15 parking spaces. And that made me remember how important it is for us when we can, on the front end, make sure. We know parking is always a problem, whether we're talking about parking downtown or whether we're talking about this matter right here. But being on the front end is so important. I'm going to conclude my comments with that. And I'm sorry that this is where this is, to be honest. But I also know where this is going. Thank everybody for your comments. I've heard you. And I really hope that we can improve the nature of these types of interactions, because I know we can do better. So let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've spoken a couple times, so I'll also be brief, just like Commissioner Duncan Walker. I would have preferred our updates to be a little more pragmatic and a little more incremental, right? Because when you overhaul something greatly, it's very, very difficult to pull that back. An incremental change to ordinance is what you do to improve. As it relates to this one small aspect of what we talk about for offenders, I will say that the language that was added by Gainesville Police, or was proposed to be added, is very prescriptive. It is not at all vague. Florida State Statute, Chapter 893, talks exactly what a sexual offender or a sexual predator is. There's nothing vague about it. And those, you know, and unfortunately there are sometimes professions that we can't have somebody go in based on the previous victimization they've done. This would certainly fit into my estimation, some of those aspects. So it's very prescriptive. And I thought it was a very, very minor change to make sure that we can't have people who have victimized people in really horrible ways in the past, potentially to say, well, you know, tonight I will tow this car, I will be one-on-one contact, and I've shown by my former registration with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement that I'm just not suitable for certain interactions. This would be one of them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. I have a problem voting with it, voting for it with item 2 on there. Item 1, I prefer option 2A, but a change must happen in what we're doing, and I'm not going to vote against option 1, but I can't do number 2. Let me say also, while I'm speaking, I meant to say this earlier. I reached out to other mayors in similar cities to ours in other states. Roam towing doesn't even exist in states like South Carolina and Arkansas and Tennessee and a couple of other states that I checked in. They didn't know what I was talking about when I said, how do you handle roam towing in your city? Now, they do call-in towing. They do call-in towing, and it works. There are counties, as Commissioner Eastman noted, in Florida that don't do roam towing. It may be a perception, but the perception of a lot of people in this community and who know of this community is that it is a problem in this community as applied. I know that it solves problems as well. I hear that. I get it. The way we do it is not the way a lot of other folks do it, and they seem to be able to get by. All right, we have a couple of other lights. Commissioner Willits.
Yes, Mayor. I was at a conference earlier this week with elected officials from across the United States, and I was talking about this, and I said roam towing, and they said, "Is that some sort of Italian version of?" I said, "No, roam like trespass, but they go around the city." Many people. It was in Arkansas. They were very, very confused. And I wanted to try a question to Commissioner Eastman on number 2, because would you feel comfortable at least, so going forward from today at least, if we struck number 2, would you feel comfortable, and let's go see what, ordinance time, when we get first and second reading, and I admittedly, I need to go back and review the current language versus the new language a little more, so that I can fully grasp how restrictive it is now versus in the future. Most of my concern has been mostly about what Community Spring has said, so I owe my colleagues in the community a little more looking at in this. But what do you feel about going forward with just item 1? Because and also Commissioner Chestnut's concerns and the mayor's concerns, and so of course we can always move forward and change it then later, but. So I just wanted to ask Commissioner Eastman.
Sure. I don't know if we have 4 votes. I will say that I think we need something more than just fear of what could potentially happen as we're restricting people's ability to get back on their feet. I at least need a story. I need something.
We'll bring that back to you at the first reading.
All right, okay.
We can get you some data, and we can bring the full definition of an offender and a predator. Through my experience with the state of Florida, offenders and predators aren't labeled lightly. That is a strict restriction, and predators are very violent and usually have multiple victims. These are not individuals that have made one mistake and are being asked to, so it is a significant label. It is a label that the state of Florida mandates that we check on offenders once a year to make sure that their addresses are correct with their driver's licenses. And I believe our predators are on a 90-day check. And I'd have to look. It's been 10 years since but I will bring you all of that back.
If there's a distinction, then that needs to be listed here. I see any sexual offense that resulted in registering with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, which I think is broader. If there is a distinction between predator and any sexual offense, any sexual offenses, I mean, a huge number of things under Florida law, from what I can tell.
Absolutely.
But if there's, so if that either I'm misreading it, or there needs to be like a redrafting to more precisely state what that is.
And we can work with the legal office to get that drafted.
Okay.
If that is your direction, if that's the direction we're getting.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to amend my current motion to remove item 2.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say.
Okay.
Very good. All right. So again, the motion is to direct staff to return with an ordinance outlined in option 1, eliminating all roam towing and immobilization. That is what we're asking them to write. It will come back to us for 2 readings and the opportunity to discuss it and to make changes at those 2 readings. That's the point of public comment on those 2 things. Housekeeping note before we move to a vote. We have another item that is similar to this that I want us to consider, that I want to take 5 before we move on to the next 2 items. All right, you see the motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, that passes 5-2 with Commissioners Book and Duncan Walker in dissent. Is that, did I miss any dissent there? Okay. All right, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Book, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah, before we got into the ordinance related to standardization of fees, which other than what the fees are, I think that probably will not be a very lengthy conversation. I wondered, Mr. Mayor, would it be the appropriate time now to have a motion that basically provided a standardized program of training for the vendors in the ordinance, as well as the assessment and evaluation of 1 year regardless? Or should that perhaps come when we take it back up again? Because those are two things that appear to be probably beneficial from all sides.
Well, certainly the commission can make that motion in terms of revisiting in a year. I would say that would be something that maybe you would want to wait until maybe the first or second reading of the ordinance. In terms of, can you clarify in terms of training, you're talking more, not actual training, more education? Is that what you're
I think you're right. For example, bars and liquor and alcohol establishments have some state statute prescribed types of training. We have in ordinance some crowd manager training. So while we call it training, it's making sure everybody understands the rules of engagement, essentially. And by doing that, it puts everybody at a level playing field, and nobody can then say, oh, I don't understand what that is. And that's regardless of what the final ordinance does. It sounds like that might be something that would benefit us from a city perspective.
I think, and Major Koenig or Ms. Jordan can speak to this, but in my understanding, I think that the tow companies have a very good understanding of what the law is. However, I'm not sure we always do a great job with the property owners in terms of education. We could probably do more about what their rights are, what the rules are, so they have a full sort of understanding of what the city ordinances provide for in terms of immobilization or towing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Okay, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, Mr. Manager, while the towing companies may have a good understanding of what is required, it's obvious that they're not employing that, or they're not being customer friendly, or they haven't come up with any amendments that they would make. So I think it would be good for them to have this training and to have it pretty early on, the education, if you will.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Right. Yeah, I would say, I mean, on all of these, I mean, I do agree with not skipping on over the training that with Commissioner Book from earlier that there's a whole lot of different options that we could have done with this, and I do think that looking like having after voted on this and us moving forward that this would have been good, I think, for a general policy committee meeting where we could sit around. We used to do this where we'd sit around at a table hashing things out. We did this with Citizens Field where we hashed things out because this is a nuanced thing with lots of different options in it. And, so I'm comfortable like with where we're going forward with it and us revisiting it. But I would like for us to consider in the future for more complicated things with multiple various categories that could come out of it that we could, sit and have a more traditional general policy committee meeting to have these discussions in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. I will say we had a long discussion about it last year. We had a long discussion about it but a month or two ago, and now here we are yet again. Commissioner Book.
All right, so I'll make a motion, direct staff to research and bring back a potential program of training related to the towing program and assess and evaluate the ordinance in 1 year, approximately 1 year.
Second. We have a motion and second. Is there any public comment on that?
We don't have anyone sign, it would just be calling out because we don't have anyone signed up for that motion.
Okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our resolutions for the afternoon, 2026-343, towing and immobilization resolution for the establishment of fees, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt the towing and immobilization resolution for fees.
Thank you so much. We had worked with the legal department with Lee Libby, and he drafted this resolution, which raises the base tow rate from what was $100 to match the county's rate at $160. We have the storage fee at $30 and an administrative and lien fee at $75, and the immobilization fee to be set at $65 in the resolution. So this is, there's no presentation to this. This is just the legal document and in order for you guys to take a look and give us direction at this point.
Commissioner Engel.
So, is that all the fees there can be? And I'm just concerned that we're setting fees at what we think is a reasonable rate, and then also there's a convenience fee and whatever fee. I mean, like, is there other things that can be tacked onto that, or is that it?
The direction that that Mr. Libby and on our conversations was that would be the maximum that could be charged.
Okay.
And that was set per your direction to us at the last meeting.
Okay, very good. I just want to make sure there weren't like other
No, sir.
categories hanging out there that we weren't taking.
We were trying to set that to make sure that it would be a maximum.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman, or Commissioner Engel, Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm glad that the idea of like syncing across the county, and I do think that 160 is harsh for a lot of people, but I understand they got to make their money, and if they make less on volume because they can't do Rome, well, who knows? Maybe their model changes, and maybe they are doing the same amount of business. Who knows? I suspect Rome is cheaper and more efficient, though. So all things being considered, I do feel like the 65 is too low, but I do not want to vote no on this, having spearheaded potentially getting rid of Rome towing. I don't feel good. But I like the idea of it being equal across the city and county. But I don't know how much booting is happening in the county. Like, just anecdotally, any information from the county, how much immobilization is actually happening out there versus towing.
Sure. So, Ms. Jordan, and we've had this discussion before, the rate for booting in the county is the same as the rate for towing. So it's 160.
Oh.
Our previous rate, which when it was set before October 1st hit, was $80.50.
Well,
and that would be one half of what the tow rate would be.
Okay, so
if that would be.
Thank you for clarifying, because my brain I thought we were doing all of them the exact same as the county.
Not
but
the
not
mobilization.
Perfect.
Correct, sir.
I know that Superior sent us an email saying that your full cost analysis would say 120 would be closer for a mobilization, and that would still be less than the county at 160. So I don't know if I'm ready to make that motion, but I appreciate that. I'll just say that. If you didn't read your email, because I know some of this was coming in yesterday, today, 120 is a lot more than 65, but it is obviously lower than 160. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Commissioner Eastman.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So when we set the $65 that was set on the Broward County immobilization rate, am I remembering this right?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So I pulled up Broward counties. It looks like maybe at some point it was set at $65. It does look like it rises up based on CPI. And today I'm looking at the maximum non-consent towing rate summary with a mobilization for FY 25-26 being at $78 today as opposed to 65. Maybe it was originally at 65. Broward County is always seemingly going back and forth on these towing issues. So, I mean, I think that it makes sense we have a lower set with the idea that there was Rome immobilization. It makes sense to me that if you are enforcing more often, then you would have a lower fee. If there's a higher bar for enforcement, then you would have a slightly higher fee. And so I'm comfortable adopting the current Broward County rate at $78, which is closer to what we had. I mean, we had it at $80 for years, right? So it's still slightly lower, but higher than the 65. I don't know if that people are comfortable with that, but I think if we're basing this off of what other jurisdictions are doing, that makes sense to me. So that's where I am with it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Both you, Commissioner Willits, and you, Commissioner Eastman, exactly. Just the research that showed the rate is probably too low. We do need to be reasonable and practical, and so I would favor something like that. But we could make that change in the resolution here at the dais, right? And we would not have to come back because this is simply a resolution. So if there was a slight change in fee, Commissioner Eastern or Commissioner Willetts, it seems to be more in line with 2026 fees as opposed to 2017, which is what we base this off. That's totally reasonable.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I was just going to say the fees should be at 80 for the immobilization, and 160 would be the county, following the county. So keep it at that.
Okay. All right.
Is there a motion?
Oh, yeah, that's a motion.
Is there a second?
No, second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
Yes, there is public comment. Sorry, I haven't caught up with the motion, but the first speaker is Kevin Whitesides, followed by John Fleming, and then Moksha, and those are the only three speakers we have.
Thank you.
How y'all doing again? We've already received all of the, you've already received all of my details. Like I said first time, you'll have it all. 65, there's no way to even try to break even. 78, still not gonna break even. It was set at $80 before, but what y'all weren't told was, before that, a year before that, it was $84.50. Y'all took that back away from us because of some city something. I don't know exactly what the excuse was, but it went away after a year. Went back down to $80.50. Not sure how you can justify lowering it again when you just gave yourself a 30% increase in the past year for taking a towing contract online. It went from $69 to $89 in 1 year. That's a 30% increase that you gave yourself. But you expect us to follow all of your new rules and take a deduction on our price. And you want me to go get special classes. You want us to go above and beyond, but you don't want to let us get paid to be above and beyond. Fair is fair. You got 30%. We're asking for $120 for a boot. We asked $250 for a tow. Didn't argue with the $160. I haven't said a word about it. Y'all said you was going to mirror the county. You picked and choose what you wanted to mirror from the county because there's different fees that the county lets me charge that y'all are not doing. Once again, you're picking and choosing what you want out of what you say you're going to do. Mirror the county, mirror all the county. Let me have all the county rates, make it equal. Because right now, if I tow a car from the county and I tow a car from the city, you say you want it to be the same. It's not going to be the same. Simple fact, I can charge mileage out of the county and charge mileage in the city. It's not going to be the same. So fair is fair. Give yourself 30% raise. You got to give us something besides a reduction. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Mr. Fleming on the list, but I'm not seeing him in the audience, so we'll go with Moksha.
Thank you, Commissioners. I think it's really hilarious that Kevin's sitting here talking about fees when...
So, can I ask you not to attack folks?
Okay, well, they hold people's cars, steal people's cars, and then if they can't afford the fees that they continue to increase, there is a law, again, that they're supposed to be released within the first 24 hours and pay $100. They're also supposed to be open 24/7. A lot of times they don't honor that. And then they have a whole racket where they turn around and sell the cars. So he's making a lot more money, and this isn't an attack, this is a fact, Mayor Ward. People have I lost my vehicle, 25-year vehicle that I had for 25 years, never towed anywhere else, traveled all over the country. So the fact that my vehicle was towed twice here, and I got it back the first time and didn't get back the second time, that's ridiculous. And then people's belongings being stolen, so nobody's fees should be increased. What I want to see is a cap on the fees. How about we talk about that, a cap on the fees? and that the laws are actually honored that are already on the books, that not you guys invented, but somebody invented, I don't know when. So that 24-hour thing is really, really important. And then the thing about the signs, so people should be able to get their cars back. I haven't met one person that says, oh, the tow liaisons helped me and I got my car back, even when the predator tow companies, we even heard Mayor Willits talk about, sorry, not Mayor Willits, Commissioner Willits, talk about signs, and he had his vehicle towed a long time ago. So where is the remedies for the actual people? If we want to talk about fees, let's give some remedies to the people that have had their vehicles stolen, you know, literally stolen. So I don't think we need to increase fees. We need to get rid of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That was the last speaker, Mr. Mayor. If I could clarify, the motion is to adjust the fees in the resolution to mirror Alachua County? No.
For towing.
I think it is, I think the motion is to just adopt the ordinance as written.
Resolution.
The resolution as written, but to change the immobilization cap to $80, correct?
Correct.
So everything is the
So
same
one
except that
sixty.
one section about the immobilization cap at $80, which is currently written as $60.
Correct.
Yeah,
The current rate.
right.
And we want to thank staff for adjusting the temperature.
I hadn't even noticed.
But it's a bit warm now.
Madam Clerk, let me know when you're ready.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so motioner and seconder are both good?
Correct.
You meant second, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right, seeing no further lights, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Does anyone need?
Roll call?
Oh, that's, you're right, it's a resolution. so,
Yes.
yeah.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Book? Commissioner Willits?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, or let me ask, does anyone need to take 5 minutes, or do you want to power through these next two items? Anyone? All right, let's go.
What, dinner?
Madam
More
Clerk.
dinner, we gotta
Yeah.
move through.
Yeah, we're so close at this point.
Take 5 minutes anyway.
Yeah.
Keep rolling.
But, Madam Clerk, you're.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to ordinance number 2026-322, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to the provision of stormwater services, facilities, and programs throughout the incorporated area of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing the imposition and collection of stormwater services assessments against property, providing certain definitions, including a definition for the term stormwater services assessment, establishing a procedure for imposing stormwater services assessments, providing that stormwater services assessments constitute a lien on assessed property upon adoption of the assessment rule, providing that the lien for a stormwater services assessment collected pursuant to law shall, upon perfection, attach to the property on the prior January 1st, the lien date for ad valorem taxes, providing that a perfected lien shall be equal in rank and dignity with the liens of all state, county, district, and municipal taxes and assessments, and superior in dignity to all other prior liens, mortgages, titles, and claims, providing a procedure for the collection of stormwater services assessments, providing for subbability, providing directions to the codifier, providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this, I wish this were not necessary. We had made an offer to the GRU authority to allow this to remain on the GRU bill and to add to that an extra amount. So we would have paid GRU more to keep it on their bill. The GRU authority did not vote on that the other day, because it seemed like they were going to have a 2-2 split, I guess. Doing it this way is not optimal. It harms a lot of folks in the community. It is not optimal. It is not the way we would like to do it. But we do not have the option of not collecting the stormwater fees. I think that we need to move forward with these because we need to be sure that we have a way to collect and that we have a collection plan in place. And the only way to do that is to start moving on this. We could have done this months ago. We waited, and here we are. All that said, I would love for the commission to direct me to write a letter to, or an email to the GRU authority, asking them to please schedule a special meeting and reconsider in light of community concerns and very obvious considerations here. Regardless, though, even with that motion, I believe we need to move forward with these two ordinances on first reading to start the capacity to do that if they are unwilling to reconsider. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with everything you said, Mr. Mayor. I was just curious. There seemed to be some confusion at the GRU Authority meeting about the overall cost that this would incur, that there was some kind of savings that could occur. I'd be curious, as we're looking at it, how much taxpayers can expect to see, or folks that are paying, or I guess more specifically, what kind of revenue hit this would take to the city of Gainesville that will ultimately, from our perspective, have to be borne by the taxpayers on the other side. And I see Mr. Singleton stepped up. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Brian Singleton, Interim Chief Operating Officer. So the revenue impact across both funds from switching from the GRU billing to the tax assessor, when we're looking at all the costs between the two, the potential revenue impact is about $1.4 million.
Okay. So that's across, you said that's across stormwater.
Stormwater and solid waste.
Okay, so you're looking at like a 5% increase, or 5% more in revenue that would be required, roughly.
The looking at the budgeted revenue today, that 1.3.5 million is about 5% of the revenue, so 5% revenue reduction.
Okay. All right. So what we're looking at now, just to point out to everyone, is that GRU is now looking at losing about $979,000, which will have to be made up by the ratepayers at some point, right? We will see about a 5% need for more revenue, which people will see on their tax bills. So there's more pressure on GRU rates. People are going to see increased stormwater and garbage billing. I'm very concerned about what this means. Pay as you throw is a great program that we have, where people can reduce their overall bills based on how much trash they are utilizing. How that works on a property tax bill, I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, it's quite possible that gets complicated, which is another great way for folks to save money in our community. I think this is, I think the chair of the GRU authority was right when he said that political influence was what was driving this decision, because it was not affordability that was driving the decision. It's up to the GRU authority whether they want to burden the ratepayers and the taxpayers with this. That is not on us. But I certainly, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to ask you to send a letter to the GRU authority, highlighting these increased costs, because as I pointed out, I think it was confused. I mean, to be fair to the GRU authority, there were multiple numbers being thrown around, and I don't think it was clear to folks the kind of impact that this would have. And I see the apartment association is here. I'm also very concerned about what this means. We are about 4 months before about $12 million on stormwater and $17 million on waste will be shifted from one set of payers to another without a lot of ability for them to react to that. I'm very concerned about what that means for renters, what that means for folks that are in there. I think anyone can prepare for anything. It means very little for me as a homeowner if something's on my GRU bill versus whether it's on my tax bill, but it means a lot to folks that are landlords, that are apartment owners, that are business owners, that just are going to see a very sudden increase in their overall bills. And so I hope that they'll consider it, but it's really kind of out of our court at this point. So whenever it comes around, I'm happy to make that motion or allow someone else to.
Thank you. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If that letter, I would hope it would reference back to our city's charter about pecuniary factors that the GRU authority is supposed to act on. I assume there is some cost to them to bill, it's not the full amount, but that when they provide that service, there is some provision. It is somehow beneficial to them. Otherwise, they would have got rid of it. By their charter, they would have had to get rid of it sometime in the past 3 years, because the charter says they can only do things with the, the pecuniary, impact considered. So I think we should mention that in the letter. I have similar concerns about, we were just talking about an apartment association. This is different, that it's going to hit all of them as opposed to being on the renters, pay as you throw. It's a model that we've gotten used to in the city. I know that other places do it this way. And I agree with the people who both say this should not be collected on your home, on your property, because then if you don't pay it, in essence, you can have your house taken away from you. In the end, your house can be taken away from you if you don't pay stormwater or your trash service. But then again, on the flip side, you can have your power turned off if you don't pay that. The only way around all of that is a third bill, which is in this day and age, I don't really look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willis. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also mindful of the fact that for this and the next item that we have, if this were reconsidered by the GRU authority, then we may not have to consider either aspect, and we may not have to pass through monies, potentially, as the North Central Florida Apartment Association has shown, for things that were unbudgeted this year. We budget ahead. That's why we're doing budget hearings now, but this is in the middle, for us, it's in the middle of the fiscal year. Sorry about that. And so I understand that I think it puts us in a really poor position. Mr. Manager, I was wondering if there's any information from our leadership staff that we can share related to GRU authority and their thoughts to potentially reconsider this.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I did actually have a conversation with the CEO GM the other day about where our timeline is, just reassuring that while we have these ordinances on today's meeting, there is still time, perhaps at their next meeting, if the GRUA decided to take this issue up and make a different decision. So I did reassure him that there's still time, despite us taking action on these ordinances today.
So to add a little extra in there, keep in mind this is first reading, and then there's a second reading, and then we would have to consider an enacting resolution. So we've got some space, but I don't think we have space to not consider this today, to start down the path. So anything else, Commissioner Book?
It would be our intent for them to have further conversation, and they hope they reconsider that, because I think it benefits almost all, no matter where you're at in the community, and that would be the best option, I think, for all groups, and it would not pass along fees. There's totally in budget, and we would have to deal with that too. Right. So both quasi-governmental or governmental authorities would have to take additional action. So I hope we don't get past a first reading. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Engel.
I just also wanted to say I didn't particularly like this method in that these funds don't make extra money. Right? These are funds that make just enough money to do the job that these funds are supposed to do. Because it's being sent with a property tax bill, anybody who pays it off completely in November gets 4% discount, which means we're going to have to raise those rates so that it accounts for the people that get the discount on that. You know what? Fortunately, I've gotten to the point in my life where I've got enough money to pay my property tax bill in November when it shows up. So for me, it's 4% savings. If you don't have that money to be able to cut that check at one time, that means you are not only paying more than me for that 4% savings, but also going to end up getting stuck with this increase that we are going to have to do on those rates just to break even on this. So again, it is shifting this more to people that can least afford to pay it, and I don't like it. I think it's a mistake and a mess, and I'm sorry we're being shoved into this position. I'm fine with you sending a letter to the GRU authority. Use simple sentences and small words. That's where I am.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I don't like it either. With that, though, I would like the City Commission to adopt proposed ordinance number 2026-322 for first reading.
Second.
Did you want to add
A letter?
I could. We could also do it after the stormwater assessment, but I'm happy to.
Okay.
I was going to keep it clean by just approving the ordinance to begin, and then a secondary motion at that point.
That's fine. Let me say before we go to public comment, I think the Commissioner Eastman alluded to it, and a huge impact that I don't think anybody really considered in this process is that most apartment leases, student apartment leases certainly, for next year that begin in August have been signed already. And they don't include this, which means the landlords are on the hook for a whole lot of money that won't be reimbursed to them. And that is likely to be made up the following year on leases double to make up for the gap year. There is a way to do this if it must be done, that this move to the property tax bill. You phase it in so that this doesn't create this huge gap where you say this will happen and it will happen next year, to give landlords and tenants an opportunity to work with each other on how their leases will work going forward. This is a fairly seismic shift that puts undue pressure on the business community in this community, and I don't think it was well considered, to say the least. Madam Clerk, is there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Jim Conish.
Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, Jim Conish. First of all, GRU routinely fails to bill stormwater at all, and in a matter of fact, in 2018, you paid a company $258,520 because they found 4,750 accounts that were never billed. Moreover, when thousands of meters are disconnected, it's not billed. Moreover, when $10 million of GRU bills are written off, it's not collected, sir. Contrary-wise, the property appraiser, the tax collector, has a parcel number in every single parcel. So they bill way more money and they collect all of it. But even worse than that, you're billing electric meters. So when you have a parking lot like this that dumps the stormwater into the right-of-way, this is Fine Park Ash and Parley Piana, since there's no meter, there's no charge. And when you're Jim Conish and you really know what you're doing and you're sitting on master meters, you avoid the charges, sir, because I don't have a meter in every unit. So the current system doesn't collect the kind of money that you would collect if you went to the tax collector. Now, the last time I checked, landlords are doing a lot better than tenants, sir. I'm not worried as a landlord about paying for my stormwater. The stormwater is not attributable to the tenant. There's nothing the tenant can do to influence it. There's a lot that I can influence due to influence stormwater. As a matter of fact, I retain all my stormwater. So when it goes to my tax bill, I'll go over to the tax collector, who's very user-friendly, and I'll get it removed. Moreover, with the tax collector, anyone on an annual basis can apply for hardship exemption, not only for stormwater, but for fire and solid waste, and be excused from it. And when you go to challenge an incorrect stormwater fee, the tax collector is a fair and reasonable arbiter. You go to Public Works, you go to GRU, you're just pounding sand. You'll never be able to touch estimates that frequently are wrong. So the entire narrative here is based on a complete ignorance of exactly what is going on. And I'm disappointed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish.
Moksha? We also had John Fleming on the list, but I don't see that. Do you want to? Okay.
I think this is a good agenda item. What I would like to see is bringing a town hall, bringing people back to the table, bringing on Sierra Club, environmentalists, Zero Waste Gainesville to create proactive solutions, which actually help reduce waste significantly. For example, collecting the rainwater with water catchments and rain barrels like we do out west, and bringing back the compost so people could reduce their waste by bringing back citywide mandated compost. For example, in Seattle, one of the things that we have, you have two composts. You have a worm bin, that's for your vegetable gardens, but then you have, that the city provides, all of your pizza boxes, paper towels, silverware, all that goes into compost and then turns into mulch. That mulch is a very successful company called Cedar Grove Compost. It then provides all the municipalities of the city and the outlying areas with that compost. So people are paying to waste their water, which is a precious gold right now. As many of you know, to me, water's always been precious, but especially that we are in a phase 3 severe drought with serious fires going on. We could be utilizing this precious source from heaven called water, and then the compost. So I'd really like you all to think about that and consider that. I also know that the county, the Alachua County EPD, who I think is just a wonderful, wonderful governmental organization, is really ahead of the times than most governmental in Florida. So I would like to see, I don't know if anybody saw it, but they have rain barrels right now and water catchments that are half price, and they're trying to encourage people to do this. So I'd really love to see the city get with the county and create solutions. This would be a win-win for the property companies, the apartments, the tenants, and it would be a win-win for all of you that I know there's thousands of people that come to you every day about GRU. I've been to GRU. I feel bad for the employees because they get yelled at a lot, and it would really help. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Michael Fernandez.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I think from your comments, I didn't really have to come speak, but I wanted to put it on the record that we are absolutely against this, and we appreciate you advocating against this as well. We know your hands are tied on this issue. We understand the importance of stormwater, and just to put it in perspective, for an average apartment community of about 300 units, they're looking at added $25,000 to their tax bill. And like the mayor said, this was not budgeted. This was not expected. And in speaking with some of our members, by September of this year, they're already signing leases for 2028. And so this is something that would not be able to be addressed this year. We're working with GRU. We sent a letter to them to address this issue, and we hope to work with you all to make sure this is put on the tax bill this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, you want to call the roll, please?
Yes. Commissioner Engel? Aye. Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passed unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to ordinance number 2026-323, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, relating to the provision of solid waste services, facilities, and programs throughout the incorporated area of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing the imposition and collection of solid waste services assessments against property, providing certain definitions, including a definition for the term solid waste services assessment, establishing a procedure for imposing solid waste services assessments, providing that solid waste services assessments constitute a lien on assessed property upon adoption of the assessment rule, providing that the lien for a solid waste services assessment collected pursuant to law shall upon perfection attach to the property on the prior January 1st, the lien date for ad valorem taxes, providing that a perfected lien shall be equal in rank and dignity with the liens of all state, county, district, or municipal taxes and assessments, and superior in dignity to all other prior liens, mortgages, titles, and claims, providing a procedure for the collection of solid waste services assessments, providing for severability, providing directions to the codifier, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Engel.
All the same comments I made on the last one. And I would like to move for the proposed ordinance.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Willetts.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to comment that, so as opposed to stormwater, this mostly, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, this mostly hits single-family residential. Since multifamily is collected by commercial, so they don't have the same fee. They're paying directly to a hauler, as does most of our commercial, right? Or technically all of our commercial.
That's correct. This mainly applies to single family. There are some multifamily properties that are mainly 4 units and below that still are built to the GRU bills that would need this change, but it is majority single family homes.
Since this is, I mean, the other one was a large amount, 12 million, this one's 17 million. Just any comment on like cash flow? Because as opposed to getting it every month and expenses sometimes are, every month, is there a cash flow issue? Do we just lean on, basically what's already there to cover the cash flow?
We do have a fund balance in both funds there, and these would be billed in advance and not in arrears, so there should not be any cash flow issues.
Billed in advance. Well, I mean, but even October 1st through end of November, when collections actually come in for property tax?
So if this goes on the tax bill this year, folks would be paying for the forthcoming year, opposed to it showing up on the tax bill in October of 27 and paying in the rear. So there shouldn't be any cash flow issues.
Oh, so when is the last month that GRU would collect? I guess that's the part I haven't picked up here.
It's my understanding the last month they would collect would be September.
This September?
Correct.
And we would start receiving payments in?
November, December.
So it's only like 2 months?
Correct. And like I said, there shouldn't be any cash flow issues due to our fund
And
balance.
because like single family is anybody with a mortgage, almost everyone with a mortgage, well, actually, everybody with a mortgage is basically paying up front, get the 4%. So we will actually have a lot of that cash up front. But some of the other, at least on this this will just be single family trash. The water, though, also, or not the water, stormwater, that would apply to all the multifamily where.
Stormwater would apply to every property in the city as long as we can provide a bill and receive the income.
So we'll go a little negative in cash flow for a couple months, and then very high theoretically as stuff flows in, and then okay. Just wanted to understand the cash flow a little bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have Moksha. Again, John Fleming had signed up, but he's not.
Okay.
Did you sign up as well? Okay. That's fine.
Was this for the same thing we just spoke about?
Basically.
Okay, yeah, basically, that's what I feel. Just, let's get some proactive situation going on here. Nobody should be being charged for this, especially when we have the rainy months. Let's utilize these resources like permaculture. And a lot of us are permaculturists and environmentalists because basically, it's just like throwing money out the door. If you allow this water to just be wasted, and if we allow people's waste bills, and I'd also really would love to see what we do on the West Coast, and also I know Pinellas County does this in Florida, mandate and force that people have to recycle, because a lot of people's waste, they can't even close their garbage cans because it's so full of things that are actually recyclable and actually reusable. So I think there is some things that you guys could do to more education and help the people. And again, the environmentalists will show up for this. Zero Waste Gainesville will show up for this. Let's create some solutions here that can minimize the costs. People are if the property owners are paying for this in multifamily, the rents are going to be high. And even Willett said last time that the FMR didn't go up. Well, the landlords are all increasing the rents regardless if FMR goes up, and they're going to increase this. And people are barely being able to choose to afford food or medicine, so it's going to be food or paying stormwater. Let's create some proactive solutions. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Conish.
Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, I don't understand why the truth is so elusive. When you go to the tax collector because of the discount, you're going to get your money up front in the beginning of the fiscal year, not spread out over 12 payments. And that money can be invested, you get 2 or 3% interest, and you won't lose anything on the discount. Why can't you understand this? Why can't you understand that he's going to collect way more money? You know, to shine the shoes of the big landlords is not who you claim to be. Do you really feel bad for Mr. Fleming because he's asked to pay for his stormwater on 4-bedroom, 4-bath apartments renting for $2,000 a month per bedroom, dumping 100% of their stormwater into the right-of-way? You feel sympathy for them, but you don't feel sympathy for 3,500 meters in August turned off for non-payment. Where are your values? The large landlords, they run the town. You pander to them. You don't care about all the students run over by all the traffic. You don't
I'm
care.
gonna ask you to stick to the topic, Mr.
You've
Conish.
created a morass that really isn't workable, that enriches a small sector of our society and hurts everybody else financially in terms of public safety, traffic, crime, vagrancy. When I go over by campus,
If you will please stick to the topic, Mr. Conish.
at my complex, 1/3 of my solid waste is yard waste. Incidentally, it's not incinerated at the biomass plant as promised. The tenants are responsible for my yard waste. The tenants are not responsible for very much when it comes to stormwater and solid waste. It's not theirs. It's the landlords. So why do you want to collect less and shift the landlord's responsibility onto tenants when the rents have gone out of the reach of working people? I'm just dumbfounded that you took so long to do this. I've been asking for this since 2012. I talked to Haslam for an hour and a half. He's not budging. I talked to him last night. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Eastman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, this is going to mean rate increases across the board for everyone. Tenants, landlords, everyone. This was in the backup of the recent GRU authority meeting. I think staff called it a win-win, putting this on the GRU bill. I sometimes will disagree with some of the administration of GRU. They're right. This decision is a lose-lose for everyone. I don't know where these voodoo numbers are coming from in which we will somehow save money when we can show that we will lose money, but everyone will lose money. This is we make a lot of hard decisions here on the Gainesville City Commission, like we just did, throwing and booting, where you're trying to weigh out certain things that people need. Very rarely do decisions get made where everybody loses, but you can now point the finger at someone else and say, but they lose more than I do. But this is one of those instances. No one wants to vote for any of these things. No one is winning in any of this. All anyone doing is losing, and that is unfortunately not our decision. The Florida legislature has determined that our city government will be the only city government in the entire United States that has no accountability to a large portion will have no accountability to the residents who actually pay the bills of that city. So we are now just kind of forced to deal with increased rates and increased fees across the board without any say in it. And so that is where we are. But just to be clear, we are not talking about benefiting landlords with tenants being hurt or vice versa. Everyone is going to see everything increase, and that is why we're unfortunately in the position, but that is where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The supervisor of election, or the tax collector, appraiser, they may benefit if they didn't give us a real cost benefit analysis that if we're paying more than it actually costs them to do it, theoretically, because that's where some of this money is now going, rather than to GRU, the administrative costs. So, but I just want to make sure I say, like, I'm not worried about the apartment associations overall. I'm worried, to Mayor's point, that if they're already, all the leases are already signed, basically, probably, whatever, 80-90% for the student apartments. It's that they can't collect it this year. The following year, they're going to have to double up. So that next year, in essence, that's just. I mean, I guess there's going to be some students now who this year get a bit of a break. So great, seniors this year, good for them. But your next year's freshman or sophomore, whoever has to move in, they're going to see that hit in a double whammy. So that's the issue, and I'm not too worried. I'm sure the apartments might have some cash flow issues this year doing this, but I'm not super worried about that. It's the unintended consequence of you think something is cheaper, and the costs either get distributed to everybody or just shifted. To some degree, that's what you're talking about, Commissioner Eastman. I agree. Thanks.
All right, I see it for the lights. Let's call the roll.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Chestnut? Aye. Commissioner Duncan Walker? I'm sorry, would... Said aye. Okay. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willits? Aye. Commissioner Eastman? Aye. Commissioner Engel? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Eastman?
Yes, I'd like to motion to have the mayor send a letter to the GRU Authority on the impacts of their billing changes, highlighting or including the increased cost on residents, property owner concerns, and a timeline for the city.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Is there any public comment on this?
I have no one signed up for the second motion.
All right, Commissioner Book.
I support the motion. It sounds like Commissioner Eastman really we're asking them to reconsider their previous action. Is that?
I don't want to advocate one way or the other. I mean, I've watched the GRU Authority meetings. When we advocate one way or the other, they have a reaction to that. Quite frankly, it's out of our hands. Like, they have to decide if they want to increase rates on residents, if they want to shift the burden to different folks with 4 months' notice, and then they have to tell us, and then we will do that. But they have to decide what they want to do, and they're the ones who are responsible for it. And so I wasn't going to advocate one way or the other. I mean, we've made clear where our position is, but I would think this is more informational. The last GRU Authority meeting I thought was confused and confusing. And I think just some clarity there would help them make the decision that will impact the resident. They're ratepayers and our taxpayers.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book, you good? All right. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. I think the letter is fine. Mr. Mayor, have we ever met one-on-one with the?
We invited them and they ignored.
Okay, no, but have you met one-on-one?
Ignored the invitation.
He ignored that invitation too?
I met with Chair Lawson.
Yeah.
Who supported continuing billing.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, now that I'm seeing it in print, the timeline for the city to change course, was it a timeline for the GRU Authority to change course? I would just.
I'm happy to change the language on there, but it is, I mean, they're making a decision, and then we are going down a certain course based on their decision. And so we would have to change course. I would say it's by, I think it's, I'd imagine at their next GRU Authority meeting, June 10th is the deadline.
I would prefer to ask them to have a special meeting.
Great, ask them, let's include that.
Yeah. Okay.
And a request for them to hold a special meeting to reconsider.
Prior to June.
Sure, prior to June 10th.
Yeah, I think the inference for me is by providing a timeline for when we have to decide finally, we're giving them some consideration. So thank you.
Okay. All right. I see it for the lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have commission comment.
Anyone? Commissioner Willits.
Only because some of you won't be here this evening, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll show the map later tonight, but there's a new housing complex about to open, Southwest 20th, a couple hundred units, and they do not have an egress onto Southwest 20th, so headed west. No, excuse me, headed east, because the county has a median they have built The median has been built since this was originally planned, this big, large apartment complex. They were basically 21, they were already planning. The county added the median that cannot be crossed over and roughly started construction about 21. 22 is when the full, plan went forward, the full site plan. I believe the site plan for this large complex development order was later. All of this happened before we required the code was changed, land development code was changed for large major projects to go to the development review board. In the end, I've been out there to see it. It's about to open. What it does is, because it dumps a whole bunch of traffic, probably hundreds a day, into a single family neighborhood with a tight grid, but they're all going to use one street. And so it's a situation where, because of what the county did, let me tell you, if it got up here and I had any option, I never would have approved it. I like connectivity on all of our developments so that there are some options to get around, but now they are using the connectivity on the backside of this property is now the only option for someone who wants to head east. And just to be clear, this is Southwest, so head to all the jobs, all the schools, everything. They have to go cut through another neighborhood. Not just that, well, it's easier because there's a light. Not the ease. We like connectivity for ease and preferences and options. So anyways, I'll show the map probably later. I don't want to get into it too much right now, but I've talked a little bit to staff, but I'm going to continue to talk to staff about it because the neighbors are looking for some sort of solution. But because of the physicalness of what's in the ground, I don't see any solution. So I just wanted to mention that to y'all if y'all hear anything about that. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to mention that I want to applaud the GNV on the Move for winning a Telly Award, and the Telly Award is for interview and talk show category. And I just want to say that The View was also in that category, and we beat them out. So watch out for Whoopi.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. All right, I see no further lights. Yes.
Later this evening, we have on your agenda a bond resolution. As you know, concurrent with that, usually we pass along a certificate of public meetings and no conflicts of interest, which just basically says that none of you discussed the pending bond resolution outside of public meetings, and you have no conflict with potential business entities who are purchasing the bonds. I'm not sure if everyone is able to be here tonight, so I'm going to, if you're not, try to grab me on the way out so you can sign this so we can keep it moving. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Attorney. I'd seen it for the lights, so we'll be back here at 5:30. We have a lot to do tonight, so. Good evening, everyone. Happy to have everyone here. I know we've got some folks still filtering in, but we have some time limits that we have to hit. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome XL Civics to us this evening. Thanks for coming in. If y'all want to come up front and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. This way.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you so much. Y'all turn around so we can get a good photo with all of us.
Very good.
All right, everybody. All parents, everyone who wants pictures. Parents come too. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
One more.
Very good. Another hand for XL Civics. Thank you all so much. Very good. So before we get into our proclamations for the evening, we have one little bit of business that we need to we moved around so that we could have everyone here for, and then we will get into the proclamations, because I know that's what most of you are here for this evening. Because you're welcome to stay throughout all the business. We'd love to have you, but somehow it doesn't ever work that way. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to ordinance number 2026-165, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, proposing an amendment to Article 2, Section 2.04, entitled Election and Terms of the Charter Laws of the City of Gainesville, providing for submission of the charter amendment to the voters for approval or disapproval at the November 3rd, 2026 election, approving the question to be placed on the ballot, providing that this charter amendment shall become effective if approved by the voters, providing directions to the codifier, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
All right, very good. Mr. Attorney, did you want to lead us into this?
Sir, Mr. Mayor, this is our second reading. On first reading, we presented this proposed ordinance, which just simply provides a way that if a vacancy occurs for any reason, that rather than going through the expense and time constraints and so forth of a special election, that the remaining members of the commission could appoint a replacement to fill that vacant office until the next election in which it's possible for someone to qualify and to run. The only change we made from that meeting was at the direction of the commission to ensure that if there is a midterm filling of a vacancy, meaning that the person is elected at an election to serve the remaining half of a term as opposed to the end of a vacant term, then that person who prevails will get sworn in as soon as possible, rather than waiting until January as we normally do after elections. We made that change. That language is on page 6 under subsection 4A. It might be easiest if I just read it. What the change says is that if a vacancy in the office of mayor or city commissioner occurs on or before a date 6 weeks before the commencement of the qualifying period for the regular election that occurs in the middle of the term of the vacant office, then the remaining members of the city commission shall appoint a person who is otherwise eligible under section 2.03 of this act to serve until a successor is elected and qualified. Again, we have that 6-week period before qualifying to ensure that candidates can qualify and prepare and get on the ballot and run. The vacant office shall be placed on the ballot of the next regular municipal election and, if necessary, runoff election. The candidate elected to fill the vacancy shall take office at the first regular or special meeting of the City Commission held after certification of the election results and shall serve the remainder of the unexpired term. So it's that last sentence, I think, that's relevant to the change that we made. And so draw your attention to that. And obviously, with any charter amendment, we want to make sure the language is clear and unambiguous. And the language that would be on the ballot is on page 7. And it simply says, shall the city charter be amended to provide that vacancies in office of mayor or city commission be filled by appointment by the remaining city commissioners until the next regular municipal election if the vacancy occurs with sufficient time before the candidate qualifying period for such election, and otherwise by appointment for the remainder of the unexpired term as proposed by this ordinance. So upon this ordinance being, if it is approved on second reading, and if there's more changes needed, we would then make those changes and reset your second reading for a later date. But we will be required to get the ballot language and Spanish translation to the supervisor election by June 15th in order to get on the November ballot.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Book.
This is just smart business by the city is what it is. In the unlikely event somebody here could not serve, really this is for the audience, this allows some succession planning in a really smart, practical way. And I appreciate, I think Commissioner Eastman, you had actually brought this forward as filling in a gap. So it's doing the right thing. I just want to make that comment so folks would understand it. I figured someone else might want to make that motion.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to move ordinance number 2026-165 on second reading.
Second.
We have a motion in multiple seconds. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
I don't believe, no, we do not. Say we've gone a little bit cattywampus, so it took me a second, but no, we don't have any on this one. It's okay.
All right.
All
Deep
is well.
breaths. It was a long afternoon, y'all. I'm sorry. All right, yeah. Okay, seated for the lights, please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker? Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously. All
Thank
right.
you, Mr. Mayor. I've neglected to mention that you all know, obviously, but it takes 4/5 vote, affirmative vote, to pass an amendment, an ordinance to place the ballot initiative on the ballot. Obviously, that was 7-0, so we have the sufficient numbers. So thank you.
Well, we get you a 5/5 vote. How's that? Yeah.
That's right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are back to our proclamations on the agenda. And the first on the list is Hepatitis Testing Day. And they should be in order there.
Who's going to proceed the proclamation, not the hepatitis testing itself? Just I'll read from this one. The City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward. Whereas the City of Gainesville is pleased to recognize and observe May 19th as Hepatitis Testing Day to raise awareness of hepatitis B and hepatitis C and to encourage more individuals to learn their status. And whereas nearly 3.3 million people in the United States live with chronic viral hepatitis. These viruses cause inflammation and damage to the liver and can lead to long-term infections. Chronic hepatitis infection can cause severe liver disease and liver cancer. Hepatitis is a particular concern in Florida, as our state reported the highest number of acute cases of hepatitis C in the United States in 2020. Florida is home to an estimated 151,000 people living with hepatitis C infection, representing the second highest in the country based on data from 2013 through 2016. And whereas most people with chronic hepatitis B virus or hepatitis C virus do not have symptoms until the later stages of the infection. As a result, many Americans living with viral hepatitis do not know they are infected and are at risk of severe, even fatal complications from the disease and can spread the disease to others. All adults aged 18 years and older are recommended to be screened at least once in their lifetimes for hepatitis B and hepatitis C. And whereas treatment for hepatitis B and C can prevent the development of liver disease and liver cancer. Testing individuals for hepatitis B and hepatitis C and linking those chronically infected to medical care and treatment can reduce related illness and death. And whereas foundations, research and teaching hospitals, and advocacy groups across the globe have joined forces to recognize May 19th as Hepatitis Testing Day to raise awareness, prevent infection, and strive to eradicate this disease. Now therefore I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 19th, 2026 as Hepatitis Testing Day in the City of Gainesville. and invite all our neighbors to join me in supporting viral hepatitis testing, education, research, and treatment. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 21st day of April, 2026. Do you want to say a few words?
Thank you all. My name is Dr. Natalie Rousseau. I'm a resident physician in internal medicine at the University of Florida here in Gainesville. I'm passionate about caring for our local communities, but particularly when it comes to issues related to liver disease. And it segues very nicely into previous Awareness Month, where you all recognize colorectal cancer testing day as well. And so, we as physicians want to make sure that we're catching things early and educating our patients. And so I think the work that you all do here is a really important piece of that puzzle. So thank you for helping us spread the word about this. And I encourage you all to know your status and know your loved one's status for viral hepatitis. Thank you.
Thank you. Public Works Week. Is there anybody here from Public Works? Come on up. Come on up. I'll let you hold that. Thank you. Come on, that's not even half the audience. I think they're angling for a photo there. Okay. All right, City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the City of Gainesville. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector. And whereas these individuals who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment systems, solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities are essential for our neighbors. And whereas it is in the public interest for the neighbors, civic leaders, and children in Gainesville to gain knowledge of and maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 17 through 23, 2026 as Public Works Week in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me and representatives of the American Public Works Association in events and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, recognizing the substantial contributions they make. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 14th day of April, 2026. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor. Gail, do you want to say a few words, and then we'll have a whole other thing to do here?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. On behalf of Public Works, I'd like to thank you all for your continued support. I'd also like to thank the City Manager's Office for their continued support. And words are words, but I will tell you, I'm really super proud of this team. The tremendous amount of work they do day in, day out. It's fabulous, and they're part of why we are successful at the department. And then last, I had a big announcement. We have achieved 100% compliance on our APWA reaccreditation officially. So.
Now, y'all don't go anywhere. Tonight, we have the privilege of recognizing someone whose work has quietly shaped Gainesville for nearly 4 decades. Phil Mann, our Special Projects Administrator. Yep. Phil has been named one of the American Public Works Association's 2026 Top 10 Public Works Leaders of the Year. This is one of the highest honors in the public works profession, recognizing leaders whose careers have demonstrated exceptional service, innovation, and commitment to their communities. Phil began his career with the city of Gainesville in 1987 as an entry-level engineer and rose through the ranks in our public works department thanks to talent, hard work, and an extraordinary commitment to public service. Over the years, his leadership has helped shape some of Gainesville's most important infrastructure and public space projects, including Depot Park, Sweetwater Wetlands Park, and the city's advanced traffic management systems, and oh, by the way, this City Hall Plaza renovation right outside. Long before the smart city technology became a buzzword, Phil was leading the development of coordinated traffic systems and intelligent transportation technology that improved mobility and helped Gainesville maintain some of the lowest commute times in the country. Phil also helped redefine the role of public works and emergency management across the country, building lasting partnerships among public works, police, fire rescue, utilities, and outside agencies to improve how cities respond to disasters and plan for major events. His expertise became recognized far beyond Gainesville. Phil has served in leadership roles with the American Public Works Association and with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, contributing to national emergency management, communications, and public safety initiatives. Just as important, he's invested deeply in people, mentoring emerging leaders, supporting workforce development programs, and helping create pathways into public service careers for others. Those of us who have worked with Phil know that he brings not only technical expertise, but also calm judgment, humility, professionalism, and an unwavering focus on serving the public well. On behalf of the city of Gainesville, I want to congratulate Phil Mann on this extraordinary and well-deserved national recognition and thank him for serving our community for 39 years.
I don't get to wear the medal, though.
Yeah, you don't actually wear it.
I don't get to actually wear the medal. So, yes, I've been here a long time. No, we did not have computers when I first come to work here.
Slide rules, right?
We had slide rules. I've still got my slide rule. If you stop by my office, I'll show it to you. This award is more about my career, and my career would not be without what it is without the men and women you see here to my left. The Public Works Department is a huge family. It's been a huge family since I came to work here, and we've always worked together to pull these massive projects together. I mean, some of the projects like Sweetwater Branch Wetlands Park is huge, but it may be just a simple sidewalk that affects your neighborhood that's a public works project. So I'm very proud to have been a part of this team for the last 39 years, and one more to go, I think. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
So if you all don't mind, I'd like to get one of the mayor and Phil first, and then have everyone join them. And all our commissioners, thank you all so much. All right. 1, 2, 3, and one more. Thank you. Does anyone else need this shot? Okay. All right, come on up, everybody. I'll just snip.
A bit of a window there.
I know what she's gonna say.
I'm gonna stand right in front of the seal, sorry.
Yep, see if we can
Where do
scoot
you need
in
to
on the
stand
sides a
in
little
front
bit. Press in a little bit. Thank you. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3, and one more. Thank you.
Should be on National Bike Month.
Yeah, well, we'll let it clear out for a moment. All right, National Bike Month. That's me. There you go. All right. All right, City of Gainesville, Florida proclamation. Whereas the bicycle plays an important role in the lives of many Gainesville neighbors, serving as an integral form of transportation. Educating cyclists and motorists as to the proper operation of bicycles is important to ensure the safety and comfort of all users. And whereas bicycling is a popular form of recreation and is important to the rich and varied cultural events held in this community. Bicycling helps to motivate ecotourism and historical preservation through the conversion of former rail corridors to shared use paths. Whereas ensured bicycle usage promotes health and wellness in Gainesville and encourages neighbors to be more active and physically fit. And whereas promotion of bicycling has contributed significantly to economic development by providing convenient access to local businesses. Bicycling brings many visitors from other communities to participate in cycling activities and to experience Gainesville's beautiful scenery, recreational parks, natural attractions, and unique culture. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as National Bike Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating the Bicycle and National Bike Month. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this first day of May 2026. Thank you, sir.
I'll only say a few words. I'll accept this on behalf of Seth, Corey, George, Trevor, and Michael, who are fellow board and committee members. And I just say our mission is to help review, and suggest, and help improve the trails, paths, routes for cyclists and pedestrians. That's what we try to do. I'm done.
All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3, and one more. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
All right, let me get the Hawkins family up here. Come on, Hawkins family. Thomas family. Let you hold it. It'll be fun, really.
You get to be on TV.
City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas William Reuben Thomas, born May 24th, 1851, was one of the most influential civic leaders in Gainesville's history, serving as mayor, state legislator, and tireless advocate for the growth and future of the young city. And whereas Thomas led Gainesville's winning effort to secure Florida's land-grant university under the Buckman Act of 1905 by lobbying the legislature to beat Lake City and laying the groundwork for the University of Florida. And whereas, during a period of dramatic change at the turn of the 20th century, Thomas, as mayor, helped guide Gainesville's transformation into a modern city by championing the development of municipal electric services, paved streets, and a system of street lighting, helping lay the infrastructure that would support Gainesville's growth for generations. And whereas Thomas was a strong and outspoken advocate for Gainesville as a forward-looking university community, and in the 1920s led a campaign publicly denouncing members of the Ku Klux Klan at a time when such positions required considerable civic courage. Whereas his legacy remains visible in the historic Thomas Center, originally built by Thomas as the Sunkissed Villa and later the Sunkissed Hotel, which today serves as one of Gainesville's most beloved cultural landmarks and a gathering place for arts, history, and community life. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 24th, 2026 as William Reuben Thomas Day in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing the life and legacy of William Reuben Thomas and reflecting on the civic leadership that helped shape Gainesville into the vibrant university city we know today. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 29th day of April, 2026. Very good. And anyone who
Thank you, Mayor Ward and members of the commission, and I would especially like to thank Commissioner Eastman for initiating the drafting of the proclamation and celebrating our community's culture and history. There's so much here that I find inspiring, from bringing the University of Florida here to bringing our first electric generation utility and paved streets. The undercurrent, I think, in this legacy of Mayor Thomas is that a community can choose its own destiny, invest in itself, and become something great. And I think that's a really important part of the thread of Gainesville and what it is today. So thank you all for helping to celebrate it.
Very nice. 1, 2, 3, and one more. Thank you.
serious, y'all can stay for the whole rest of the meeting. Yeah, once or twice. If you're wondering why all the auditors were here this evening, we didn't do anything wrong, I swear. It is Internal Audit Awareness Month. Come on up. Yeah, that's okay. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas internal auditing is a vital function that strengthens organizations and protects stakeholders in both the public and private sectors. And whereas the internal audit profession requires specialized knowledge, training, and education, which adheres to a globally recognized code of ethics and professional standards. And whereas the Institute of Internal Auditors, IIA, serves as the profession's leading global advocate and provider of certifications and guidance. The IIA has members in its North Central Florida chapter, including staff in the City of Gainesville's Office of the City Auditor. And whereas the IIA recognizes the importance of promoting awareness of the value internal auditors bring to organizations and their commitment to accountability, transparency, and good governance. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward, Jr., by the authority vested in me as Mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 2026 as Internal Audit Awareness Month in the City of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in recognizing the important contributions of internal auditors. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 29th day of April, 2026. Let's say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Stephen Mary. I'm the City Auditor. On behalf of the Office of the City Auditor, as well as other internal audit organizations in Alachua County, I want to sincerely thank you for this proclamation recognizing Internal Audit Month. Present here for this proclamation are members of my office, that's Diana, Lisa, Peter, and we have also Rachel McCarthy from UF Health. They are all here for this proclamation. I would also like to say we have our new audit committee member, Mr. Mark Mortis. Internal auditing is often work we do quietly. We do it behind the scenes, looking at policies, processes, contracts, systems, and safeguards that most neighbors rarely ever see but benefit from on a daily basis. Our role is to help ensure that public resources are protected, risks are identified before they become problems, and that the city operates with transparency, accountability, and integrity. We serve as an independent and objective partner to management and governance bodies in what is commonly known as the 3 lines model of organizational risk management. We do not go out on a mission to find fault, but to identify opportunities for improvement and add value, helping the city manage risk, improve its delivery of services, and earn the public trust. This proclamation highlights something very important, which is that strong governance is not accidental. It is built through oversight, ethical leadership, and a commitment to continuous improvement, and internal audit is one of the pillars supporting that foundation. Effective auditing is a shared effort. I would like, therefore, to recognize the professionalism and dedication of audit staff, as well as the cooperation we receive from city managers, all staff in the functional areas that we assess. No useful audit can be done without their cooperation. Let me end by thanking you again for recognizing the importance of internal audit and for your continued support of accountability and good governance in the city of Gainesville. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3, and one more. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're all done for the evening?
Oh, if only. We are on to early public comment. We have 2 signed up. First is Kay Stouffer, who's speaking to 2026-139, the first right-of-way vacation regarding East Southwest 6th Street.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me go early. We have our community meeting tonight, and I am speaking as a member of the Porter's Quarters Community Connection, part of the board and a resident property owner there myself. I want to speak specifically to the community workshop that was held last summer on this issue as you determine, whether the application meets the criteria. I will say I did not present this to the plan board because I didn't actually realize maybe the potential importance. So in the materials that were presented to the plan board, and I assume will be presented this evening, you can see, first of all, the signage advertising the workshop was nearly impossible to read for the link that was provided. There was no in-person option for our older, less tech-engaged community members. So I emailed for the link to the meeting and first was sent the incorrect link. So when I went to sign in for the workshop, it told me, oh, nope, this workshop is over. And I thought that was strange, so emailed, texted several times to try and get a new link. Did get a new link, but then spent 10 to 20 minutes in, frankly, a Zoom or meeting room I had never seen before. It was not a Zoom waiting room. It was like a, you can't get into this meeting type of thing, but it had gone into something. So very strange technical issues. I continued to text and email and call, and finally about 15, 20 minutes later, I was let into the meeting appropriately. At that point, I was told, oh, well, we already gave the presentation and this one person who was here didn't have any questions, so do you want us to give it again? In kind of a begrudging and certainly not very friendly tone. There was no registration, so there's no way to tell who might have given up, and at this point, no offer to reschedule this community workshop. At the plan board presentation, the application included John Fleming, the actual applicant, as one of the attendees at the workshop, which only totaled 4 people total in the end. And then finally, I asked for the slides for the presentation and did receive those, but since they were unable to provide the actual final acreage, which I asked about, they didn't follow up when they turned in the actual application, even though I had requested that. And you'll notice that, you know, they significantly changed the ask from the beginning of the presentation to the end. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Adrian Hayes Santos is speaking on both of the right-of-way vacations.
Welcome,
Good evening, Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you for having me today. I'm speaking here on behalf of Gainesville is for People, which is a volunteer organization focused on pro-housing policies to get more housing built in our community to help lower the cost of housing. We advocate in a variety of ways. We're also hosting a candidate forum for the election coming up as well. For the Southwest 6th Street right-of-way vacation, the understanding that this portion of a sign was built on private property, this would help deal with that issue of doing a right-of-way here would solve that issue where the city built a sign on private property. This also, that right-of-way is not being used. It doesn't really have any use for future right-of-way use for the city. When I was on the city commission, I did vote against it. I think it was a 5-2-6-1 vote. I've changed my mind on it as I learned more information, and I would hope that you vote in support of the right-of-way vacation. The second right-of-way vacation on University Avenue, this is a significant and I think probably one of the biggest right-of-way vacations the city has ever done. This will provide homes for 743 people who will be able to walk to school, be able to walk to work, be able to walk to the grocery store. That's what this right-of-way vacation means. 743 people getting homes, or they don't get homes. And this is where we need people to live. This will also, if this building is built, it will help, it will have significant tax revenue, helping to meet the gaps in the city's budget. Thank you, and I hope you support both of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to our resolutions for the evening. 2026-346, approval of bond resolution for the Capital Improvement Revenue Bond Series 2026. With the recommendation the City Commission adopt the bond resolution authorizing the issuance of the Capital Improvement Revenue Bond Series 2026. Pursuant to the competitive bid process, the sale of the bonds up to $33.5 million with a true interest cost not exceeding 4.0%. And a repayment schedule not exceeding beyond the expiration of the surtax.
Very good. Welcome, Director Reuben.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Dennis Wen, Director of Financial Services. I'm here to present a bond resolution that authorizes the issuance of a $33.5 million bond with interest rates not to exceed 4%. The term is a little over 6 years, and we expect to repay this debt with using street stations, strong foundations, surtax. For some background, the Commission previously authorized the City Manager to proceed with design, permitting, and land acquisition on several infrastructure projects, including financing. We are now ready to begin construction on East Side Fire Station number 3, Southwest Public Safety Center, or Fire Station 9, and the GFR training grounds, which will require an additional $33 million of debt proceeds. This debt will be a competitive bond deal, which we have been working with the city's financial advisor, PFM, bond counsel Holland & Knight, and disclosure counsel Bryant Miller Olive to prepare this deal. I have included in the backup some preliminary debt service numbers that projects a $33 million bond issuance at a projected net interest cost of 3.1%. Average annual debt service will be about $5.8 million, and total debt service of $36.5 million to be paid by 2032. These are just preliminary numbers, but I have representatives from PFM and Holland & Knight online if you have any questions regarding the deal. We also have our special projects administrator and our construction manager here if you have any questions regarding the projects. We are available for any questions at this time.
Very good, thank you. And you made the rounds. I know you spoke to my office, and I assume most of the commission.
Correct.
So, okay. Anyone with any questions or comments? Commissioner Book.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a couple of questions. I think I know the answer to this as Director, but this bond is really for 3 public safety buildings that we've already voted on in multiple ways and multiple times, correct? And that's what the limit of this bond issuance is for.
Correct.
We had, in this particular case, I know that you had staff probably brief all of us because it seems complex. But my understanding is this also allows us to move forward on those structures now, as opposed to attempt to wait for construction increased costs, infrastructure, resource, and getting staff over the next 5 and 6 years, which would also cost us a substantial amount of money.
Correct. To proceed with construction, we're going to need the money now and put it up so that our construction manager knows that we have it to proceed.
This is a good recommendation by city staff. I don't know if my colleagues have questions, but I'd be happy to make the motion when that time comes.
Very good, thank you. Mr. Manager?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Nguyen, would you mind touching on the recent rating agency information that we received?
Sure. We were just re-rated from Fitch and Moody's, the bond ratings agencies. Fitch had affirmed our rating at a AA, and Moody's had reaffirmed our rating at, I believe, AA3. So these are reaffirmed, and it represents a strong, our strong financial background and our strong ability to borrow.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is to be paid back with our what we'll collect anyways over the next couple of years in the half-cent infrastructure sales tax that we're putting towards street station strong foundations. Roughly 6 years for the bonds. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. In general, I wouldn't want to, borrowing too far in the future for projects, 30 years, 20 years, that scares me because then you're just, but this is much more, let's put now. We're also still in an inflationary period, so there's potential straight up financial benefit to build now, to borrow at a rate that could be literally cheaper than inflation, perhaps in the near term. So with that, I will definitely support that. I don't like the idea of borrowing money, but we have a way to pay it off. It's not just out of any kind of general revenue that we have to pay it off from. We have a revenue stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willets. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, someone that'd like to make a motion, Commissioner Book.
Sure. As Commissioner Willett said, this is a very concrete, a finite period of time with monies that we already have dedicated to pay it back. So this is the way that you budget appropriately. With that, I move approval of 2026 346, approval of bond resolution for the capital improvement revenue bond, and pursuant to a competitive bid process with the actual bond sale up to $33.5 million, true interest cost not exceeding 4%. I think you said a closer estimate might be closer to 3%, and a repayment schedule.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, multiple seconds. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut absent.
All right, Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2026-356, approval of award resolution for the Capital Improvement Revenue Bond Series 2026. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the award resolution authorizing the delegation parameters for the award of the sale of the Capital Improvements Revenue Bond Series 2026 pursuant to a competitive bid process. The sale of the bonds up to $33.5 million with a true interest cost not exceeding 4.0% and a repayment schedule not exceeding beyond the expiration of the surtax.
Very good. Director Witt.
This is the same item. This is for the award resolution for the bonds. So once we do have a competitive sale, we can award the bid.
Excellent. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Commissioner Engel. All right, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Book? Aye. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut's absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to our first ordinances for first reading. We have ordinance number 2026-139, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, to vacate, abandon, and close certain portions of the public right-of-way located approximately to the east of Southwest 6th Street between Southwest 4th Avenue and Southwest 5th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, provided directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Rubinovich.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ari Urbanovich, a planner with the Department of Sustainable Development, and this is a petition for a right-of-way vacation. Petition number is LD 25-000103. So the location of this subject right-of-way is east of Southwest 6th Street, between Southwest 4th Avenue and Southwest 5th Avenue in the Porters neighborhood. It's approximately 0.2 acres. With the land use of office residential low and zoning of office residential and residential multifamily 5 in the vicinity. So this is a request to vacate that right of way. This is just adjacent to the Hawthorne Trail. So some context about this right of way vacation. This is emerging as a result of some erroneous and unintentional placement of public infrastructure on private property. Namely, that's the Porter's signage, some landscaping and irrigation, and the vacation would split the land between property that is owned by the same property owner to the east and to the west, would divide the land between those two holdings, and then on a later date, as you'll see in an additional image, a portion of the parcel would be rededicated as a right-of-way consolidated with the Hawthorne Trail, and consolidating public access for both the infrastructure and the trail. So this is the current condition of the land holding. You can see the right-of-way, which is adjacent to the Porter signage and the actual Hawthorne Trail. Then once, if the right-of-way vacation were to occur, the land area would be divided between the parcel to the west and to the east, and the future right-of-way conditions depicted here, following the land dedication back to the public. You see that the right-of-way is now contiguous with the Hawthorne Trail, and the signage and stormwater and landscaping infrastructure is placed within public land. So we are required by code to review right-of-way vacations against the criteria established in section 30-3.41, as well as the policy 10.2.1 of the transportation mobility element in the currently adopted comprehensive plan. And so I'll just go through some of those criteria, namely that the right-of-way no longer serves a public purpose and that the vacation would be in the public interest based on these factors: whether there's public benefit from the use of the right-of-way as part of the city street system. This is not connected to the street system. There's consistency with the comprehensive plan, namely in 10.2.1 of the transportation mobility element. This is not impactful to block sizing requirements. This would, if anything, facilitate greater access to private property for the property owner, as like I said, there's public infrastructure on their land holding. There are minimal impacts to public safety or impacts to pedestrians or vehicular traffic. And after review on our permit review system, all of the reviewing departments have stated that there would not be any impacts to municipal service provision resulting from this right-of-way vacation, or any need to relocate utilities following this, and no significant impacts to the effect of design or character on the area resulting from this right-of-way vacation. So these are the criteria established in the transportation mobility element, namely that there would be no loss of any streets resulting from this right-of-way vacation that would impact for future bicycle or pedestrian use. There would be no foreclosure of motorized access to adjacent land uses or transit stops, as there is no through access or connectivity for motorized vehicles on this right-of-way. And this would not impact conditions for the development of high-density or mixed-use projects. So with that, Staff recommendation is for approval of LD 25-000103. On the next slide, I'll show you the condition that the plan board has put forth, which is approval with condition that the developer shall grant to the city at no cost to the city the ownership and rights that are necessary for certain property abutting the property described in the section 1 of the draft ordinance that you should have access to serve as a public right-of-way. Essentially, this is just a guarantee that the private property owner will rededicate the land back to the right-of-way as shown right here. So that's just a condition that the plan board has recommended, and it is included in the draft ordinance that you should have access to. So I do thank you very much for your time. I'm here if you have any questions. The applicant is here as well to make their own presentation.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant, want to go ahead and present?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, as the applicant approaches, at the beginning of the outset of the item, it would have been fair for me to remind you that this is a quasi-judicial matter in which there's a discrete parcel of property involved with distinct criteria for which a hearing has been afforded. And as a quasi-judicial matter, any decision that you make, should it be challenged, would have to survive a three-pronged test. One was due process afforded, and I think you've heard testimony, and we can have further testimony as to whether or not the appropriate notices and signage and so forth has gone out, and obviously this hearing has been noticed and is open and available to the public. Whether the essential elements of law are complied with, the essential elements of the criteria in order to grant the vacation of a street or not have been laid out by the city and can obviously be discussed by the applicant and any other affected parties or individuals. And then lastly, most importantly perhaps, is your decision based upon competent substantial evidence? Meaning, is there evidence that a reasonable person would rely upon to support your decision? So again, and that will apply also to your next item. These last two are both vacations of right-of-ways.
Very good.
So, again, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, thank you.
That was perfect timing because your broadcast staff has got 3 presentations back there, and they've had 2 of the 3. They're going to get up here in just a second. There we go. Thank you, Brian, coming to the rescue. Good evening. My name is Jerry.
I always assume there's a good reason when Brian tears out of here like that.
Yeah, and he was so fast. One pant leg was in the boot. He was still trucking out the door. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Madam Clerk, Mr. Attorney, Mr. City Manager, Jerry Diedenbach here at NV5. I am an AICP certified planner providing you competent substantial evidence that this item should be approved tonight, and I will touch on that briefly because Ari did a wonderful job himself. The application timeline, we started this in April of 2025, so just a little over a year ago. We held a neighborhood workshop, we submitted applications, staff has reviewed this, and we were at the plan board in this room on February 25th of this year. We are glad to be here tonight to fix, as Ari stated, some errant construction. This is an aerial shot that you can see looking northerly along the downtown connector area here. And before we put the fancy colors and all on here, I want to point out a few things. There's obviously a storm catch here for stormwater drainage. Here's a sign. Here is a fire hydrant. Here is a stormwater basin with lots of plant material in it and irrigation equipment to support that. Matter of fact, you can see, I believe, here a little piece of like a backflow preventer on that side. That is the existing right-of-way that the Board of Trustees owns that covers portions of the trail until it gets up to this point here. This is a piece of land that is privately owned, and you can see inside that is the Porter sign, portions of the City of Gainesville sidewalk, and the fire hydrant here, and of course this stormwater basin that was designed, constructed, and permitted. This is the City of Gainesville's right-of-way here that we are requesting be vacated so that this can solve this problem through a simple land swap. Here's the signage. Here's the landscaping and irrigation. You can see inside the stormwater basin that was constructed on private property. And there's the stormwater basin here further to the north. So what is being proposed is this right-of-way being split down the middle, and the eastern portion will go to the abutting property owner, who is the property owner of the area where the city's infrastructure was built. And this portion will transfer to this side. The condition that you have is that the owner will then simultaneously deed over this portion of land to the city, so then the city will wholly own this area where the city's stormwater basin, signage, fire hydrant, irrigation, and all those elements are. The site was posted and signed. We conducted the neighborhood workshop. 84 people were notified. 3 notice signs were posted, and we had 4 attendees at the neighborhood workshop. These are the proof of notification and public hearing signs that were placed on the site. The site is south of 4th Avenue, and it is just north of 5th Avenue and just east of 6th Street here. To help align, this is the area that I showed in the oblique that's owned by the Board of Trustees of the Internal Trust. So this covers portions of the old rail line. This is the private ownership piece here that had construction placed upon it, and this is the right-of-way vacation. And as I showed you, it will be split with half going to the east, half going to the west, and then in accordance with the condition, which the applicant is fine with, this portion will be deeded to the city so that the city actually acquires the land. This is the easiest way to get this done without having any sort of money transact. You will get this property. It is a part of the condition of the action, and this solves the problem of public infrastructure being built on private property. We've researched the historical areas in this area. There has never been a street on here. There have been different businesses. I remember when I moved to Gainesville, I think Kane's Radiator Shop was right there. And as you can see along this area, this has not been a part of the city street system, so it meets the criteria contained in the Land Development Code, specifically in Division 8 for right-of-way vacations. This is consistent with the future land use element, the transportation mobility element, and staff have identified consistency also with the future land use element. Policy 1.2.1, transportation mobility element, 10.2.1, subsections A through D, and then also section 30-3.41 and subsections 1 and 2 of the Land Development Code. City staff identified consistency with 14 policies in your comprehensive plan, in the goals, objectives, and policies contained and also in the Land Development Code. This was heard on February 25th by the Plan Board, who recommended approval of this vacation. And so we are hoping and respectfully asking that you follow in suit, accepting staff's recommendation and your Plan Board's recommendation to vacate this right of way. And that will also include the condition for the simultaneous release of the land also over to you to cover that area where the actual infrastructure was constructed. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Fleming is also here, but hopefully this is a pretty clear item for you all.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Attorney, or Mr. Manager, we can't eminent domain land after we've already built on it, can we? Like we need this because we made a mistake in the past?
I think what has been described to you is, and what's been recommended by city staff and obviously the applicant, is the simplest resolution to this.
Sure.
To go down a road of considering condemning property that we've already occupied that doesn't belong to us, I think would pose some real equitable problems for us. And it's not something we would recommend.
I think it was just curiosity, I think. Because some people may say, like, well, if you wanted that, why didn't, obviously, I don't want to go over the whole past, but if you wanted it, why didn't you, and if they didn't want to sell it, why didn't you just eminent domain it then and say, it's, it's part of our transportation system, we need it?
Well, if you're asking if that would have been a valid option way back when the facilities were developed, then
Sure.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, and Mr. Manager, did we, as this, over the past year, did we propose making an offer just for outright buying the land we'd already built on?
That's not my understanding, no. I don't believe we have.
Okay, and then, so then as described, without knowing that we didn't make an offer, this is the option that doesn't involve any money or suing or it's more swapping land. So that's what I kind of understand. And then later, I would like to know from the manager how we plan to avoid building on private land again. Do we, and so the extra, do we have a plan for how we would use the extra portion of that right of way now that it's really too small for a road in the future right of way at that point? So it just becomes, it's there, we can plant trees on it? I mean, or is it, because if it's
landscaping and to cure the encroachment for the site. Okay.
Could we plant some more? Or, no, actually, there's already trees on it.
There are trees.
Even on the portion of the right of way that we would be getting back.
Correct, that's my understanding as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. So when did the city build those signs? So was it 2012, 2014, somewhere around there?
That's my recollection. I don't know if Brian has more information.
It doesn't bear on my decision. I'm just curious.
I dug through the old Public Works files, and the project was accepted. It was either end of 2018 or end of 2019.
Okay, so is that late? Okay. Very good. Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor. Oh,
Okay.
Ms. Avis Butler.
Welcome, Ms. Butler.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Mr. City Manager. I'm Avis Butler. I just want to talk about this for a few minutes based on the Porter's Neighborhood. I'm one of the advisory board members to the Porter's Neighborhood. As I mentioned earlier, I was the executive director when we completed the 68 homeowner units at Porter's Oaks. We have some issues with the transparency that has taken place with this particular project. Back in 2025, when they had the meeting, and I saw when it was presented, they had the meeting, I believe it was noted in June or July of 2025. The meeting was, they told the neighbors that the meeting was to correct the partial boundaries, of that particular area, okay? But now, when we're looking at it, the meeting, in terms of what's being presented by Heritage, is now they want to correct the construction error. Two different things. So when they had the neighbors, at least when they presented it, and it wasn't but 4 people that attended, again, two different statements in terms of what it was for. I attended the plan board meeting this year on February 25th. And I remember when either it was Mr. Fleming or Mr. Dietenbach that spoke, and they said, oh, well, we don't have any plans for it right now. And you have to wonder how correct and how honest that statement is, particularly when you see all of the acreage, 6 lots, okay, have been purchased by the Heritage Group, which Mr. Fleming is, I believe, the CEO of the Heritage Group. And you wonder, then when you look at 4 of the 6 lots, they paid $1 million for. That's what's recorded in the deed. And you tell me you have no plans for it in terms of what's happening? But what I don't see is the beautiful section on that right-of-way that the city put the chairs, you did little, put a little concrete down there on the floor. Absolutely beautiful. We have nothing in Porter's other than that small area that says this is the Porter's neighborhood. Can we have something and keep something that's nice so that if they purchase that right away, it's obvious. If you buy 6 lots, what do you think you're going to do with it? And the only thing that we have an issue with, too, is we don't have any issue with mixed neighborhoods. We don't mind that. We don't mind when blacks, whites, Latinos, and anybody else mix in our neighborhoods. But what we do have a problem is when our neighborhoods began to look like gentrification is occurring. Same thing that looks like 5th Avenue from 13th Street to 10th. That's an issue. And when I went to the plan board, and I'm not sure what if they follow the Roberts Rules of Orders, but when they presented it the first time, there was no vote. I mean, no one accepted it. When the plan board chair asked the plan board to vote on this, there was they couldn't even get a second. I thought if you can't get a second, that it's closed. Maybe I just don't understand what the rules of order are for the plan board meetings. But when they presented it, they couldn't even get a second to carry it. So the chair just decided, well, let me do it again. And then this is how we get to this point as to where we are right now. So I just ask you to take a look Let's reconsider. Let's see if there's something else we can do, because if they only want a piece of that, and again, when you look at the 20% of an acre that they're looking at for the right-of-way, and they want to exchange it. I noticed when Mr. Dietenbach said, well, it's the private owner. Well, the private owner of that small piece is Heritage. They own it. They own the small piece as well as the other 6 lots. Okay? So let's just be honest. Let's just be transparent with what we say and what we do so everybody knows what's what. There's something else that's planned for this, and that's all I say is our black neighborhoods that are very close to the downtown area, gentrification is occurring. It is occurring. When I moved back here in 1984 after graduating from the University of Florida back in the 70s, and I moved back here, my neighborhood, only my family, the Butlers, are the only ones now who continue to have that property in that Pleasant Street neighborhood. I'm just telling you, it's changing, and we would at least like to keep something.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was our last speaker, Mr.
Okay, thank you. You'd like to make a motion? Mr. Eastman.
Thank you. I am very sympathetic toward, I mean, there's been a lot of changes in a number of parts within the city of Gainesville, but certainly, within the Porters Quarters community, with all the, I think a lot of positive investment that's happened in there, but then you also see a whole lot of changes in there. I will say that for this particular item, what we are asked to do here is to vote based on competent substantial evidence from what's sitting in front of us. I think what we have is a fairly, we're talking 0.2 acres here that would be that will cure an issue that, I think unquestionably we built on private property that we do not own, and are trying to find a way to make that work and to solve that problem. I think we need to continue to find ways in order to stabilize neighborhoods, to ensure places like Porter's Quarters and Pleasant Street, Fifth Avenue, that people that can have some roots and that people can be there generation after generation. I think for the item that's sitting before us, I think this is a common sense solution to an issue that we legitimately had. So with that, I'd like to approve ordinance 20. Let me read this. I'm going to read the LD. Sorry, I had the ordinance on there. Approve LD 25-000103 with the condition recommended by the City Plan Board.
And that's ordinance number 2026-139.
Right. I just read the LD, but yes, I could say instead as 2026-139 with the condition recommended by the City Plan Board. All right, great.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. So we have an obligation here as the commission to respond to what's before us, but I'd like to offer this. I think we also have an obligation to the communities who come to us year after year, decade after decade, generation after generation now, asking for us to solve a problem that we don't even have a plan to solve. And we have heard, oftentimes, I can think of Mr. Collie Blunt is an individual who comes before us quite often telling us that at one point we had an anti-gentrification chapter in the GCRA strategic plan. Now he says he can't find it, but he also says it's there, or it was there at some point. I don't know where it is. I never saw it, but I'm not going to doubt it. What I am going to say is that's the work that we have not done. And so when we see issues like this that are before us that in some ways hogtie us or force us to make a certain decision, it really does nothing to address the much larger problem. And I think we as a commission owe it to the people who come here time after time to do better than this. What is the response to this? What really is the response? Mr. Fleming and the Heritage Group have a plan, and frankly, when you own something, you get to do whatever you want to do with it. You do. I wonder if there is an appetite for a conversation with the community. Mr. Diedenbach, you and I met well before I came to the commission about an issue that was happening in Fifth Avenue, Seminary Lane. That's how we met. And I found myself, almost as a result of that, in this situation, in this position that I'm in right now, so that I could have the opportunity to be on this side, helping to make decisions that would provide some sort of protections for communities. So if there is not a plan by the Heritage Group, I wonder if there is an appetite to have a conversation with the people about how these properties could include them, because the reality is, in the absence of official policy from this dais at this moment, it then kind of falls to what the will is from the people who have the power to make the change. I'm going to continue to work on this side, and I probably have some colleagues up here who would be interested in what actual anti-gentrification policy would look like, but that doesn't do anything for us tonight. I'm making an appeal to you. No, I mean, sure, you may, I certainly don't mind, but I wasn't even going to ask you to do that, Mr. Fleming, but if you're willing, certainly. I will say that I'm speaking my heart tonight on behalf of the people of District 1 who are sitting in those seats right there who elected me to office.
Sure.
I'm speaking on behalf of my constituency. I'm speaking as a daughter of Fifth Avenue. Because this is the type of opportunity that I think we could explore, but the will has to extend beyond what we've not yet accomplished here at the dais. I'm happy to hear what you have to say, sir.
So, John Fleming, Trimark Properties, Heritage Investment Group. The will has always been there. It just has been a very adversarial, I've been called all kinds of things. And alluding to things that I have no desire to do. We started this a long time ago. We bought the 6 lots because I wanted the lots on 4th, and it was a package deal. It was all one piece. The parcels on 4th historically have always been commercial. I wanted nothing to do with buying into Porters and anywhere else. I was accused of that. That was 6 years ago, 7 years ago. We've bought that many since then. Because I have no desire to get into that, into gentrification or anything else, or just into the neighborhood, period. We have plenty of land other places. There's no plan for that. I will let you guys know the zoning is completely different. So this, adding this little chunk to this little piece on the south side of that parcel does nothing more than what it sits now. I may get another bedroom out of it if I built on it, but there's nothing large that can go there. The zoning's not right. But we've tried to correct this problem, and I've paid for it twice now to correct a problem that the city created. Mm-hmm. The easiest way to do it, I thought, was just to trade this thing off and be done with it. If the city would like to buy it, and they can buy every piece of it down there, not the north side, I need that. The south end, if they want to, and make a park for Porters, hey, have at it. I'm all for it. What I've got into it, and that's all it is. You don't need to make any more than that, right? So, but I mean, I've been very patient and done this twice, trying to get this done on a situation I didn't create.
For sure.
So, and I thought this was the best, and this was Phil Mann and I trying to figure out a way. And when I brought it to Phil, and I love Phil, known him for years, I said, Phil, you got a problem, here's the problem. How do we fix this the easiest way? It's how he and I always worked, right? And the easiest way was shut down the easement, I'll give you the other side of it, it just works. And nobody has to go back to St. John's and pull stormwater permits, redo those, and pull the Porter sign and everything else, right? So, yes, I'm more than happy to talk. It just needs to be, it needs to be a two-way street in talking.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Fleming. I wonder if there is a way that we can include staff in this conversation, pulling Porters back into the conversation where Porters, Mr. Fleming, and staff can actually broker what this might look like. At the end of the day, I think everybody, we want to shift the paradigm. We want to do things a little differently, and it seems like there may be some will there. So I don't know how, there was a motion that was made, and Yeah, come on, clarify.
I would respectfully request that you pass the motion.
Uh-huh.
I am right here in front of everybody and God himself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more than happy to have that conversation, the same conversation I just laid out. But I've been here twice. It's been a lot of years. I would rather get this fixed easy by this vacation, and then we can have the conversation.
For sure. Well, now, here's what I would ask.
I don't have to come back again.
I-
No
and I-
offense, I
and I
love you all, but I
understand.
don't have to come back again.
I understand, Mr. Fleming. I'll do a companion motion after this one,
Okay.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And prayerfully, my colleagues will go with this, to open up the dialogue so that we can chart a path forward that will include a conversation about how those properties might be able to be used for the benefit of Porter's Quarters.
Great.
Long-standing residents. Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Love it.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. Thank you, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is, we learned about this almost a year ago, little bits and pieces of it. And at that point, I was like, we have to do something to save the Porter's sign, because it's not on our land. And I asked, can the landowner just, run it over with a backhoe, I don't know if you have to have a permit to take down something that big. I don't know. So part of this is saving, and it is an error, and but it's not that it's a cost-free error, because making a parcel bigger does increase the value of the other parcel. Even if it's one bedroom in this town, the ability to build one more bedroom is significant property value addition. It is. But to Commissioner Duncan Walker's point, if the city was in the business of actually building affordable housing where we owned it outright and we were going to have scattered site and we were going to be the landlord to affordable housing, we would buy this lot. We would buy it, the south lot, and we would build some form of affordable housing. Maybe a small unit with an ADU. I think you can probably fit those on the lot or whatever, and so it'd be like a 2-unit, something, right? We would just buy it. And we've been talking about how to spend our 10% set aside of a street station strong foundations. I don't think we're very well suited to be the owner, builder, landlord of affordable housing necessarily, and that's why we've been struggling with it. But to that point, that is, if we were a much larger city that had a huge department that would be doing that, or if the state law allowed us to use these dollars, but where we could loan the land, lend the land. I think we would still have to go ahead right here. Though, on that northern portion, on that commercial, something may get built, and then we would say, why do we allow that kind of commercial next to affordable housing? Well, that's their commercial land that's been zoned that way for decades. So I like the idea of somehow figuring out, because in the end, it is zoned differently, and I hope it is something that eventually fits in with the neighborhood, provides housing for, people that from the neighborhood or just care about the neighborhood. But we do need to fix a problem and save the sign. And then larger conversation later about how we avoid this. I'm very confused how this happened, how a city staff didn't catch this, so that we don't build on other people's lands. But all right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because it's quasi-judicial, it's very, very different from almost everything else that we vote on. And, hearing the city attorney, he provides us the explanation. We basically have a two-pronged approach. If there's something for us to vote on, and so a motion's been made, so there's something to vote on, if it's in line with the comprehensive plan, which we've been told by staff, and they've given us the points that it is, that's point one. And if then two, there's competent and substantial evidence that supports the facts that we've been provided, we're legally required to vote for it. Very different from all our morning and afternoon agenda items. And we have these come up mostly on the evening. That is, as Commissioner Duncan Walker says, that puts us in, we are legally required to vote in certain ways for quasi-judicial matters when there's something before us to vote. So that's kind of just point one I thought bear repeating. And then secondly, it sounds like, Commissioner Duncan Walker, you're almost talking something charrette-like, Something where people are looking at each other and saying, what do we envision here? What works to the benefit of all parties? And that seems like a good idea. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Ingles.
I think it's pretty similar comments to what most people have said. As it stands, we've got a piece of property that we've built a bunch of stuff on that turns out we didn't know. So either the guy can be a jerk and make us tear all our stuff out and put it someplace else, or we can swap one little piece of land for another little piece of land that's essentially an even swap. I'm very interested to hear my colleague's motion following this one, because I do like to think if there's anything we can do to help facilitate some land that's in the area that an owner doesn't have any particular interest in, but could be a great asset for the community. Love to help with that any way we can. But looking at this option, unless we've got some specific reason to tell them no, legally we're obligated to say yes. And again, looking at this, it makes sense to me to take two split pieces of land and make, two whole pieces of land out of them. And so the way the land is laid out right now is just nonsensical. So to swap out half of a right of way for that little piece of privately owned property that we've already invested money in and built infrastructure in and put a sign on and everything else to make sure those things can stay in exchange for half of a right of way that we got, seems like a win all the way around. That's where I am.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. We probably are making our attorney's office a little uncomfortable in trying to leverage one motion against another, which is something that most of the time doesn't matter. I mean, it's not bad, but when we're dealing in quasi-judicial matters, clean is better. Having said that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman? Aye. Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker? Aye. Commissioner Book? Aye. Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
I do have a motion I'm going to cobble together here quickly. I move that staff work with the Porter's Quarters. Excuse me, hold on. Is this the association? What's your official name?
Porters Quarters Community Connection.
Thank you. I move that staff work with the Porters Quarters Community Connection and the Heritage Group to discuss how parcels in Porters Quarters may be used to support the vision of the longtime residents and neighbors, to include conversations around how and I'll just keep it limited, any city resources may be leveraged and used along with that of the Heritage Group.
Oh, sorry.
Second. Second. All right, we have a motion and a second.
Might have been a little confounded.
I mean, I'm going to vote for it, but it feels awful weird to co-opt somebody's land here, and I don't feel like it's necessarily a willing opportunity. But he's not going to say no to us tonight, sitting in front of us.
Yeah, and I want to be clear. It's not my intention to co-opt. Really what I would like to see is the city help to broker that conversation, because if Mr. Fleming, and these situations can be tense. With Seminary Lane, we had an entire rally on the steps of City Hall with hundreds of people in a march. So it gets that way. Why? Because it's people's lives and futures on the line. So if there is a way, from my standpoint and my purview, because I'm not here to create a hostile environment, but I am here to try to broker things that work for us all, especially when I look at a community that has been crying out and asking us on this side of the dais for help that we've not yet been able to provide. I do feel responsible in whatever ways I'm able to leverage whatever power I may have to broker at least a conversation. We don't know what that might look like and what it may, what it may end up with. But that's why I'm hoping that with the involvement of staff, we may be able to ease some of the tension and get towards some real workable idea. And I'm grateful that at least Mr. Fleming, at least at this point, you're willing to have that conversation. I greatly appreciate that. So please, I hope that you don't interpret my motion this evening as trying to force your hand one way or the other. I think that this is an actual opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to look at this a slightly different way, or in a broader way. Thank you for your willingness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Duncan Walker. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I think Commissioner Duncan Walker said it really well. My understanding is from staff's perspective, we're there to help broker a conversation, convene, and be there as a sounding board, essentially.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Engel.
Similar comment, just I feel like we've already made this motion on the right of way. That business is handled. I don't want that seems like leverage or, you know, something like that. In what to me is like now a second conversation on, you know, Mr. Fleming just said he had a hard time with communication with the area. If there's some way we can facilitate that to make things easier, then, you know, I mean, I think that's an opportunity we'll take, in my opinion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think it comes up, and I think it's a fine time to talk about it because there's the ongoing conversations as different things happen as, you know, when Depot Park got built. Down on 6th Street, we're in the middle of reducing lanes and making it more bike-friendly and pedestrian-friendly, and it's going to change the nature of that chunk of the adjoining neighborhood. So I think, and we just, how much money did we put into the park across the street recently? Cora P. Robertson, or the stormwater portion of that, I can't remember. Phil Mann would know off the top of his head. But so I think it's a good time to talk about it because I've always had questions, and I haven't broached it with some of the neighbors in the Portage community yet. But like, why isn't that one of our historic neighborhoods, as opposed to other places that have long already been kind of picked apart, and it's a historic neighborhood, but it's. I've got some problems with some historic neighborhoods about why it just prevents the future from happening. But this is one that is like really, truly, historically like well tied together, super well defined, as opposed to some of our historical neighborhoods. People just drew a boundary 40 years ago, probably around their property and not somebody else's. Whereas Porter's is like, we have real history to say this is it's a unit of a neighborhood. So I would love for it to have conversations about like how we protect the historical nature. Does it need to be historic? Do you need to deem it historic? So I think it's a good conversation to have to start, to continue. And this is going to happen over and over and over again. I'm fine with it because previously maybe we were talking about the community center, which Pink House is, you know, going to get developed. So how the neighborhood wants to, and other neighbors want to use it, is going to come up. We're going to be having these conversations with staff shortly. So I think it's fine. It's appropriate timing. Just because every once in a while you have to come back together and talk about activate the neighbors, but also the property owners who are not necessarily neighbors, but their property is there. So I think it's fine. I'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Jerry Dienebach.
Welcome.
Good evening. You notice I left my jacket here because this is Citizen Jerry. And I am speaking to you as chair of the American Planning Association San Velasco section of North Central Florida here. While I can't offer a friendly amendment to the motion, I can say that I am in close text contact with one of the co-researchers of the Porter's narrative work, which was done through the University of Florida's Department of Urban and Regional Planning, which ended up with Mr. Persons and others standing at the Florida Planning Conference a couple years ago and receiving an award of excellence. So while I am in great support of the direction that this is traveling, I would encourage you that not only city staff can lend to this, but there's a good chance you might find a group of urban and regional planning students, masters or doctoral students that have background on this, and you wouldn't want to miss that effort for Mr. Persons to stand there and receive another award in the future. So that's just, there's resources. She's okay with me saying this. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll say any further lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
You're welcome to come up and talk about it. We already voted yes on it, though, so. We already voted yes on it, but you're welcome to come talk about it.
No, so she wants to speak. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to say something?
Good evening. I'm sorry I'm running a little late. The area where the acreage is, where the sign is on Porter's, my house is directly on the opposite side. I'm like the second house down from that 500,000 structures, that little way right there. But behind my house is, I understand that it would be affected with the area that's behind my house. I'm new, I hadn't been here in a while. So I just, I'm concerned about the traffic and the parking in the area where my house is, where the other homes are, and what would occur back there. What type of building structure would be back there behind the house? How tall is it? What is it exactly going to be? My concern is mostly the traffic, and now the traffic is a lot more there, and you want to, is there any, I don't know what to say. I'm just going to leave it at that. So, and I just have a concern about the flow of traffic and what's going to be behind the house, because there is a paper alleyway from years ago that we learned that there was a paper alleyway that someone was trying to get the paper alleyway to be able to build close to the back of our home, the back of my house, where there's other houses that's affected by it. And let's see, with the traffic now, there are others that park in front of your house, and you know, it's just gets kind of congested. That's my concern. So, and I, as a property owner, I feel that money is tight for everyone, but if it's going to affect my acreage of the back of my house, I need to get paid for it.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
I know it's been passed, and that's no surprise, really. I just want to point out, and maybe this is something you'll consider, that you not be able to use 5th Street as a way out. That when you have the cars coming out of the parking lot, and there's going to be a parking lot, that's what you're talking about, that they use 4th Street, not 5th Street. And I'm saying that because I'm concerned about the pollution, the noise, and the more traffic within Porter's Quarters. But if you use 4th Street coming in and out, that eliminates some of the pollution and the noise, really noise. We're getting that already from the students going back and forth downtown. Nobody's talking about that. That's an environmental hazard as well. I thought we were about sustainability, but nothing is happening in our neighborhood. So those are my concerns, that you not use 5th Street, block it off, and hopefully this will come up in the discussion. And thank you very much, Duncan, for raising that issue. I really appreciate it. But, you know, her house, there are 4 houses on her street, which are already having problems with parking on 5th Avenue. It's not just a swap. It's really like an auction. It's like we've been giving away more stuff from black folks. And we're tired of it. We're really tired of it. And if we can sit and have a discussion where both sides would gain something from it, that would be new in Gainesville, Florida.
Any other public comment?
I do not have anyone else signed up.
Okay. All right. We already voted on this? So,
Yeah.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, you already voted on it.
Yep.
Sorry, my system rebooted.
Commissioner Engel.
Okay, thank you. Ordinance number 2026-140, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida to vacate, abandon, and close certain portions of public right-of-way along the western boundary of tax parcel located at 1542 West University Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Welcome, Mr. Chan.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Nate Chan for Sustainable Development. So this is petition LD 25-000154, a right-of-way vacation for the property next to for right-of-way next to 1542 West University Avenue. Some of you all have heard this presentation already, but I will make sure to go through it and provide a little bit more detail from the first meeting. So this piece of right-of-way is located approximately 10 feet behind the sidewalk as shown here. So just imagine that over here, 10 feet back. So the portion of right-of-way is located 10 feet west of 1542 West University Avenue. It's approximately 0.06 acres in size, adjacent to parcel 14888-000-000. 1542 West University Avenue, of course, is zoned a planned development and planned use district, as you all voted on that last year, and is currently vacant, the right-of-way. So it was historically used as part of the adjacent parcels development, but is otherwise vacant. This portion of right-of-way was discovered as part of the PD rezoning process and land use change, and staff advised the applicant to submit a right-of-way vacation as the proper process for vacating that portion. So the request today is to vacate a 0.06 acre, 10-foot strip of right-of-way along the western boundary of that parcel at 1542 West University Avenue. So this slide just shows the location of the right-of-way in being just across from Library West on Northwest 16th Street, and here are some of the other notable developments in the area. Taking a look at the legal description and sketch, so University Avenue is on the south here, and Northwest 16th Street is on the west. So again, it's a 10-foot strip, and it's approximately 2,538 square feet in size. This area does not include any of the sidewalk or any of the vehicular right-of-way. Vacation of the 10-foot strip of right-of-way will not adversely impact safety of pedestrians or any vehicular traffic. Upon vacation of the area, this 10-foot strip of right-of-way will become part of the private property for 1542 West University Avenue. So as part of the application, of course, staff reviews the right-of-way vacation against the criteria found in the Land Development Code in section 30-3.41. So staff found that the petition meets the right-of-way vacation review criteria in that it does not currently serve a public purpose. Vacation of the right-of-way is in the public interest as it supports redevelopment of the site and is consistent with the comprehensive plan, specifically future land use element policy 121 and the transportation mobility element 10.2.1. Going through some of the review criteria here today because that's what staff has to base their decision on. Vacation of the right-of-way would not deny access to private property and would not hinder any public safety. So looking closer at criteria E, F, and G, it would not impact public safety, would not negatively impact pedestrians or vehicular traffic, and would not negatively impact the municipal services, including emergency service or waste removal. So going on to criteria H, because I'll touch on that a little bit in my recommendation. The necessity to relocate utilities, both public and private. There's ongoing coordination with GRU, with GRUCOM, and the fiber optics that may be located in the area. So that's part of the ordinance that I'll touch on just in a second. And I, if approved, the effect of the proposed action on the design and character of the area. If the right-of-way vacation is approved and the associated development plan were approved, then the area being vacated would be improved to transit zone-esque similar design standards, including landscaping, the sidewalk, etc. And the second page here is just for the second set of review criteria. So the public right-of-way is not an improved street. It's actually just a portion there. So these criteria really don't apply, but as part of the review that staff conducts, more detailed information in the staff report is available for you all. So staff recommends approval of LD 25-000154, the Portman University Avenue right-of-way vacation, and the ordinance in the backup with a slight revision to one of the portions of the ordinance that I'll talk about in a second. The City Plan Board did recommend approval of the right-of-way vacation petition as well, with the condition about the utilities. And if you'll allow me to get a little bit in the weeds, I'll do that. If I can please have the overhead to just talk about a portion of the ordinance that we will revise on second reading. So you'll zoom into the, this is on page 2 of the ordinance in line 17. So this is the section that reserves a public utility easement if there are any utilities in the area to be vacated. So we will suggest a revision to this portion of the ordinance, that the public utility easement that is typically reserved for right-of-way vacations, that there be a clause here that it's conditional that if the utilities are removed or relocated at site design, then the utility easement doesn't need to exist anymore. So there may be utilities in the area from GRUCOM, fiber optics, of course. If those are relocated or found not to be in the area that is to be vacated, then the utility easement doesn't need to occur. So that's something that is emerging as of just today. So just wanted to put that in front of you all as a recommendation from staff. I'm available for any questions.
Very good, thank you. The applicant want to make a proposal or a presentation.
And the applicant has very good drone footage, I hear, as well, of the area to be shown. They'll pull it up. Oh, it's the other one. Sorry, it's the other PowerPoint.
1542? Wasn't that right? Oh.
Need an IT consult.
Right goes forward, left goes back.
I try. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Patrice Boyes. I represent the applicant. I was before you with Mr. Diedenbach last year when we went through the project itself. I thought it would be helpful to just take a half step back and supplement what I know your city attorney would tell you if asked to research this issue. But I wanted to talk about kind of the law of right-of-ways and how we get in and out of these situations as a city and a private property owner. So there are generally 4 ways that the city acquires right-of-way. The most common is when a development plat is approved and recorded. There's a voluntary dedication on the face of the plat, and that has to be expressly offered for dedication and expressly accepted by the city in this case, or accepted by continuous public use, maintenance, and repair. Presumption arises under the statute, dropping down to the 4th bullet point. The other 2 ways are you negotiate a purchase, you buy it, you buy the dirt, or you condemn. You discussed that in the last item. You could exercise eminent domain and condemn right-of-way. In this situation, we had a plat recorded in 1905 that hand drew streets on it and blocks. And so that's the voluntary dedication piece. And as I mentioned, you have to have it's almost like a contract, an offer and acceptance. You had an offer to dedicate in this situation, but we have to look more closely at exactly what the city accepted in this case. But let's assume that in a normal circumstance, the city accepts the entire right-of-way that's drawn on the plat. Afterwards, what most people don't realize is the property owner keeps title to the underlying dirt. It's not like a regular real estate transaction where that property transfers to the city. What the city gets by the dedication is, it's not an easement, but it's an easement like, it's a right of way. It's a right to go across that way for travel purposes. So when that public purpose or use is no longer served by the right-of-way, under your code and under Florida law, it may be vacated. And there are many reasons why you might want to do that. And when that is vacated, the original property owner just continues to own the property, just without that encumbrance. Your city code, as staff has articulated, provides the means to vacate that right-of-way. Okay, in this situation, we had an offer of dedication on the plat in 1905, but we only had a partial acceptance because the street and sidewalk were paved only on a part of the dedicated right-of-way, leaving a 10-foot grassy strip. I'm just calling it the grassy strip. And that, under Florida law, under case law, creates a split legal status known as partial acceptance of a dedication. And so you really have the built portion that has the street and the sidewalk and the grassy strip, and they have two different legal statuses. By physically building, the built portion is public right-of-way, and by physically building on the section of street and sidewalk that we recognize, the city executed an informal acceptance of that portion. But the grassy portion remained private. And if this were to go to court on a quiet title action, we're not doing that, but if it were, a court would rule that the city impliedly rejected or abandoned that offer of dedication in 1905. So what we end up with is a mess. It's a cloud on title. And so our clients obviously are going to have lenders and investors. And one of the things you have to do is show clear title. And if there's any question, such as this situation, they ask us to clear the title. I won't go through this, we just discussed it. So how do you clear the title on the grassy portion? 3 ways. The city could issue and record a disclaimer of interest. And actually, on this larger parcel, the city executed and recorded a disclaimer on a different right-of-way in 1935 because they wanted to vacate a 23-foot strip for the Kappa Alpha fraternity building. I don't believe it's there anymore. The second way is the vacation of right-of-way that we're here before you this evening on, and that is quasi-judicial. So you have to vote on the competent substantial evidence. And the third way is the quiet title action. And you only do that if you're really at an impasse, and typically that happens between private parties. But in all cases, you have to ensure that there are no active underground power, gas, or water links under, in this case, the grassy strip. And you'll hear Mr. Diedenbach testify that unequivocally there aren't any. There's fiber optic cable that runs on the sidewalk. Do I have that? No, you don't have that. Oh, it's the pink. That pink line. Here's another picture of the grassy strip. Anyway, so just to review the testimony and evidence from your staff and what you'll hear from Mr. Diedenbach, plat was recorded in 1905. It offered dedication of the street to the public. The city paved a portion of the street. 10 feet got left behind, and that's been privately used since at least 1960, from what we can tell. It was never used by the public or paved or maintained by the city. The applicant, in my legal opinion, has met all the requirements for right-of-way vacation, per your own expert, and the additional testimony you'll hear by Mr. Diedenbach. There is no evidence to the contrary to contravene any of that competent substantial evidence. And we'd ask for your approval. I'm here to answer any questions. I did want to ask for the overhead, if I could have that. So we had, I think we had some miscommunication. And I know the city attorney's office is really busy, but we had drafted a draft ordinance about a month ago to reflect what the plan board had suggested. And this would subject your right-of-way vacation to a future utilities easement on the property, but not tied to the 10-foot strip. We don't have utilities there now, so we don't want to create a utility easement in favor of the city on the 10-foot strip. What we want to do in section 2, what we drafted, is by your ordinance, condition the right-of-way vacation to say, we will provide a public utility easement at the time of development plan review. Because as you know, when you redevelop in downtown, you have to put all the utilities underground. Frequently, we'll work with GRU and relocate all kinds of things. And this site is no exception. And this is your assurance that that will occur somewhere on the 0.66 acre property. So I'm happy to give this to the clerk if you want to consider it this evening, or we can come back on second reading if that's acceptable to the city attorney. Anyway, and here's the last, overhead. I took my overhead away. The rest of the sentence. Up here. Okay. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Diedenbach if you have no questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
She says she doesn't like technology, then tries to walk away with it. All right, I've put my jacket back on, so now I am Jerry Diedenbach, Senior Vice President, NB5. I am an AICP certified planner, and I am participating in this quasi-judicial hearing for the vacation of right-of-way as described by Ms. Boyce. I'm going to go through a similar slide presentation as staff just to document to you that all aspects of the quasi-judicial hearing were properly conducted. Our vacation started in June of last year with a first step meeting with city staff. We were advised by the city attorney's office to pursue the right-of-way vacation to clear up this cloud on the title. We held 2 neighborhood workshops, both in July and October of 2025, submitted applications promptly thereafter in November on the 10th, and then staff has been reviewing this item since our submittal in November through January. On February 25th in this room, the City Plan Board unanimously approved the staff recommendation and are recommending tonight that you have your first reading and similarly go ahead and vacate this right away. I'm taking excerpts from the City of Gainesville staff report. The public currently does not benefit from the use of the subject right-of-way as part of the city street system. The subject portion of the right-of-way was historically used by private property as part of the previous developments and is not currently part of any active development upon the site. So in that fancy graphic that Ms. Boyce just had that we redid after the Morgan Wallen concert, this is the vacation area. Parking lot had been cleaned up nicely, and so you can see it extends here from about the back of sidewalk on the north side of University Avenue here, and it extends all the way down and into where the University of Florida Academics building is here. Fortunately, our utility locate crews were out there and last week had put dots on the ground so that we can properly engineer this site in concert with Gainesville Regional Utilities, the Water Management District, and the Florida Department of Transportation, and we know where everything actually is. The neighborhood workshop was conducted, 70 notifications were sent, 2 signs were posted, and there were 0 attendees for the neighborhood workshop. Public notification occurred upon the site, advertising the hearings. And as your staff stated, this sits on the north side of University Avenue. It's at the 1600 block, just west of 13th Street, and it extends on the west side of the property. The 10-foot strip does not contain any sidewalk or vehicular right-of-way and will not adversely impact the safety of pedestrians or vehicular traffic if vacated, and that's from your staff report. This area will be rebuilt under the transect zones in concert with the PUD-PD that is approved on this site, and here you can see along the western portion of the property, as I stated 2 weeks ago, the parcel lines come down here, and you can see that this area has been historically as a part of the actual parcel. As staff stated, this will not affect the design and character, considering that the portion of the right-of-way to be vacated does not significantly contribute to the design or character of the area. That is further exemplified by the fact that the proposed right-of-way will not affect the design because we have no character on this grass or the Burger King former foundation or the parking lot. These are the old surveys, and you can see from the surveys and compared to our modern survey, that area is along that western portion of this hand-drawn survey. Here is our modern survey here that we have done, and you can see the parking spaces drawn in there as well as the circulation aisle around and the former area of the foundation. One manhole was found in that area. We examined that, we lifted the lid off, and it was the former grease trap for the Burger King. So that was a private grease trap in this strip here. To further look at that, in the 1960 survey, Ms. Boyce has entered into the record through your attorney's office her opinion on this, and you can see the previous one that she talked about that was vacated in the 1930s for the Kappa Alpha house. That was long gone. This one just lingered on here. So in that enlargement, you can see that 10-foot strip that runs here. We brought that out here, and the western lot line was literally just built 10 foot off. And along the south, you can see in the surveyor's measurement call here, the frontage of that was dedicated as 117 on the plat, but the property was actually built at 127. So that's where the 10 foot came from. This aerial, taken the morning after the second Morgan Wallen concert, and they had cleaned up the parking lot nicely, shows you a better aerial view of this area. And you can see that goes right through this area of the grassy strip, as Patrice likes to refer to it, and a portion of the foundation of the Burger King, across the Burger King driveway, and through these parking spaces, all the way up to the University of Florida's academic building. So this has been a part of this built construction area here, and you can see out here is the actual sidewalk, the city's landscape zone, and then of course 16th Street.
Mr. Diedenbach, if you would go back
Yes, sir.
to that one slide. What you didn't mention is that this aerial photograph gives us the opportunity to view the historic Burger King tile section in the left upper part of the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have been using this as a training module for our new interns that have started in our office from Urban Regional Planning, and saying how interesting things happen when you redevelop historic property. We tell them the story of the BK Lounge and the tall guy who used to get 2 junior Whoppers and go sit in the stacks across the hall and eat at the library as he studied years ago. I don't know who that is, but that would be me. So here is our survey, and as we had stated, there is a fiber optic line that exists out here in the sidewalk, and you can see the survey calls on our box. This is called a handhold, or a THH, telecommunication handhold box, and that utility line runs in the city's landscape strip. It is to the west of the actual sidewalk. There are no utilities in here. That's why we want the condition as was proffered at the plan board, and Ms. Sutton understood that. We will work with Gainesville Regional Utilities. Ms. Boyce and I, on the night of February 9th, as I was driving her to Chiefland for a public hearing, spoke with Neil Beery and said to Mr. Beery at Gainesville Regional Utilities, I have dry mouths right now, sorry, that we will work in the redesign to ensure that this fiber optic line is rerouted and adequately protected along here. But to add additional competent substantial evidence to this hearing, there is the telephone handhold box. I am standing at approximately this location on 16th, looking south toward the University of Florida libraries, and you can see there is the grassy strip that Ms. Boyce refers to, and right here is that THH, telecommunication handhold box, and these pink dots are where that fiber optic line is. In fact, these little flags that are out there will say something like BFE, buried fiber optic, or BFO, buried fiber electric. And so we have documented that those actually exist, and you can see I put this pink line in here to show you, in actuality, our surveyors got it right. So that line will be redesigned and relocated and protected during the course of redevelopment. Furthermore, at the north side, you can see there are 4 oval callouts here that say THH, telephone hand hold box, telecommunication hand hold box, and at the north portion of the existing driveway, you can see the additional pink dots here. There are 2 handhold boxes here that exist in the existing sidewalk, which will of course be rebuilt. And there are boxes here that are labeled GRU fiber. So there is no utility in this area, and we will be rebuilding that during the course of redevelopment. As staff stated, this is consistent with the City of Gainesville's Land Development Code as well as the comprehensive plan. City staff have identified 14 policies on this that the request is consistent with, as well as the requirements of section 30-3.41 of the Land Development Code. Your staff have reviewed this, your staff and your attorney's office have reviewed this. Your plan board has recommended that you unanimously approve this recommendation to vacate this right away, and we are respectfully requesting that you follow the staff recommendation and your plan board's recommendation and vacate this portion of right of way inside this parcel. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Now we'll get a drink of water.
Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. So just to go back, staff had a proposed condition in section 2. Then I see the applicant has a proposed condition. I want to make sure that if we do make the motion that we make it correctly. Does this satisfy the section? Does this proposed condition, does that satisfy what staff came forward with? Ari? Or Nate? Or Nate, sorry, Nate, yeah.
I believe it does. So the version that was shown, that the applicant has shown, is slightly different from the version that we are proposing, but the one that was just on the screen should be acceptable. I had if I could have the overhead, please. So just section 2 here is the area that staff is proposing to revise to kind of meet together with the applicant and GRU to resolve the public utility easement language. The one that was shown today from the applicant that they had drafted a month ago is a little bit different from the one that we're looking at today. But if this, we'll definitely work with the city attorney's office as well to fine tune the language so that it meets all the parties.
Okay, so so today we would be approving the ordinance, but then I would imagine that you need some kind of a condition on that, on our passage to be able to alter it between first and second reading, correct?
Correct, yeah. Staff's recommendation is to approve the ordinance as written with a modification to the portion here in the ordinance that's been advertised today, section 2, to revise the public utility easement portion, that it may be absolved, vacated, abandoned if the utilities are not in that area. So there's just a little bit of miscommunication in terms of where they are located. That was a little wordy for your motion.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, okay. I don't. Unless anyone, I see other folks have questions. I'll thank you, Nate. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
Actually, I was gonna make a motion to approve staff recommendation and just the slight differences between it and the application. Thought could be worked out between now and second reading.
Very good.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Book.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the applicants and the representatives. Quite a bit of work, additional research, historical context into the infrastructure and the use and the utilities and every which way as far as what we're looking at for a very small piece of a property. So it's appreciated.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. Seeing no further lights, Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Chestnut is absent. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willets?
Aye.
Mayor Ward?
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Chestnut absent. Madam Clerk.
Commission comment.
Mr. Manager.
First one, I wanted to yeah, I know, sorry. I did want to take the opportunity to congratulate Ari. He recently graduated with his master's from Urban and Regional Planning Department in the University of Florida. So congrats, Ari. And it's your birthday.
It is quite the celebratory day all around. All right, very good. All right, Commissioner Willets.
I'm going to go down to the.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier, some neighbors in my district are concerned about this. This says Natura Apartments. It's about 315 apartments. It's on Southwest 20th. There are apartments next to it, kind of on all sides. But the county built this median you see here. So this 315 units only has a turn in here. It does not have a turn out. The only access to, you could turn west, somewhere do a U-turn. That is not, I do not recommend it at the end of this. It's probably illegal. I'd have to have a traffic cop tell me. There's no good place until you get down to a light, and even that next light in front of Portofino is not a great place for a UE. This new Natura is all through here. The only exit to easily go east is to go through. This is Grand Oaks. Come down to, I believe this is 17th. Down here, 17th, and there's a light here in front of the Portofino neighborhood. If you want to head back east to jobs, school, all kinds of commerce. This is about to open right now, right here between the new apartments and this neighborhood, which is almost fully built out at this point. There's just a fence up, but once the apartments are open, that fence will go down. This is the connectivity that our code currently calls for. I support the connectivity. I just never imagined that we would have gotten to a point where we built 315 units with basically no exit of their own that they must provide. This is Tribeca Apartments. Theoretically, at the back of their property, it could be opened up to give another exit. Not an easy eastbound exit onto 20th. Not easy at all. Show you a little bit of the layout of this new Natura. This is back at 22. This is a 2022 project, but the Southwest 20th was a county, I think 2021 project is when they started it, and I can't remember exactly when they finished it. So this is one of those issues where the connectivity. Of course, I like connectivity in all these neighborhoods so that you have multiple options. It's that. For 315 people, their only option to get east, which let's be real, they're all headed east at some point, probably daily. They need to get east. Their only option is to go out this way through a different neighborhood to get down to a light. Not just if they like the light, if they want to go east at all, if they were brave enough to turn across this traffic. Now, should they somehow connect later on through Tribeca, that's a different property. It may be the same owner, I'm not sure, or at some point this was all owned by the same person. I just bring it up because this is one of those unintended consequences of what the county builds, what is legal to do in the city, but then what the county builds on their road. And since this was approved, Land Development Code did change that a large-scale development would at least have to go to the Development Review Board, where we would have seen a 2022 commission or in 2023 and 2024 commission would have seen a little more of this. I just bring this up because it's a concern, and I haven't fully talked to staff about what we could potentially do to assist, because it will be it will be 315 apartments worth, dumping into another neighborhood as first option, not as, oh, I kind of want to drive that way, or, you know, I like to go to a light, or, you know, lots of people have preferences. That's why we like a grid, preferences, where you happen to be going. Basically, any of these people who need to head east, which is going to be the majority of the trips. Yeah.
Commissioner, would you go back to the original, the second slide you showed us? That one. So there's connectivity to the west, but there's not connectivity to the neighborhood to the east.
So this is in the county. This is in the city. This is in the county. There's most of these are duplexes. I think a couple quadplexes, very small apartment buildings, and they completely line. There is no way to connect to one of those streets. This is the core of the swag neighborhood. There's buildings all the way around it. Mind you, this is all county. This is one of the manufactured home neighborhoods. There's a stub here for a future connection, which would eventually someday, but you know, who knows when that would go through. This is the county, this is the city, this is county. So this is one of those situations also on the edge where even if there was a connection, as we experienced when we're talking down south on Archer, I mentioned for an annexation recently, even if there was a connected stub out to their stub, because it's the county line, they can legally put up a fence. But they can't legally put up a fence here because it's on the city side. And I'd say this, I support the connectivity. I wouldn't say, oh yeah, let's build a fence. But I do want to bring my neighbors' concerns to the whole commission to hear and to understand some unintended consequences of policy and then how they interact with the counties. You know, a road we don't always control. So there's a turn in here. You can turn out that way. And I know also the dangers that people are going to try to take a U-turn there. Lots of people, and it could be dangerous. If this was much wider, we had a wide median, we could build a U-turn lane, but that's not the situation of what the road is currently. So I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention because I got to go experience it firsthand, driving through that after hearing from neighbors, but then driving through it. So I just want to bring it up to y'all so y'all can see it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Any other commission comment? Commissioner Eastman.
Sure. It's something that it came up this previous weekend. We had obviously a big, enormous concert over at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. Morgan Wallen with a number of large country acts were playing there. I remember hearing years ago from some local pedicab companies concerns about kind of out-of-town pedicab companies that come in that are a little more unscrupulous than a lot of our locals. Because the Morgan Wallen concert was such a large concert, I've been hearing more issues that have come up with some of the pedicabs that came in there. Things like one video I saw, a woman was complaining that coming back out of the concert, she saw a thing $30 per person to ride the pedicab. Like, okay, I'll pay that. It's actually $30 per person per minute. They drove them 3 minutes, charged her $270. But I rode my bike along in there and talked to some of the pedicab companies beforehand, long before seeing the video. And it's true, it is kind of a free-for-all as to, they can basically charge what they want to. I talked to one guy from St. Augustine who says he charges $10 per person because he thinks that's a fair price. But if he doesn't like the person, he might charge him a little bit more. He hasn't really decided. He seemed more honest than some of the other ones. He actually had the $10 per person written there. But I would be curious for us to look at our pedicab regulations. We have very large. We don't think of it as tourism, but I mean, it is tourism. You have these enormous events down at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium with our college football games, everything else. It may be worth us taking a look at our pedicab regulations so that, because similar to booting and towing, when someone comes in, they ride 3 minutes and they're asked to be charged $270. That also gives a bad look to the city of Gainesville. And so, just seeing if there's some consumer protections that we can put in there.
And they've been drinking, which is why they need a ride.
What's that?
And they've been drinking, which is why they need a ride.
Well, and then when you've been drinking, you don't see that it's 30. I'm sure it may be written there that it's $30 per person per minute, but it's in tiny lettering on there.
Fuzzy print.
So I would like for us to take a look at that. I've been trying to do some research on other cities. I think that we may be limited by state laws to price controls, things like that, but there are regulations. St. Augustine has a number of pedicab companies because it's a large tourist area. Tallahassee has looked into this because they also have Florida State University and the football games there, that we may be able to find some best practices in other cities to make sure, similar to booting and towing, like I said, people are coming to our city feeling good as they walk out. They have not been taken advantage of. Second, I want to talk about the so I think Commissioner Engel brought this up from before, but over time we've sort of changed our structures of how we meet. I think long before, years ago, we had subcommittees where you would have where smaller committees of folks would sort of hash out policy decisions. That changed into the General Policy Committee, which was supposed to hash everything out as one larger group. And then that General Policy Committee is now up here, and we are all kind of, and so it feels like the General Policy Committee has sort of turned into an extension of City Commission. We hit our buttons, we make our speeches, we somehow hash together a motion by the end of it. But I would like for us to think through some way that we can get back into whether it is true subcommittees as we had, I think 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or a General Policy Committee that's more where we're all sitting around a table sort of going through more in depth some of these policy questions that we have to go into. I think there are some things where this works really well for, where we can kind of quickly move through some things, but there's sometimes like the item last week with our GPC where we were doing our comp plan. I think that would be better around a table where we can look at each other, talk it all through. Or earlier today we were talking through our booting and towing, which is there's a million options in between each one. And I feel like sometimes the hitting the button, making the speech, trying to cobble together how we get to 4 votes. I know that's always how this is going to turn out, but I do think there's ways that you can informalize it a bit more so that we can have more informal conversations, sort of hash things out together in a more committee-like structure. So that's what I have. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
So, Commissioner, for the pedicab, GPD did do a study, and they've had it come up periodically during specific to football seasons. So I asked, you may want to get with the manager's office, and there's some historical information about how they regulated them. Beyond that, I can't comment on anything because my mind is completely full tonight, so I cannot accept. Basically, I don't think I can cover another item. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have non-motorized vehicle regulations. I think the last time they were updated, I think myself and Mr. McDermott updated them for the bike buses, if you remember that fad. So we do have regulations, and depending on what the desire is from the commission, we're happy to take a look at those.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Engel.
I often give personal advice from the dais, but if you take a pedicab and at the end of it they tell you out of the blue they're going to charge you $270, my suggestion would be to tell them to go pound sand. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Well said, Commissioner.
I think they probably get your card before you get on, but it is interesting. I mean, we had this major tourist event that I knew was happening, but I thought of it as another football game. And in many ways it was. It's fewer people in the stadium than a football game gets. But it was 2 nights, so that doubled the impact. And it also was a different group of people. And one of the ways you could tell that is by the ways that they accessed local transportation and local parking. I was going down 22nd Street to drop a family member off at the concert. I noticed that the pricing structure for parking in lawns was entirely different than football pricing structures. And people were paying it, which told me that it was, so at near 8th Avenue, on the north end of 8th Avenue, or on the north end of 22nd, at 7th and 6th, people were charging $80 and getting it. Normally, that's the $10 and $20 spaces, because as you get closer, it gets more expensive, right? Well, they were charging traditional amounts at closer, so there were people getting parking for $20 and $40 And the people that didn't know any better were paying twice as much. Now, I say all that to just say this was a different group of people than normally come here. I don't know if this concert or these concerts make it more likely we will get more concerts. I tend to think probably not, because this was specifically an SEC Stadium tour and not necessarily something that is replicable. This group, this set of bands obviously wanted to just do SEC stadiums on this part of the tour. And I don't know how often that's going to happen. But we should be aware that there is going to be more tourism coming to Gainesville as we get larger and we have more things that draw people here. And we do, believe it or not. We will find more people coming here than just the ones we're used to 6 times a year for football games and once for Gator Nationals. Gator Nationals, by the way, I had a conversation with the director of the racetrack, who's very interested in doing more events. And we are going to see ourselves doing more of that, so we need to be thinking more about things like pedicabs and things that tourist towns think about that we have not traditionally given much thought to, and regulate them before somebody else does, or takes away our right to regulate them. I don't have any direction on that, obviously, but it is something that should be in our minds as we move forward, because it's happening with or without our planning for it. So just want to put that out there. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I saw the pedicabs multiple times, and I will say they are very wide. They fit the entire bike lane from edge of paint to edge of paint. So I have some, and I swear the one I saw was electric. So I don't know whether that is a motor or non-motorized pedicab, but in relationship to electric bicycles, and I've talked about the unicycle, weird electric unicycle that can go 45 miles an hour in a bike lane. I have continued, we're going to have conversations about personal mobility in the electric world, in the electric age, whether it's the larger pedicab, whether it's a 45 mile an hour unicycle, or whether it's just bicycles that are getting so big that it's really an electric dirt bike. And they're where are they? Are they on trails? Are they in bike lanes? We have state laws. A review of that, because there's different pieces of it coming together. I've been poking a little bit, so I'm going to probably poke a little harder in the future. I think the conversations are happening, and I think we need to be in conversation rather than wait for something to happen or wait for the community to come to us, because they will informally complain to us. But it's coming. I think we need to be a little proactive. I think we're kind of on our got us on the back foot here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willits. Remember, tomorrow night downtown is Free Fridays, as always, all spring and summer long, or into early fall. And Saturday over at the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center, and Saturday morning at Evergreen Cemetery, and Monday morning at Evergreen Cemetery. Thank you all for a very productive day. We are adjourned.